Hello? Man, I really gotta figure out how to use OBS a little bit better. I am not quite ready. Like, I'm ready, I'm here. But there are some things that aren't working the way that they should be, so... Also, the baby just woke up. And my wife is still at the doctor's, so... Everyone give me a sec while I figure out what the heck is going on, alright? Give me like 2 more minutes, alright? Hold up. Okay. Hello, everyone. I am here. Corbin is also here. He is awake now. Oh my god, the background looks like crap. There's so much stuff that I didn't have the ability to fix because I'm just so tired. I had a day. Can I tell you guys about my day before we start reading? I woke up and I did not sleep very well last night. And then he had to, of course, you know, be taken care of. And then my wife has a doctor's appointment, so I had to like go and pick him up from whatever she was doing with him. I'm still not terribly happy with my camera settings. I didn't have time to do anything. I had to take him home, I had to shower. Look, yeah, that's you. So, hello. Oh my god, I didn't even... Alright, hold on. Everybody relax. I have to do one more thing before we get started. I forgot something, so hang tight, one sec. Okay, hello everyone. I think we're ready to start. I think we're finally ready to kick this up, kick this into gear, however we want to put it. I just feel like nothing has been working the way that it was supposed to today. What a great way to start a stream. But hello everybody. How are we all? I'm really glad to be here again. I got a new microphone that doesn't sound like crap. Nobody told me last stream that my microphone sounded bad. I thought that somebody would have told me if everything sounded awful, but it did not. Also, my chat is broken, so we'll have to fix it later. Welcome back. Hello, Alex. Also, somebody said earlier, Scene Kids said, my brother and I love your vids. That's so nice. Thank you so much. I really appreciate everybody who watches and everybody who likes the content. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to make the content, but it's worth it. It's a lot of fun, obviously. But yeah, I feel like I had things I wanted to talk about today, but everything feels so derailed that I'm thrown off, and I don't know. Also, does the sound okay? I just put on some background music a little bit. It's actually from Elden Ring. I've been really loving that game. Yeah, it sounds fine. I can't really do... Can I please do... I think you're trying to say Wordle. Are you the same guy who was asking me to do Wordle like 4 times? I will not be doing Wordle on this stream. Do you need a subscription to do Wordle? I feel like that's one of the things that they would monetize. They would, like, make Wordle something that you have to, like, pay for. You, like, get a subscription. Oh, hi, baby. No? Cuddle is when you cut an object in half? I don't know what that is. Never heard of that. Somebody asked me to do Wordle earlier, though, which is funny. High quality effort. Thank you, Artistic. Really appreciate it. Don't give them ideas. Yeah. Oh, someone else also said love the vids. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate all the praise you guys dump on it. That first video was a labor of love. Every video after has been a labor of hate. No, I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. I love doing it. No, you can't have any soda. I'm sorry. I can give you water. Do you want water? So I'm just waiting for people to trickle in a little bit more, hoping for maybe my wife to get home and take the baby from me. Are you okay? Okay. Honestly, the Invincible comics are kind of violent. I don't know if I want to make the baby read them with us. Give the baby Red Bull? Yeah, that's a good idea. Did you hear? There was a story. I don't know where I hear it or where anybody hears anything, but like it was some lady who had a newborn gave their child caffeine because they were like, oh, caffeine makes them have to poop, and like the baby wasn't pooping, so they gave the baby caffeine, and it did poop. It pooped so much that it like dehydrated itself, and it was a big problem. This is weird to talk about, but Dada, you talking? Let's listen to him. He's better speaking than I am. Bah. I just noticed Mark doesn't have a brace on his left arm and leg here. You are correct. However, he does in the issue. So we're actually going to start with issue 65 because it's the last issue that was being adapted in season 3. Corbin solos the whole Invincible universe. He really does. No one wants to put up their dukes with our boy. He's so wonderful. Little baby, let's go. Yeah, he's here with me for now. We're still waiting for people to trickle in just a little bit. Oh, hi. Wife is here. She will take the baby now. Hey, you want to say bye? Say bye. Okay. Little baby's going away.
Come on.
There he goes.
Oh, bye-bye, Daddy.
Bye.
Bye, Daddy.
Okay. Little baby going away. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Okay. Bye, Corbin. Yeah. You know, the older he gets, the more I'm appreciating the time with him as a baby. Which is super funny because I never... Like, okay, I'm the guy who never wanted babies. Like, I like kids. I like kids a lot. But babies are so much work. If any of you have kids or any of you don't have kids, like, it's so much work. But I'm enjoying Corbin's company more and more as he gets older, which is great. Do you like any manga? The only manga I've ever read was Death Note, because I really, really liked the anime. I am, surprisingly enough, not an anime person. Something about the art style, and something about, like, having to choose between dubs, subs, all that stuff, it's not my favorite. I just don't like, either I have to read or I don't understand the story. Or, sorry, either I have to read or I don't get the authentic, like, voice experience. Anime is just not for me. And that's fine, you know? It's not for everybody. No big deal. Opinions on the new Fallout TV show. I saw season 1 and I was blown away. I have not seen season 2 yet. I've been wanting to do a season 2 video on it because reading right to left, yeah, always messes me up with manga. Opinions on the Fallout TV show. I haven't seen season 2 yet. I wanted to do a Fallout video, actually. but I straight up ran out of time. I had no time between everything else going on and everything else happening. Yeah. If he's invincible, why can I see him? That's funny. Okay, so I think we're in a good place now. Baby is taken, audience is gathered. I figured that we would do a required reading stream because it occurred to me during last stream that some people just haven't read the comics. And so it might be really cool to go all the way through, and I have all of them here. We're going to go through issue 65 just quickly because that's the last episode that was adapted for season 3, and then 66, which I also have up right here. Issue 66 is excuse me. Issue 66 is where season 4 starts, theoretically. I mean, it technically starts at 68, as we talked about, because 68 is Dinosaurus. I have my pants ready to eat if they end up not being what I need them to be. But anyway, those who remember that bit, I said that if Dinosaurus is not in episode 1 of season 4, I'm going to eat a pair of pants. And I figured they had to be my favorite pair of pants. So, that's that. What do you think they'll do with Ray's character? I think they'll do nothing. I think Ray will disappear for season 4, and she'll maybe pop up in like some dramatic way in the middle. I know that sounds weird to say, but like her identity for season 3 was tied to Rex, and now that Rex is gone, Rexplode, I mean, and now that Rexplode is gone, there's no reason to really have her advance in the comic a little bit, which is stupid and silly. Like, why would you bring her back just for that one part? But I don't like. What do you think the next part of her story is gonna be? Because I don't think anything in that regard. I needed you to read all of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure so we know if Mark beats Tail. I can tell you now, Mark does not, from what I understand. Yeah, he got Rexploded. Who do you think Darkblood is talking about in season 3? Do not know. I have no fucking idea. Nobody does, and that's the fun part. Oh man, it's so funny because like what's it called? I wrote the season 3 video, and I'm editing it currently, but you guys haven't seen it. So I was about to say like, well, as you saw in my last video, but you guys haven't seen it yet. It hasn't come out yet. Hasn't she retired? Yeah, Ray retired. Shrinking Ray retired. So she's probably just gonna be retired. Who's the best invincible girl to you? I'm thinking Eve or Debbie. What do you mean by best? Do you mean like most developed? It's definitely Debbie. If you mean like most powerful, it's definitely Eve, to my anger. If you mean most attractive, I'm not answering that one. I think Ray is pretty, actually. I like Ray's eye, hair, and mouth like design. I think they look very pretty. Hope you don't get copyright claimed. From what? From the comics? No way. I mean, fingers crossed. Let's hope not. Thoughts on the dark... Okay, someone said thoughts on the Darkblood plotline. I have no thoughts. I really wish I did. Like, I have no idea what will come of that. I'm really excited about it because as somebody who's read all the Invincible comics, like, it's nice that there are still surprises. I am concerned only because, like, there were surprises in The Walking Dead, and they departed from the comics so heavily that nothing made sense come season 10. So hopefully the Darkblood plotline stuff that they do is not hopefully the Darkblood stuff that they do like doesn't take away from plotlines of the story. You know, I think it might be something realistic to consider that Darkblood might tie into the reboot arc, because the reboot arc was like, it kind of came out of nowhere. It was really sudden. But if they can build it up from now, and suddenly the beginning of that reboot arc starts with him, like something demonic instead of something extraterrestrial, maybe that's something. I could see that happening. I don't know. And then you clarified who has the best personality. Absolutely Debbie. Debbie has been developed like 14,000 times over compared to the comics and compared to literally every other character. Like, it's not even a competition. Debbie is the best. She's gone through so much emotion growth. I think she still has a lot more to do in season 3 and 4. Like, we're sitting pretty for Debbie. All right, just a few more, and then we'll start reading. Do you think Eve's powers not working is just going to be dropped plotline? No, because we saw it in season 3. Like, her powers were turning their costumes to mush. So it's going to exist. I was surprised because it amounted to nothing, so I thought that they would have just skipped it, but they didn't. Yeah, So they have to do it. Like, they set it up. I mean, I guess I don't have to, but they set it up already. So they're going to follow through on it. And we'll have to see how that goes. Maybe they'll do something unique with it. I have no idea. I just hope the Dark Blood episode doesn't feel like a dragon episode in season 3. Like the dragon episode. At least Kirkman is writing that. Okay, so I actually had a thought about this. Because one of the comics we're going to be reading today, because it actually is within the span of season 4, is Invincible Returns. We're going to read that today. So anybody who hasn't read it, you're in luck. In this comic issue, to jump ahead and spoil a little bit, there's another Titan and Mr. Liu fight. And I think that I severely underestimated like how much content was in this comic. And I think this will make up like almost a full episode, actually. So when you say like I hope that it doesn't feel like the dragon episode, I think that this will be like a conclusion. Because this is actually Titan's like last appearance, or last like anything that he actually does. So hopefully if he does fight Mr. Liu again, we'll see that it's you know, different, I guess. All right, last question. Dark Blood is talking about Rexplode, and they're gonna revive Rex, and he's gonna blow up the. Oh, that would be reviving Rexplode. That's interesting. That's a cool theory. All right, and what's your ranking of the arcs throughout the comics? Reboot is a very diverse one. I like Reboot. I like it a lot. I don't know if it's like top 3. I really like the Death of Everyone, which is like issues 100 and no, the Death of Everyone is issue 100. What am I thinking of? Like the issues 111. 111 is my favorite comic issue bar none. I like that issue so much. Yeah. Okay. So let's dive in. Let's start reading, because we have quite a few issues to get to, and we don't want to be here all day. Yeah. So issue number 65, Invincible War Aftermath. So as I had mentioned, prelude. This is the last episode of season 3. You will actually see the very last page of this comic is the kicker for that, where Mark admits, "I won't hesitate to kill anybody who hurts our family." So we're in for a start here. Sorry to blind you all here. Let me pull back up the comics. All right, so let's go in order. Robert Kirkman, writer. Good job. So start at the Pentagon, United States Pentagon. Eve. Oh, do I really want to read this? I don't know. Maybe I'll paraphrase. We'll find out. How long have I been? 3 days. You fractured your skull in 3 places. You heal quickly, but it was a lot of damage. What happened? You don't remember? Do you remember anything? Does he remember anything? No, I remember everything. Oh, poor baby. I remember you. I remember that you died. Are you really here? Are you alive? Yes, I'm alive, and well, I never actually died. I just got really close. He says, how? Fuck me, that's a lot of reading. All right. This part pisses me off. It's kind of complicated. When I was being engineered by the scientist who created me, well, I wasn't like a test tube baby, but I was given powers while I was still in my womb. My mother's womb, gosh. When they gave me powers, they installed mental blocks. That's the only reason I can't use my powers on living organic matter. There's something installed in my brain that stops me. They were making a weapon and didn't want me to be too powerful. When something happens, it's kind of an intense trauma. It overrides those mental blocks, and for a short period of time, I can use my powers on organic matter. It happened once before. I don't like to talk about it, but I'll tell you everything. I've been meaning to for quite some time, but the time was never right. See, Invincible presents Adam Eve number 2. So basically, being near death was stressful enough to allow me to rebuild my body. Oh my god, this part. And, are your boobs? A little. I wasn't thinking clearly. I guess in the spur of the moment, I made some improvements. This happens a lot. Let me divest really quick. This happens a lot in the Kirkman comics, where he kind of just, like... What's the word? Not objectifies women, but, like, he kind of makes their punchline, like, the whole existence for, like, them being, like, their sexuality. And it kind of bugs me about the Invincible comics a little bit, but whatever. Let's keep going. He says, it hurts to laugh. I don't think I could have survived without... Shh. Ow. I'll be gentle. And then they bang, because that's her whole purpose in the comics. I don't think you understand. I would love to have so much as one of these guys completed and operational, but it's just not feasible. I'm doing my best, really. There's just so much work involved in rebuilding these bodies. I'm essentially inventing new tools to make this possible. It simply can't be rushed. No, I don't think you understand. Have you been watching the footage? Did you see what that monster did to Invincible? Do you have any idea what just one of these things is capable of? This is one of an entire alien race. Countless soldiers just like him who are, now that one of his failed, sooner rather than later, coming here. I had, of course, already considered this, but hearing it put so bluntly, I think I understand the situation. Spare no expense. I don't care what it takes. Finish these things pronto. And then we see the Invincible Reaniman. Instead of dinner and a movie, I think we'll be working tonight. I gathered. Chess question mark. Robert Kirkman, Charlie Kirk. Thoughts. My thoughts are we are not being political here. We are reading Invincible comics. I have no thoughts on Charlie Kirk at this time. Thanks very much. So yeah, they're banging it out. We're about to. Debbie says, "It sounds like you were awake from the hall. We heard rustling." "Sorry, Mrs. Grayson. I was going to come get you in a minute. He just woke up." "It's okay, and please call me Debbie." "Oh, Mark, I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried. I thought..." "It's okay, Mom." Both got Kirk in it. I mean, can't argue with cold, hard facts. But yeah, we are not going to be talking about Charlie Kirk today. Thank you very much. "No, it's not. I'm so sorry, Mark." "I don't understand, Mom. Why?" "When I married your father, I knew about his powers, what he did. I didn't know about everything, but I knew enough." Corbin is not happy. "I brought you into this life. I raised you knowing this would be your life. We practically encouraged you. Every time I see you out there getting hurt, fighting for your life, I feel like it's my fault." "Mom, it's not your... I could have taken you away from all of this. We could have hidden from your father's powers longer. I shouldn't have let him convince me this would be okay. You could be doing something else with these powers. Anything but this." "But what I'm doing is good. People need me." "People need heroes, and there are plenty. They don't need you." God, tears. "You're not suggesting that he quit, are you? This Viltrumite came for him. If Mark..." "You don't think I know that? You think..." "I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm upset. Let's go, Paul." Get well soon." "Debbie, wait. Just let her go. She's not mad at you." "Oh, excuse me. I know we're not on the best of terms, but I wanted to talk to you about what happened. There's a lot at stake. Answer this right now. Where's the body?" Dun dun dun. Here. And it's the Conquest body. Yeah, he's on crutches. He doesn't do that in the show. He's dead. He's really dead. Yeah. He's super dead. Super mega dead. No, everybody hold on to that. "Did you really have to see it?" "I had to be sure. I had to see him with my own eyes to know he's dead. After Angstrom, I understand. I don't know if I could stand seeing that man again, alive or dead. I don't want to. I didn't want to. I just had to be sure. I'm going to check on Oliver. He's just down the hall. Want to come?" "I can't. I need to leave, Mark." "Why? Where are you going?" "Rex's funeral is today." "Oh, can I come? Would you mind?" "I feel like I should be there." "I'd like that." "Don't worry, silly Waldo. I put a cap on it. We're not talking about Charlie Kirk today. I don't know why that came up, but we're not talking about it. Don't worry." Alright. I reframed my camera a little bit, because I want to be able to zoom in on these parts. So hopefully this is good for everybody. So now we're at Robot with the funeral, the goggles on the podium. Very cool. Copilot. Copilot? Get the hell out of here. I don't want this Microsoft AI. I just don't. Get out of here. How do I... Somebody link me to how to uninstall it. Don't actually do that. It's okay. "We didn't get along at first. He was always pushing my buttons." Huh. Buttons. Robot. He would have thought that was funny. I'd be lying if I said I didn't like him at first. The truth is, I idolized him. He was always so confident, so sure of himself at all times. He was everything I wanted to be, and now he is gone. I will miss him more than I can ever say. I've lived most of my life through drones like the one you see before you now. I have always simply been Robot. I have never been comfortable using my given name. It reminds me of my disfigured body I inhabited most of my life, before I transferred myself into a cloned body of my oldest friend. In honor of this fallen hero, I have decided that I will take his name. I am changing my name to Rex. That much of him will live on. I only hope I can live up to his sacrifice. He died as he lived, saving lives. He will be missed. That's a good turnout for the funeral. Is a dragon from the Dragon comics. Now I believe Adam Eve wanted to say a few words. Why are you doing it like this? I'm still not comfortable out in the crying. I can transmit my thoughts, but not talk. Oh, honey, I didn't. You're adorable. I love you, Rex. Rexplode was... He was my first everything. He was... I'm sorry. Next page. Next page, please. Eve, are you okay? Mark? No, I just can't believe he's dead. Rex is really gone. He's just gone. I never even got to say goodbye. I don't even remember the last conversation we had. God bless the writers for cutting down all this yap. I know. I actually feel kind of bad about it. I almost wonder if I should, like... Maybe I'll paraphrase the next issue. Let's finish this one, and then we'll talk about it. I don't even remember the last conversation we had. I'm sure I was rude to him. I treated him like he was the brash young jerk he was when we first met. That's the problem when you know someone for so long. When you meet them that young, they're always the same to you. You don't change them or let them mature. Rex was growing up. He'd stopped being such a jerk. He was considerate, reasonable, responsible. He was an adult, and I never gave him a chance. I never allowed myself to see how much he'd changed. He meant so much to me, and he... What is it? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk about him like this in front of you. I feel guilty being sad in front of you. Why? Died as he lived, exploding shit. Can I say I loved him? Is that weird for you? He meant so much. You know, what's this fuck made a point? There's a lot of talking. I think I'm going to paraphrase. I'm going to read like every other sentence or something, because there's a lot of talking. You know, it's not too bad when you have like an actual, you don't gotta read the comics to us word for word. I know. I'm realizing that now. I didn't realize how much freaking, you know, they're graphic novels. You'd think that like they would have more visuals than talking. We've read the comics, have you? I don't know. Some people haven't. That's why we're here. So, all right, we're gonna paraphrase a little bit. We're gonna paraphrase. He smiles at her crying. It's very sweet, and they kiss and hug outside the funeral. Is that the podium for the Guardians of the Globe? I never noticed that before. That's kind of neat. Did I see the Super Bowl? No. I don't really watch sports. Nah, there's so much yap in the comics. I know. Look, see, like, this panel doesn't have any talking. I thought, like, there would be more of this. And, like, okay, I guarantee, like, some of you have seen these comics, but I guarantee, like, a lot of you haven't. So I'm trying to be courteous to the people who have. I will paraphrase what the conversations are talking about from this point forward. Is that okay? Can we all agree on that instead of me just going on? Because it is a lot of talking. I know it's, like, impossible to predict, but what do you think the title of episode 1 will be? The title of episode 1 will absolutely be about Dinosaurus, because if it won't be, I'm going to be eating a pair of pants. Especially during the Rudy and Monster Girl Flaxen arc. I mean, they need a lot of talking. But anyway, what do I think the title of the episode will be? You know what? I'll let you know when we get up to issue 68. I'll pick out a quote from that episode. I mean, how silly would it be if the title was actually just, I Thought You'd Never Shut Up? Because that was the title of the last episode for episode 8. Anyway, let's continue the comics. Yeah, paraphrase is fine. Yeah, I figured. All right, let's keep going. So they get home. This is later. They're smooching. He drops his crutches. Oh, she's getting super naked, super fit. Look at those muscles. And then he's like, this is gonna be awkward. And she Thanos snaps his clothes off. The more effective Thanos snap. If you haven't read the comic, this live stream is a spoiler, though. I mean, yeah, but like, I don't know. It's required reading. Like you're getting a jump on what the show is gonna be about. So she said, all right, I do want to read this part. She says, your costume is folded neatly on the floor by the bed, right? Cool. Yay. And then it's all gooey. This has no payoff. It doesn't. I'm sorry to spoil, but it has no payoff. All right. Then we get to Angstrom stuff, right? They build him a new hand because Invincible cut his last one off. He says it's impressive. He asks what they want. And they said, we have ambitions. And then they're going to, you know, make him give them whatever they want. These guys have cool design. Guys have really cool design. All right. Right, and then this poor rat gets strangled by a sequid. I'm never going to pronounce it right. I don't care. They look like squids to me, okay? And then Russ Livingston. He's got his army of like 5 people. And a bajillion sequids. Okay. I read the comics, but I need this review. Exactly. See? I'm hoping this is helpful to some people. The Block. Remote Global Defense Agency outpost in the Mojave Desert. I haven't read a lot of these like title parts, so I'm going to read them because I feel like I skip over these a lot because it's normal. I feel like the glow they added in them in the show feels eerie. Did they have a glow? Oh yeah. Anyway. Oh, you mean for the clothes? Yeah. I don't know. All right, so Donald's freaking out because he's like, is this really a good idea? And Cecil is totally like, yeah, this is totally a good idea. The guy who nearly killed Invincible. Like, this is totally obviously the best thing we could ever possibly do. He says he's not going anywhere. And thematic, like, actual analysis, right? He wants to know about the Viltrum Empire. Like, that's why he keeps him here, is because he wants to, like, know everything about the Viltrum Empire. So he's like, I'm going to keep him alive, and we'll find out all the answers. Conquest has to break out episode 1? I mean, yeah, probably. Most definitely. I mean, I guess he doesn't have to. He could break out episode 2. Anyway. No, I meant for the creepy doctor trio. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. All right, so then Oliver, repairing from getting his skin stretched by Conquest. A lot of this page is them talking about Eve's powers. Yeah, they're talking about, is she okay? They're talking about Eve's recovery specifically. She had to rebuild herself. And then Mark freaks out because he thought that even if she didn't die, her powers may be fucked up, and that's Conquest's fault, which, I guess he's right about? I don't know. Oliver apologizes, and then Oliver's like, Mark is like, haha, no, actually. You were right. I've learned more than you. I was wrong. Someone tried to hurt my family, and if they ever do that again, I won't hesitate to kill them. Dun dun dun. You've all seen this. This is season 3 content. We're done now. Yay. Did you read Invincible monthly as it came out? No, I did not. I was one of those heretics who only read it afterwards. I read it after I saw season 2, so I was behind. I was very behind. But I read I'll tell you, I planned on only reading up until the content had caught up with the comics, but because it was so out of order, I couldn't, and so I just kept reading, and I really enjoyed it. Anyway, so now 66. This is called Preparations for War, Part 1 of 2 of Viltrumite War Prelude. Ooh, spooky. And we have Nolan and Alan on the cover. Why does Alan have these, robot hands and robot feet? Weird. Okay. So now we do another remix of Nolan telling Alan where I really came from. Except it's, the truth of the Viltrum Empire. Fun fact, in case you didn't know, this panel of, it's time you know where I really came from is, the same physical design every time. Here it is in issue 11 when he tells Mark for the first time, or the second time, and here it is in issue 2 when he tells him for the very first time. So they're always the same physically lining up panels. It's pretty cool. I like that detail. It's my favorite detail in regards to the telling of the Viltrumite origins. Anyway, so there are less than 50 full-blooded Viltrumites left in the universe, but it was not always this way. All right, so now we are going to get into, it didn't occur to me that this is spoiler content. We are going to read all of the stuff that is going to be happening in Season 4, so it's interesting. It's fun, but I guess if you don't want to know everything that's going to happen in Season 4, you may want to just tune out a little bit. Have I read Battle Beast? No. I am officially, super not interested in reading any of the content other than Invincible. Kirkman keeps wanting me to. Kirkman keeps, insisting that I'll read Battle Beast and Guarding the Globe. I have no interest. I'm so interested in Invincible, and that's it. The Thrag parallel panel is so peak. That is really, really good. I actually don't think that'll be in Season 4, though, so I don't want to jump ahead and read it yet. But yeah, that one, I was going to show that one next, but that one's really good. Okay, so a great deal about Planet of Viltrum, right? Bloodthirsty people. But they had enemies. They made a virus. And suddenly, unique to our genetic code, it devastated the people. There was a cool parallel in that comic too? Really? Oh, that's cool. Maybe I'll go hunting for it later. That's cool to know. Thank you for that. Don't at me, brother. All right, I won't at you. Sorry. But thank you. No, that's really cool. Attempts were made to stop the virus. Here's Conquest getting his arm bitten off, by the way. Pretty cool. Oh, and his eye. So I gets messed up. But yeah, the virus really messed up the people of Viltrum, and they dumped their bodies into space. Miraculously, the Viltrum Empire endured. Man, reputation's a thing, eh? This is the coolest detail to me. Our leaders spread reports of the Empire expanding and thinning our ranks. They made a ring out of the dead bodies of the Viltrumite people. That's like really brutal. I don't know like how to feel about that when I think about it. It's ridiculous. The Where I Really Come From is done like 5+ times in the comic. I think it is 5 times. It's the 3 examples I just showed, Thrag, and then 1 time at the very end. Yep. Yep, 5 times. Good note. Good counting. Alright, so yeah. A quest I now see as a pointless endeavor. And then he's talking about his breeding camps. Right. I need to talk to the Coalition of Planets. Of course you do. We'll also need the information contained in the books that you scanned. Alright. And then so they're going to go back in the prison and get... Man, there really is a lot of yapping. This all could have been like 1 panel. When Mark is telling Marky, yeah. It's from the very, very end. I don't want to get like deep into the lore of like the end of the comics. But... You said, yeah, I know. I wish we had a ring around Earth. Here's how we do it. Oh, man. I don't know. I don't think human bodies would survive like that. Viltrumite bodies are more dense. Anyway. Howdy. Hello. Sometime later, the planet Themyscira, the secret home base of the Coalition of Planets. Where have you been? Again, with this, like, barely dressed... Like, all the women in the comics have to be, like, barely dressed. It's Kirkman. Silly Kirkman. Right. Alan gets back. He sleeps on the couch. This is actually because... in previous comics, they have a larger conversation about how he's not, like, allowed to breed with her. So, he probably did it for that reason. Right, see, and then she's like, really horny for him. Which is funny. And then he says we for something. And she's like, did you really say we? And then Nolan shows up. She fucking shoots him. She says, Viltrumite. And he says, this is awkward. Sorry to startle you. I'm not here to hurt you. And then he's just naked. Yep. When you're away on missions. You keep that thing hidden in the couch. It's funny. Oh, these two are weird. They were in the show. They were in season 2. Alright, so they're talking about cross-referencing stuff. Thetis. I'm never going to pronounce his name right. That's fine. Intimidating, sure, but with Alan on our side, why would you be scared of him? Oh no, is he hiding something maybe? Is he hiding something from his conjoined friend brother, I guess? Dun dun dun. Okay. Nearly extinct. How did he have no idea? That's interesting, because like we know that Thetis is a Viltrumite. So the fact that he didn't know about the Scourge virus is really interesting. I'm confused. As the leader of the Coalition of Planets, I thought you would be happy. Yep. I am conflicted. Yes, and I am also a Viltrumite. I do not believe it. Oh, right. He jokes that like I would rip off my beard for it so you could see that I have a Viltrumite mustache, but I'm not going to. And then Alan's like, yeah, he did it. Trust me, bro. I was there. This whoa. This outfit's weird. I've never paid attention to this outfit that he's wearing. Because he changes it so quickly in like the next panel. But like, what the hell is this outfit? This is cool. Why doesn't he wear this? That's cool. There's also similar panels for when Mark and Nolan fight on the blue planet. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of like... Okay, so in case you guys are unaware, they do that for budgetary reasons most of the time, where they'll like line up and they're like, oh, this panel is close enough to this one. But yeah, in this instance in particular, they're specifically matching up the comics because they have thematic relevance. Go back, he had a hoodie. Yeah, dude, look at that. This is such a cool piece of clothing, and he just never wears it. What the hell? But now it's gone. Oh wait, is it part of the black part? Yeah, it's part of the black part. This is such a cool piece of clothing. I would like this. I would like this clothing. I wish Nolan had kept it for longer. Anyway. We're on a hydration break. Make sure you drink. Okay. Okay, right. So Nolan talks to Thetis because he's like, I thought I was the first Viltrumite to defect. And he basically says, like, yeah, it was hidden for a reason. Nolan's blue-black costume, like Mark? Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, that's a good point. He chose the same colors out of him. He must be genetically related to him or something. The data from my info pod. It's going to main the database. Sensitive data. Right. and then they basically say like, hey, there are other secrets, you should go, and then they get their new costumes. Sweet. It looks cool, but with all your strength, aren't those gadgets a little unnecessary? He says, nice cape, dude. Why do they wear cape? You don't need a cape in space. Whatever. Yeah, Alan is super strong at this point, in case anybody was out of the loop. Okay, where do you want to go first? And they talk about where they're going, and he eats the same bug things that he loves eating the whole time. Oh, look at her sad face. I love this guy. This is my favorite Invincible character. Anyway. I don't get why you need a cape on Earth. I mean, you don't, but they look cool. Okay, I think it's because of like wind resistance. It like helps slow you down if you need it. But there's no wind resistance in space, so you really don't need a cape in space. There it is, the Pneumaloid belt. 100 years since he was here. Hand me your info pod. Okay, goes into the asteroid field. Here we go. This rock looks familiar. There it is. What's that? It's the gun that belonged to Space Racer. Does he have a comic? He probably does. I have no fucking idea. I don't care, because I'm not reading it. You could tell me that there's, like, the most incredible storytelling in the Space Racer comics. I'm not going to read it. I don't care. I just want Invincible. I heart Space Racer. Space Racer's cool. I really like Space Racer, but I don't care about reading other comics. It's like when Wolfman had his, like half of issue number 57 was Wolfman, and, like, I just don't care. I'm sorry. I'm not interested. Can those food bug things breathe in space? They don't even have noses, bro. I don't think they need to breathe. How's he breathing? Also, Alan keeps the green shirt on in season 4. He doesn't get the red one. Interesting. Oh, I think you're right, yeah. Because we watched the trailers. He didn't look like this. Anyway. I mean, Britt also has some messed up coloring. Because he's supposed to be in his green sweater during the Invincible Wars. But he's in his red clothing that he gets later. I love your content, by the way. Thank you. Very much appreciate that, Joey. Thanks for stopping in. Super excited for season 4. Yeah, season 4 is going to be real good. I'm excited about the Viltrumite War. Okay, Space Racer. You called him... Oh, right. Space Rider in the book. Space Racer in real life. My only option was to leave it exactly where it was dropped. And so he did. Thankfully, by now, he's surely dead. It's like, haha, JK, not dead. The gun goes to him. It's his thing. And then, Alan, don't move. Oh, no. He's still alive. Nolan of Viltrum. Give me one reason not to kill you where you stand. Boy, this guy can sure go a long time without eating. I like Alan's one-liners. I think they're very funny. And that is the end of issue number 66. So let's do issue number 7 past 60. Not saying it. Can't make me. I have the Alan Fortnite skin with the food bug emote. That's funny. I didn't know. I gotta get into Fortnite. Like, not as a gameplay perspective, but, like, I know they do a lot of funny crossover stuff. What is... Wait. Bonus feature? Image United Prelude, part 3 of 4? Whatever the hell that means. Alright, we're still doing preparations for war, part 2 of 2, Viltrumite War Prelude. Cool. Alright. Let's get going. So we pick up right where we left off. You know, I always notice, I'm sorry, I always notice in the beginning part of here how many characters in the comic are named after people who were, like, part of the story. Like Russ Woodton. You mean like Russ Livingston, the Sequid host? Yeah. I know. You know. Anyway. How are we feeling about the music? Because it's just supposed to be quiet in the background. You all feeling good about it? Let me know. I might change it. I might just put on the Balacho soundtrack or something. I don't know. Alright. I love Balacho. I've been playing it a lot lately. Alright. Hold the threats, Space Racer. You couldn't kill me last time, and this time I brought help. Yeah. And he fucking punches him. Good way to get him on your side. So, for a reminder, anybody who doesn't remember, Space Racer fires a gun that, like, the bullet can't be stopped. Which is why it's so strong against Viltrumites, because, like, their thick skin is nothing against it. Oh, yeah, see, he destroys the fucking asteroid because, like, there's nothing to stop it. It doesn't lose momentum at any point. It just goes forever. It's a good level. Very ethereal. Awesome. That should be far enough to me. What the? Yeah, his bike goes to him and his gun. Don't shoot, hear me out. What could you possibly say? I'm a good guy now. And then he goes, oh, okay, basically, sure. I think it's more likely you came here to retrieve my weapon. He's got you there. And then Alan steps in to basically say, hi, he's on our side now. Assuming you're on our side. What Alan is saying is true. I am reformed. Yay. So it's just Space Racer bullets going around at all times? Yes. Unironically, yes. And that is the reason that he's so hesitant to fire in Season 2. If you remember, there's a part in Season 2 where he's like fighting against like some bugs or something, and he's like, it requires a steady hand and not a itchy trigger finger, because yeah, he'll if he shoots in the wrong direction for no reason, he'll you know, the bullet will just keep going forever. What if he shot in a random direction and destroyed a planet? Yep. That's why you have to be careful. That's why Space Racer like exists as a person. You have to be very mindful of this gun that has no bullet that stops the momentum. Season 4 will have so much telepathy dialogue in space. I know. I mean, at the very least, you get like voice actors still doing it. Like, okay, it would be lame as hell if like the telepathy came through as subtitles. I would like be mad about that, but it won't. It'll come through as like, you know, actual voice acting. And J.K. Simmons. Oh boy, J.K. Simmons is gonna have so much to do. I'm so excited. He's like my favorite actor. All that goes out the window when Thrag about to kill him. I mean, hey, if he dies, Thrag can use the gun however he wants. So you make the choice, you know. You make the choice. Like, do I fucking spray fire, or do I die and then Thrag can spray fire? Anyway, Alan says, you know, can you accompany me back? And he says, I've been buried for 100 years. Do you have any food? And he's like, I do have food. And he's like, yeah, no, thanks. I will accompany you back to this coalition stronghold, but my gun will never shift from your direction. Scary. They examine him. Oh, he's funny without his helmet on. It's funny. Anyway, hidden among the towering skyscrapers of Telescara lies the central base of the coalition of planets. He's still very cautious about the situation. Yep. Thanks to you, we're going to head someplace else. I will alert you both. Cool. Next. Oh, right. So, Nolan asks, where should I stay? And he says, you're crashing at my place, buddy. Super funny. And then he just bangs his girlfriend all night, and Nolan's not happy about it. Dude, we're not keeping you up, are we? Nope. Oh, good. See you in the morning. Very funny. I like classy humor like this, obviously. Alright. So then they go to an ice planet with the discount Star Trek people, which is funny. I actually don't think the discount Star Trek people will be in the show. They might, but I don't think they will be. Alright. So the deal is, the Ragnar are vicious, and we need to be careful. The Viltrumites blocked the sun going to the planet so that the planet would freeze over. So he's like, hey, we have to move the ice disk out of the way very carefully so that we can thaw some of the planet and find them. And he's like, all right, sure, fire. So they fucking destroy it. And the whole planet dethaws really quickly. So they got to work fast. You got to like, oh, quick, grab it before it thaws. And they try to transport it to the hold, and it's already happening. So, yeah, what's going on is you morons screwed up, and now Nolan's getting attacked by the Ragnars. Oh, look, it's Data. Except not Data. It's Data from Star Trek, but not actually Data. And then, yeah, they get obliterated by these Ragnars. So that's what they're called, right? I said their name before. Try to find it. I messed up their name last time. Ragnar. Yeah, Ragnar. Okay. Yeah, they're cool. They're like these dinosaur hybrid things. And they're very, very strong. Extraordinarily strong against Viltrumites. So they just abandon the planet. And they'll have to come back another time somehow. Alan's like, hey, come on, get on the ship. And Nolan's like, no, if I get on that ship, I'm going to rip it in half. Which I think is very funny. Well, they need the Star Trek people from Wish. Because that's why the mission goes wrong. From Wish? Ragnar's my beloved, I know. What do you mean from Wish? I don't know. Clarify. I'll get back to you. Alright. Then they tell Thaddeus, and they're like, oh, okay, we know where they are. We'll come and get them another time. Yeah, see, Nolan's, like, injured. Nolan, like, had an incident with these Ragnars. The same short Tempered blood runs through my veins as well, Nolan. You showed great restraint out there. We have a long road ahead of us, and then we, what's it called? We montage. They get some bugs. The Claxus plant is poisonous to the Viltrumites, apparently. It is true we are able to fend off the Viltrumites-sponsored Kresh invasion. There is one who may be of assistance to you. Holy crap, he's talking about Tech Jacket. You should totally order that trade paperback, dude. Kirkman, I don't want to read Tech Jacket. I don't want to read any of your other comics. I'm sorry. Alright. And then their old migration paths came through on these star maps. Okay. Yep, more stuff. If this thing is still out here, this beacon will detect it. They're basically just collecting everything that ever fought the Viltrumites and stood a chance. They ask the Battle Beast people, and they're like, we don't know where he went. And then this one's dead. Wish is a famous ripoff, low-quality shopping website from Temu. Oh, okay. Oh, I think I remember them now. Now that you phrase it like that, I think. Anyway. Then we cut back to this, where Nolan is still trying to sleep, and she's like, he's been on our couch for months. And then he's like, hey, it's no big deal. And she's like, okay, we gonna bang? And then they bang. That's the whole point. Yep, you've heard it once, you've heard it again. Alright, and then he finally gets in his new place, because, you know, never underestimate the sex drive of a repressed Unopan. Remember that, kids. Anyway. Thaddeus and Nolan have a conversation about the time to strike being now, and how he needs to go to Earth. Get that son and that boy of yours. And then there's something else he has to reveal. It's a long, big panel. Just of him. When you told me of our people's genocide, I wasn't completely unaware of what had transpired. I turned my back on my people because I grew to believe their actions to be, for the lack of a better word, evil. I'm gonna skip these parts. Anyway. The Scourge virus. Yes, an improved strain of the Scourge virus. And although it could mean suicide for us and the potential extinction of our people, I believe our cause to be lost, I won't hesitate to use it. If I believe our cause to be lost. And that's the last page of issue number 7 past 60. 67, okay. It's issue 67. Alright, let's move on. Let's get it out of our system. Haha, 67. Alright. Issue number 68. The Dinosaurus issue. Yeah, he doesn't look nearly this good in the show, from what I had seen in the trailer. So, I'm unfortunately gonna have to see. He's got some good tread on those boots. Sorry. Like I said, I didn't sleep very well last night. Alright. So, we start with Mark in the casts. He says, almost there. Because he's rebuilding. Because the Invincible War really fucked up the planet. In case you hadn't heard of it. Dinosaurus stops him. He grabs him. He tackles him. He says, stop! And he collapses. You disrupt the natural order of things. I'm going to paraphrase, but basically he just says, like, civilization is fucked and we have to, like, blah, blah, blah. And he talks so much. Look at, like, you think I'm yapping. Look at all this yap. You disgust me, you naive fool. The destruction of the densely populated city centers, the Republic Works projects. It ends here with your meddling. Oh my god, it just goes. That's why I thought you'd never shut up. Yep, here's the title of Season 3, Episode 8. And we have a little panel of Eve making dinner with her mom. Actually, he could be a little brighter of red, too. Give him, like, 2 to 5 more scales on his peak design, though. I don't know. I mean, like, it looks very different. Like, the iris in the eye and, like, all the stretch of the face and stuff. Like, I mean, in a sense, it's almost obvious to say, like, you can get a lot more details from the comics than you can for a show. Because, like, you have a lot more... It's like a picture, you know? So you can really make it, like, as perfect as it needs. But, yeah, I don't know. I wasn't very impressed with Dinosaurus' design in the trailer that I saw. So... Oh, he said robot. Okay, right. So he punches Dinosaurus and his arm breaks off. Yeah, but animators can't do all that. You underestimate animators. I mean, they can do whatever they want. He says, you're fast, and then he bites him. Aw, nuts. You're actually a viable threat. He says, I represent a new world order. Tremble before the might of Dinosaurus. Rah. I like how Dinosaurus simply pops out of absolutely nowhere and manages to never make it to the dudes before. Yeah, like, where's he been all this time? He said, oh, shut up, and then he turns back into a human. He says, what the? He goes, bro, you gotta do something. That evil dinosaur is smart. He takes control of me, and then Invincible strangles him. He's like, okay, there's obviously only one answer here. Leading, of course, to the Guardians showing up. See, Britt looks different. In the comics, he's still in his green sweater. He doesn't get his red design until later. Isn't that Stoner? Inside that Stoner? Yeah. Yep. I mean, I don't know if he's a stoner, man. He probably doesn't have time to be a stoner when he's big-ass dinosaur. Anyway. What a mess. Our work is never done. And then Robot is like, Invincible, what is it you were going to do to him? Surely you weren't going to... And then Mark's like, well, you know, you see. Britt's so tough. Yeah, he is tough. Jonathan Banks was a great choice for him, to play him. And then Mark continues. This is actually a very interesting conversation to me. Mark continues and he goes, I don't know what to say. Yeah, I was going to kill him is the first thing that popped into my head. So Mark's a little serial killer, just a little bit. And then he tries to justify it to Eve. He's like, he caused all kind of damage. She's like, could you? And he's like, I don't know. I mean, between Conquest and Angstrom, I probably could have. And then, right, she invites him to a dinner with her parents. These are probably, like, the funniest panels, in my opinion. These ones, but when he's having dinner with her parents. So they're all eating very quietly, normal eating. She goes, so, Mark, what is it your father does? And he goes, well, Mom. And then he goes, for God's sake, Betsy, he's Omni-Man. The kid fight his own father to save the planet. It's just, the parent scenes are so funny. I love them. I mean, I think they're going to translate very, very well in the show, if we have them. The I thought you'd never shut up title was such a confusion misread to me. Yeah, it was intentionally misleading everybody, because people who, like us, who, you know, had read the comics and knew that that was the trend they were going for, like, they misread it. Or they look at that and they expect the wrong thing. Anyway. So, yeah, just more of the same misogynistic, it's my house, I can do whatever I want BS, and then Mark tries to turn it around. You talk about yapping. But no, this is like the funniest yap to me. So I'll paraphrase, I promise, and before I begin, none of this reflects what I actually mean or think, but... So he says, just gonna leave them with the dishes, and he goes, they like it, they're bonding time. I wanted to thank you. I know my little angel is no angel. You know, you're not her first. She never really got how important virginity is to a woman. Betsy was a virgin when we got together. You know, they get less attractive, less confident when they're virgins. I would have been married to Betsy if things were different. Of course, it's not the end of the world when a woman knows a thing or two, and it just gets closer and closer to his mouth. It's absolutely disgusting, and Mark reflects that in the next scene when he's like, oh god. I have so much empathy. Have any of you ever been in like a really awkward parental conversation with somebody who's not your parent talking about stuff like that? It's very uncomfortable. I have been there. It's not fun. The zoom in on his mouth. I know. This comic panel is like really gold. Just like to go from here to here to here. It's beautiful. I love this panel so much. Or I love this page so much. So yeah, Adam Eve is like, I told you it would be horrible. What did you guys talk about? It's nothing important. Yeah, and they're just very happy because, you know, yay, it worked out. I got to meet your parents. Hooray. Now, this was fun. The Stronghold Prison, which is a Peyton Penitentiary in the show. So they talk about, like, the warden is very displeased because, you know, Invincible didn't come and save the prison from the evil Invincible's attack, but he did, just not in the time he was expecting because, you know, the whole world was on fire. They basically just negotiate with the guy, and he tries to say, I'm going to need 6 months, like, complimentary period, or else I'm gonna leave. And Adam Eve is like, how about 3 months? You really need our services. And he's like, all right, fine. And then the next page is Invincible and Adam Eve. Invincible really impressed with her negotiating skills, which I am too, to be honest. She's very, very good at being like in the business side of this. Good for her. The comics look so pretty at this part. Like the issues we're reading, I think, are probably the height of like how good the comics look. They get somewhat sketchy, in my opinion, around issue 80 to 100. And they nosedive off a cliff in, like, issue 116. Like, they look so ugly for the last, like, 20 issues. I hate it. In case you didn't know, they just change like illustrators like every 20 issues. So I don't like it when Mark kills. I don't know if that's a hot take or anything, but especially his like second to last kill towards the end of the series, which I'm not naming for spoilers. Who does he kill? Oh, you're talking about when his family and him are on the planet? Yeah. I thought that was interesting. That was a surprise to be sure. But I mean, that ties back to like that issue we talked about just a few pages ago, where he's like, I'm not going to hesitate to kill anybody. You know, he's still that same person overall. And like, you know, in an esoteric sense, like I'm not at all saying to like go and murder somebody, but in an esoteric sense, when you have as much power as you have, like in this, like if you're a god, there are some cases where you can kill people, you know? Like if you're fighting other gods and like you have to kill people, you know? Like, again, I'm not talking about me. I'm not going to go out and kill anybody. But like if I was Mark, I think there would be use cases, you know? There's got to be some circumstances where like this is how it is. It has to be this way. I don't know. Anyway. They don't change illustrators often. It's just that Cory Walker takes over for Audley after reboot for a bit. And that's what most people hate. Yeah. Sam, I think you and I had talked about this last stream. But yeah, I don't know a whole lot of the behind the scenes, like who illustrates what at certain points. But yeah, I just from like a viewer standpoint, I hate how the comics look in the last like 20 issues, which sucks because that's like the finale of the comic, but I just don't like how they look. I like Conquest or Thrag is Justified. Yeah. And that's what I'm talking about, you know? Like in the final fight, what's he going to do? Not kill the most dangerous person on the planet? I mean, in the world? I mean, in the universe? The whole other planet spoilery arc being on that other illustrator style is so sad. Yeah. No hate for the guy, but come on, the reboot. Yeah, the reboot arc was so pretty, and like I said, I think that this arc of this leg of the comics is like where the illustration really shines. 90% of the comic is Ryan. Okay, yeah, Ryan did a great job. I really, really love how Ryan illustrates. Anyway, let's keep going. So, Adam, Eve, and Mark talk about. He's like, "Oh wow, you're amazing," and then he's worried about her powers and flying, and she's basically like, hey, we should expand our business. And how do you feel about Oliver helping? And then Oliver comes in and helps. And look at him. He's got a new suit. I like this suit a lot. I like it better than the last one. It's more streamlined, less colors. I miss the legs. It's weird to say. But like Robin had exposed legs in Batman. Yeah. And he rebrands himself. Now he's young Omni-Man. So that's cool. He says, have fun back at the house. Wink. Super cute. Which leads them to thinking that, like, oh, we totally gotta, like, get our own place. I have the Fortnite Ryan Otley loading screen? Really? That's cool. Right, and then Conquest wakes up. He's like, what? The boy left me alive? Stupid. And he just breaks out like it's absolutely no one's business. Barely an inconvenience, actually. And then he just leaves. And Cecil's like, oh, fuck. Yep. Which, you know, is about the which is about the thing I would say if I were in that situation. Right, the Sequid army is finally complete, and the Sequid invasion of Earth begins now, here, at the end of issue number 68. And then Mark talks to Eve through the door. She says, go away. He says, sorry to bother you, and she's pregnant. Dun dun dun. Be so funny if he brought the tungsten cube with him. Yeah. Anyway, that's the end. This is the last page of issue number 68. Now, let's move on to issue number 69. Nice. So, issue number 69, that's Universa. Oh, there's a lot of reading at the beginning part here. That's right. Okay, so this is Universa, warrior queen of a far-off world, right? Now she goes to Earth, and then we cut away from her because Sequids are attacking. Haha. Oh shit, it's got a dragon, like, little thing on the end of the antenna. That's funny. Because the people of Earth have far more pressing things at this time. There's a lot of people in that car. Anyway. Yeah, the comics look really pretty in this part. Like, they're stylized just enough that, like, you don't need full detail on all the stuff in the back. Anyway. So, Universa arrives at Earth, trying to find a nuclear power plant. See, there's not a lot of talking in this part. Anyway. Are you okay? You've been acting distant, and she's worried about her powers, which is a lie. It's that she's pregnant. And then she's talking about... She gets a call on the phone, And then Invincible Incorporated. And then she's on her way to defend the prison. They're on their way. That's what they gotta do. What is it? That was Western Power. They've got a nuclear power plant under attack. How fast can you get ready? And then he's instantly ready. Like, faster than she's instantly ready, actually, which is funny. Should I use my powers? Right, and then they leave because, you know, they get the call from Invincible Inc., and Debbie's like, hey, I meant to tell you, the aliens are attacking all over Houston. It's pretty funny. Oh, I just realized, Houston. That's, like, where all the space stuff happens. Like, Houston, we got a problem. Anyway. Number 60 here, running away from the power plant. She's attacking stuff. Scatter, vermin. I have traveled vast spans of the I gotta take a break. I have traveled vast spans of the cosmos to arrive here. You are a planet rich with energy. I want it. And yeah. He's like, yeah, you can't really store all the power that we generate in your staff. It's not practical. And she fucking decks him. Or stabs him, I guess. Do not tell Universa how to complete a task. And then they come in. Because they're like, hey, that's kind of messed up. Should stop it. And so she attacks them, which is classic. Yeah. He says talking is overrated, which is a big part of like what's going to be happening for the next season of the comics. Sorry, actually season 5. Like that's a seed that pays off much later. So anyway, what are you after? And then she's like, you can't touch my staff. And then he's like, I just want you to stop hurting people. My world is 8 times the size of yours. All right then, and then they fight. And here's the Sequids attacking. They erect a dome over Houston so that the Sequids can't get out. I'm reading this all out of order. Anyway, there's nowhere for you to run. Right, they're attacking everybody. Britt makes it clear that like the normal people that are being attacked by the Sequids are not dangerous because they're not. They're just being controlled. Robot, who's fucking beefy. Why is he so thick here? It's funny. Robot and Britt put the plan together. Was only able to make 3 disruptor bracelets. They will cancel out the Sequid's control of their host for a few seconds. Yeah. So they arrive. Man, like these panels are so pretty. Hey, does Black Samson have powers? I'm not clear on this. I've never been clear on this. Anyway. Look alive, Guardians. We're in the thick of it. And I use the bracelet right away. Fool. Alright, they have these darts that, like, they shoot people and they teleport them away. So, they're basically just going to teleport everyone away that is a civilian. So they can just deal with the Sequids. Mark gets his ass kicked. I mean, not really, but yeah, she wants them to believe that. So back to Universa, she's like, surrender, your planet's energy is mine, and he punches her right across the face, because we're about equality here. And then they talk a little bit. They yap a lot. Anyway. Silence. Getting more comfortable with hitting women. Yep. Okay. And then he gets pinned to the wall. Can't do anything. Adam Eve is like, haha, I'm gonna save you, flowers. Oh no, that's not what she meant to do. Her powers are acting up. And then she's in danger from Universa. You dare interfere? Power's not working, a little help here. And then Eve rushes in. Invincible has to stop Eve from getting blasted by some shit. It pains me to have to end your life, but there's too much at stake. And then he just takes it. Whoa. Sorry, the art looks different from page to page. I guess, maybe not. Something about this, like the shading here, looks different. Anyway. So he wields her staff, and apparently knocks out. Because it's like the same Thor power, only she can wield it. And then Eve decks her. And crap, that worked. Turns out you can just punch people, yeah. And then Cecil arrives, and he's like, oh good, you're done. Now that crisis is averted, I need your help. It's urgent. The Sequids are back. The Guardians should have it taken care of, he says. Totally taken care of. Totally, handled. Bulletproof. As we have Bulletproof, Monster Girl, Robot in the front. I think that's Britt. And then Black Samson. Who are we missing? Shapesmith. Shapesmith should be here, but he's not. He's probably somewhere in the middle of all this. There's also the last page of issue number 69. Nice. So, issue number 70. Sequids attacking Mark. Alright. This is a lot of reading. Man. So I can't get over that one comment that somebody said where they were like, man, there's so much yapping in the comics. Like, yeah, there is so much yapping in the comics. Even just talking about it, like unscripted, having to go through it. It's a lot of talking. It's a lot of scenes where people talk to each other. I guess that's like all comics are. I guess that's all like communication and stories are, but whatever. Alright, so the first page. Russ Livingston being controlled by the Sequids as their host. This is the other thing I never understood about like hive minds, because like the Sequids are a hive mind, but every time that they are, like every time a hive mind controls more than one person, they shouldn't need to have like this main host, but like they make Russ like the bad guy here, but surely there are other people being controlled by the Sequids. I don't know. Shows do this all the time. Anyway, Rudy gets out of his armor, Lamau, and he's trying to go under the sewers to try to find the other hosts infected by the Sequids. When Invincible shows up, portaled in. Oh, the portals look different. I was thinking about this the other day. The portals look different, like the way that they portal people from place to place with the GDA technology. It's like a doorway in the comics, but in the show they just teleport like people. Like, yeah. He also has no shoes. Look at those kicks. Anyway. So he says, how the heck are you back? And then he punches him. A tackle. Pathetic. And then, yeah, he holds up Mark. And he does that Hulk smash thing to, or that Hulk clap thing to get everything away from him. Now, let's bring this one to a close, Guardians. I'm fed up with these things. Was this, like, part of the plan? What do you mean, Britt? Come on. Anyway. Well, Invincible's got him distracted. Quick, clear out the civilians. Yep, that was the plan. Yeah, here are all the civilians. I mean, it's amazing that these people aren't infected, like, instantly, but whatever. Sorry, I was reading. Because Shapesmith tries to take the blame because it is kind of his fault. In case you're unaware, in the comics, he was an abolitionist who thought that, like, the Sequids can't all be evil. He was wrong. But in the show, he's just not. In the show, he's just a moron. Alright. Rudy following the Sequids. And then he punches Russ. Pretty damn hard, actually. Damn. And then they're just more of the same, more of the Sequid fighting. He says you're not going to succeed, and then he takes, like, ownership. Like, this is his planet. Which is nice, but, yeah, it's... He's, what's the word? Very angry here. And then here we go, yeah. I knew it. So, yeah, Rex correctly assumed what I was looking at, or what I was saying, which is that they're fighting a decoy up there. And then they have this one civilian in the sewers who's actually controlling everything. Because, yeah, I mean, if you have a hive mind, you don't need one person to control it. I mean, you need at least one person, but whatever. Also, why can't Britt be infected here? I mean, like, he's got unbreakable skin, but, like, is he neurologically, like, different? Or bulletproof? Like, why are they not being controlled? Like, we know for sure Rudy can be controlled because he was in Season 2. But, like, what's stopping these normal-ass humans from being infected by the Sequids? Anyway. Shapesmith, more civilians, more of the same. I mean, it's a cool fight. I wish we had more of, like, a tally on, like, how many civilians were left so we could keep track of it as we go. But, you know. Rudy gets encompassed, and he uses the last shockwave to teleport himself away. And then he shoots our host, and then that works. A lot of people. Their skin is too tough. How do the Sequid... Like, I thought they went in through the mouth. How do they infect humans? I've never been fully clear on this. Like, what... Every time we've seen it in the show or in the comics, they're always, like, swarmed. Like, where is the point that the Sequids are attaching to these people? Oh, no, maybe they're not going through the mouth. Maybe they are going through the face. Okay, so I could accept Brit then, but, like, why not Bulletproof? Bulletproof bleeds, doesn't he? I mean, I guess if bullets can't get through his skin. Aliens probably can't either. I don't know. Anyway. So. Ooh. I like all the squids in his eyes. That's fun. All right, so they get all the civilians out, and then the Guardians are like really going at him. They're gonna destroy all the sequids. He's bulletproof. That's a good point. Sequids need to penetrate into the body system, so I guess they entered Bulletproof's mouth. He'd get controlled. Yeah. I mean, we have a history of them climbing through people's mouths, so yeah. Anyway, Monster Girl gets knocked out. Big deal. And then Rudy has to teleport her away, so they lose their big guns. Bulletproof tries to get Russ out of there. Wow. Russ grabs his bracelet and just destroys it. Who are you, Russ? Well, why do you have this strength? Anyway. Yeah, they destroy the bracelets. Because they're, you know, what's stopping Russ. And now, what everybody thinks is going to be the first episode title for Season 4, but it won't be, because it's not correct. Russ basically tells them, hey, I've got control of this whole planet, basically. There's nothing anybody can do to stop me. And Invincible says, yeah, I know. You've left me with no choice. And he punches his fucking head off. Yeah. It's not going... That is not the title of Episode 1. The Episode 1 title is actually coming from issue number 69. Universa says it. But everybody confuses it. I had a lot of talk with people last time about them thinking that You've Left Me With No Choice is the episode title, but it's not. Anyway, so yeah, punches his fucking head off. And, what's it called? Robot's like, Invincible. Russ was innocent. He was just a host. We could have found another way. You didn't need to kill him. And Invincible's like, oh, yeah, I guess you're right. And then Cecil, Donald is like, did he just fucking kill him? And he's like, yeah, he did, yeah. Boys had a lot to deal with. This is definitely a pretty major concern. But we, you know, have a major city to de-alien. So we'll deal with that later. And they talk about the specifics, which I appreciate. I will appreciate that. I feel like the specifics, like the details of a lot of stuff that happens in the comics. The logistics, that's the word I'm looking for. Like the logistics of like dealing with the cleanup for the sequids is like actually attended to in the comics, but not so much in the show, which is nice. We're going to change the music. Actually, we'll change it after this issue. Invincible's trying to leave the protected area, and then he does. Right. And then we have Oliver going over papers with, oh my god, all this talking. So much talking. Oliver going over like test scores with April, who is his guardian, watcher, babysitter. They start talking about his age progression and regression, because like he changed every week when he was a baby, but now he just doesn't. And so then Mark goes upstairs and Oliver insults him because he's like, there's always drama, which like, yeah, bro, it's a comics. What do you want? And then, yeah, I've known it. So Rudy is very worried about this. I've known Invincible for a long time. I fear that he's gone this too far this time. He murdered that man. I watched him. And then she says, Monster Girl tries to come to his defense a little bit. She's like, it's in Cecil's hands now, so we gotta just let him deal with it. Rudy was in the sewers, so he smells. And Rudy has to leave. So he goes and showers, and then cough, cough. What's happening? Oh no, he actually has a sequid in his mouth. What's going on? He says, no way, and he smashes it, and he's subverting everybody's expectations, just kills it. And he's like, okay, well, it's over. That's the end of it. Man, Rudy should do something about this. He should. That's really funny. Oh my god, someone gave me $1. Pidgey? Pidgey, you gave me $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Very nice. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Okay. So, yeah. The sequids try to make another comeback. It looks like there's a few here. Like one here, one in his hand. And he just smashes them everywhere. So, no more sequids after this. Which is actually the last sequid attack. So that's great. Big money. Yeah, you're right. I know. I'm rich. I've never made $1 before on YouTube. Well, I have, but I haven't made $1 on my live streaming. So hey, you never forget your first. I'm gonna print you out and put you on my wall, Pidgey. Like my first $1. I'm gonna put you in a frame, put you above my tack board. Okay. So Mark is here. Eve joins him. So she goes over. She tries to just talk about the alien stuff, and Mark is like, I killed him. I didn't have a choice, but I killed him. There were a lot of people in danger. And I had to kill him. She says, it's okay. It's going to be okay. And he's like, I don't think it is. I'm losing control. And then Cecil shows up. He's like, I don't think I'll ever be okay again. And he's like, yeah, haha, we really, really need to talk. We gotta cut this in the, we really gotta figure out what the fuck's happening with you, Mark. And that's the end. That is issue number 70 in the bag. Did you know the multiples of 10 are actually like double the length? So that was a long comic. That was a really long comic issue. But we made it through, everybody. I'm your first YouTube donation. That's so sweet. Pidgey, you are so kind. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I remember being annoyed at more sequids, but thankfully he squashed them. Yeah, I know, right? It's like, oh, how many times are we going to do this? How many times we got to go through this same thing, old man? All right. So, that was issue number 70. If we go into issue 71, we are very confused because Invincible is in his yellow suit. Cecil just said, we need to talk, and there's no Cecil talk. So, we actually don't go into issue 71 here. We instead go to the one-shot comic, Invincible Returns, which drives me fucking nuts. What? Look at this. It even has a 1 on it. Like, hey, there will be more Invincible Returns. No, go fuck yourself. It's just a one-shot. And the first opening to it is, of course, him talking to Cecil in the blue costume. So yeah, he's having the conversation, just in case anybody missed it, because I know I certainly fucking did. I've said that before, and it drives me nuts. I missed that Invincible Returns existed, so I totally was like very confused. I need some chapstick. I busted my lip the other day. Okay. Thank you all for your patience. All right. I thought there was 2 issues. Nope. Just 1 issue of Invincible Returns. That seems very annoying. It is super annoying. I hate that it exists. Because, you know, if you're reading the Invincible comics, I was like, oh, cool. We finished 70, let's go to 71. And it's just nothing. I did miss the Thrag intro, you're correct. There is so much in this comic that, like, if you... Okay, so we're going to go through this comic, right? And I want you to pretend that, like, all of the super introductory stuff, if you hadn't seen it, it would be like, I can't believe you missed all this important stuff happening. Okay, we're also going to put on a different soundtrack. I am feeling the Balatro soundtrack. It's one of my favorite soundtracks. I'll just have it quietly in the background. Because we're all fucking jokers reading Invincible Returns instead of issue number 71 like it should be. Alright. It's at a good level, right? Just hear it a little bit in the background. Yeah, they were included in the trade paperbacks. I know. I just missed out because I read them one at a time like a moron. Damn, I read through Invincible like thrice and never found that strange at all. Okay. I mean, that's fine. I mean, you'll see. Like I said, Balatro. I know. I love Balatro. All right. Like I said, when we read this comic, just like imagine you hadn't read it and then moved on to Invincible number 71. Wait, I didn't sign up for Invincible Returns issue 1. I know, right? No, trust me. You did. You want to. Okay. So we are going to go on about this. We are going to start now. United States Pentagon. Cecil. So Mark is like, yeah, I have an idea of what you want to talk about. And he's like, this is so funny. He taunts him. He's like, what a difference a few months can make. Remember before? You were yelling at me about murdering scum, and you couldn't handle giving killers a second chance, and now you're a murderer too. Very funny. Good adding insult to injury. Sorry, I lowered the volume too much. Okay. He tries to justify it. He's like, Oliver isn't from this planet. His people have different views of life and death. Blah, blah, blah. Imagine being a viewer of the show and they skipped all this. I know, right? You know what? I might be salty in my season 4 video eventually. I might, like, do a section where I'm like, so imagine. Imagine we just cut out all these scenes. Anyway. Cecil says, I'm terrified of you because, you know, obviously it's only one mistake away until Mark murders him. And he kind of has every reason to be worried. So this disagreement The disagreement that ended our relationship stemmed from your unyielding sense of right and wrong, and now you once again flip-flop on it, which is a big deal. And so Mark says, you're making a leap in logic, but I actually don't think he is, but I digress. Hold that thought, Sinclair, are you ready? So right, he's going to introduce him to Sinclair, like, officially. You can't always be right when choosing who lives or dies. It's a big deal. These are big topics. I'm actually really excited to see this conversation. Gosh, I'm actually really excited to see this conversation in the show, because I think, like, with the voice acting and, like, the little bit of remixing that'll happen, it's going to be really, really good. So anyway, he specifically... Here's one of the times you would have been wrong. Right. So Cecil specifically is introducing Mark to Sinclair here. Last time in issue number 50, Sinclair did make an appearance where Mark saw him, but, like, they didn't have a conversation. And he specifically wants to show him, like, look. Oh my god, so much yapping, right? But, like, look, he's like, this is a learning experience. D.A. Sinclair has been developing technology that saves countless lives, and they're making the world a better place. I'm happy to report that Sinclair himself is now reformed. He's even getting married to this bitch right here. So, D.A. Sinclair even apologizes. He says, I'm not a bad person. I was driven mad by my work. I regret what I had to do, but in the end, I was right. So, I mean, not quite an apology, but, you know. Thank you for your time, D.A. And then Mark even says, thank you and congratulations on your engagement. So, Mark is definitely coming around. Like, he'll never be friends with him, because, I mean, like, he fucked up William and he fucked up Rick. But, you know, it's nice to see that Mark is, like, taking that different stance, which makes sense because he's killing people now. So the ends justify the means. Cecil just continues to taunt him more. And Mark actually admits that killing Russ feels wrong and feels horrible. And then he says what I was saying, which is that, like, killing is almost never justified, but, like, sometimes it is. So these last few months have been hard because they've all got turned around. We've got a new situation in New York, and it looks like somebody needs to step in, says Donald, giving Cecil a bailout, which is really important. And then he says, invincible, for old time's sake, and then he goes. I like the tie whooshing effects. And then, yeah, excellent timing. In New York, we lucked out having something happen so close. I'm not comfortable manipulating him like this. Donald is a bro. Donald is awesome. I really like him in the show. He's gotten a lot more characterization in the show than he did in the comics, and I like that a lot. You know, I'm slightly a hypocrite because I actually did read a little bit of the Brit comics. Like, I know I've been talking about, like, wow, I really don't want to fucking read the external Invincible material, but I like the Brit comics. I haven't read them, but I've skimmed through them. And they're pretty cool. I like the scenes with Donald. He learns a lot in that show. Anyway, Conquest. Yeah, check this out. So, again, with the, like, imagine if you didn't read this. When I read the Invincible War, I was like, oh, right, that makes sense. Conquest just made it back. You know, it makes sense. So, Conquest comes back. I guess he got dressed in the meantime, which is nice. Krieg is here being a, what do they call those? Bootlicker. And none may address Grand Regent Thrag without submission. Bow your head. Please forgive me, sire. I bring news of the status on Earth. You know, a Conquest versus Thrag fight would be pretty cool. Just gotta say. Like, I want to see their sparring matches. That'd be funny. So, he ordered him to bring down the son of Nolan and secure the planet. And none of the tasks were finished. He looks thinner in this issue. But anyway. Of what further use could you be to me? And yep, this is Thrag's first appearance. The other Viltrumites are scared of me, Lamau. I know, right? Look. The other Viltrumites are super scared. Look at him. Yep, super scared. Look at you. On your knees. Oh. Cute little submissive Conquest. Yeah. Yeah, that's changed. So, because that scene exists in the show, where he goes on that huge rant about all the other Viltrumites are scared of me, I wonder if this scene will change. Good note. Good note there, Frankie. Anyway, so I underestimated the boy, obviously. We have learned of a team sent to Earth to retrieve Nolan's son and bring him into direct conflict with us. I doubt you have time to prevent this, but go, catch them on their return, and ensure none of them are able to join the fight. And that's the beginning of Grand Regent Thrag. He gets different colors too. I guess the Grand Regent gets different colors than the rest of the Viltrumites. It's interesting. Thematically, can I go on thematically for a minute? I guess it makes sense because like the Viltrum Empire is drenched in blood. Like that's the whole point. And like being the leader of that empire, you would be drenched in blood too. I like the icon on his chest. They don't all get that. They'll have different designs. It's nice. I wonder if it indicates status. Like she has the icon on her chest, but he doesn't. So I wonder if like he's a higher rank than her, or she's a higher rank than him because they both have this symbol. I love when you go thematic. Aw, Sterling. Flatter me. All right. So, back at the college, we get to see William, who we haven't seen in a while. Congratulations, then. Don't say that. Right, she's talking about the pregnancy, obviously. She says she doesn't want a baby. That's the first time I've said it out loud. Baby. You could work this out. We haven't even talked about marriage. Aw. You genuinely taught me themes better than my ELA classes. Aw. Thanks. I'm glad I could do that for you. Would you believe I'm barely college educated? Actually, that's not true. I have a degree, but not like... Well, I have a degree in media creation. But, yeah. I mean, themes weren't, like, taught at my school, so it was just something I had to, like... I'll be honest, I learned from other YouTubers. So, there were a lot of people in my early days that I watched. Mahler was a good one for a while. I didn't like his later work, but some of his earlier work was really good. His analysis on stuff like that, on like Infinity War and Star Wars, I thought was really good. So yeah, there are some good YouTube content creators out there. They can teach you a lot about stuff. I'm appreciating this media. Yeah, media is cool. Media is a lot of fun to look at and like dissect. Like it's cool to just get into it. You know, it's one thing to watch, but it's another thing to like feel. You know, and like when you can feel things without understanding, even without understanding why. Like, the ending of Whiplash actually is something that hits me, because the ending of Whiplash is one of those things that, like, you see, and even if you can't articulate why it feels like a mixed ending, you feel that it's a mixed ending. And why is because of the themes. So, I think that's cool. If anyone cares, the Goldman has great analysis videos. Cool. Check him out. Anybody who's interested. I mean, yeah, I am going to post much more this year. I have plans to post like shorter videos after the Invincible video drops in March. So hopefully you'll get to learn a lot more about a lot of different content. But yeah, I understand as of right now, I don't have a whole lot to offer. So if you're not interested in watching a 4-hour Tron video, which I encourage you all to do because it took a lot of work. But if you don't want to watch that, there's plenty of other YouTubers to watch out there. Anyway, let's continue. So William is obviously joking and saying like, haha, maybe you shouldn't have had sex, and Eve is not having it. It is important to remember that these two are having a fun conversation about this because they used to date. So it's important to kind of like keep that in the back of your mind. They did not date in the show, but they did date in the comics, very briefly, before William found out he was gay, because he wasn't always gay in the comics. How sad is it that you're the closest thing I have to a friend, she says, and William doesn't take that well. I wouldn't either. What a bitchy thing to say when you're talking to somebody about your... Anyway. Never seen Tron or Wednesday, but I did watch those videos. Aw, Sterling. Starling. I kept reading your name wrong. I'm sorry. That's so sweet of you. They're good videos. I'm really, really proud of the Tron video. It's probably like my best edited work. And it's going to have the least amount of viewership, because who gives a fuck about Tron? I sure don't anymore. Not after that video. Anyway. So, we go now to Debbie and Oliver. Eating again. So much yapping. So much talking. I don't even know what they're talking about here. I'm going out with Paul later and don't plan to be home to get you more than cereal. I'm lazy. I'm not talking about do your homework or something. Wait. How are things between you and Paul? You've been seeing him for a while. Is that getting serious? Serious? I don't know if I'd go that far. He's a good companion. We get along. I enjoy spending time with him. Deep down, I don't know how I feel. I haven't really thought it over very... I'm not talking about this. Blah, blah, blah. Holly. Okay. Well, oh, they used to call you Holly. Yeah. You know, I'm just going to call you 198. I think that's a better representation of your name instead of Holy Starling 198. Anyway. Frankie, your videos are insanely good and your completely dissect each episode in the series. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, the praise is always very nice. To hear that people actually like enjoy the work that I do, because it takes a while. But yeah, I'm glad that people enjoy it. You know what my biggest fear is? My biggest worry is that people like just put it on in the backgrounds. Like, okay, it's one thing to like play video games on your main monitor and like have it up on the other monitor, but like to turn it on and like put the screen down, like I edit so carefully visually so that people can enjoy it, and to think that people don't look at that, it scares me. It keeps me up at night. That's why I couldn't sleep last night. That's a joke. It was a different reason I couldn't sleep last night. Anyway, so Debbie talks about where the heck Mark is, and Oliver's like, I don't know what he's doing. He might be doing anything. And he's getting chased by a dragon. Yep. So Mr. Liu attacking Titan once again in New York. And Mark is like, I can't believe this is happening again. And then Titan's like, nobody asked you to get involved. I am playing Minecraft and listening to music and watching this. Heck yeah. Keep up there behind the class, you said in one of your videos. I know. I say it again in my next one, actually, because, yeah, it's, you know. Anyway, so then Titan brings in all of his hired villains, who we've all seen before. This is Furnace, who we saw trying to break out Multi-Paul with Kursk in issue number 51. This is Magmaniac and Tether Tyrant, who we saw in issue number 57 and 47. No, 47, not 57. And this is what's his name? Kilcannon, who we saw in issue number 56. Yep. I watch your content actively, but never in one sitting. That makes a lot of sense. I've seen some comments from people who are like, I'm gonna have to come back to watch this, and I totally get that. If you watch for a period of time and then you stop, dude, they're long videos. I get it. I understand. Okay. So Titan's like, that should keep him busy. Invincible wants answers, and that thing attacked them both at Stronghold Prison. That's right. Simply a dispute over his territory. And then Invincible says that's not going to cut it. And Titan explains further. Doing homework while listening to this? What homework are you doing? Give me a gauge. Are you in high school or is this college homework? Because like I'm curious about the age ranges of the people that I'm interacting with in my community. High school was tough. I liked high school a lot, but it was tough. And college was even tougher. So I hope whatever homework you're doing, that my consistent voice. High school? Yeah. High school's tough, but I hope that whatever homework you're doing, I'm creating a relaxing environment that allows you to to work on it. I usually watch while eating. Yeah, I watch a lot of my content while eating. That's my go-to. Anyway, let's keep going, because Invincible Returns is a lot of fun. So Titan explains that they are called the Order. He was a part of them, but it didn't work out. It cost too much. It was a hassle. This guy's the Muscle. His agent was being held in Stronghold. I didn't spring him. Anyway. Isotope portals them away, and then Invincible has to go fight the dragon by himself. All the villains run away because Lamau. Yeah. Mr. Liu's dragon fights Invincible, and it just disappears in front of him because Mr. Liu is under attack. When you got food ready but no video? I know. It's not that young, Loki. That's okay. It's all good. Hey, I mean, I'm welcoming to all ages in my community and in my chat, as long as you're a good person. And even if you're not a good person, if you're trying to be a good person, it's enough for me. Anyway, so yeah, Isotope threatening Mr. Liu. Invincible comes on through. Isotope leaves. This is a fun panel. I was looking at this one the other day. And then Invincible gets involved and just fights everybody, because everybody's a villain. This is fun. Yeah. Invincible's like, you're gonna kill this sweet old man, and Titan's like, he's not a sweet old man, and Invincible is gonna like kill him. Yeah, he's gonna like straight up kill him, and Cecil's like, hey, maybe don't. And Invincible's like, okay, but if we, kill him, maybe we can, and then he leaves, because yeah, he was gonna kill him, obviously. Give me 1 sec. Okay, sorry. To be honest, I had to like cough really badly, and I wanted to not be on camera for that. Pidgey, you're in middle school? Damn. Starting young. I'm glad that you're learning a lot from the videos then. Be careful about donating, though. you need that money more than I do, I think. It's all good. Anyway. So then Mark goes to Art's tailor shop, where he tries to get it off his mind. Or, sorry, he tries to talk a little bit in regards to, like, it's been a long time since we've talked, and I'm concerned because I've been changed. Yeah. What is he even talking about here? I've been through so much recently. I know how you feel about your father, Mark. I'm not talking about the good parts. Sometimes I think it's crazy. It feels like the costume is a curse. Oh, that's right. I've seen the major cities of the world leveled. I've spent months digging out bodies. I still had to see and feel what it could have been like. I killed a man. I did it to prevent more deaths. I almost did it again. It's hard to hold back. What you do comes with an enormous amount of pressure. I can't go back in time. I can't undo what you've done. But if you're ready to go back to the man you were, if you're ready to be who you want to be, I can make you look the part. And that's how he gets the yellow suit back. Which is fun. It actually makes a lot of sense thematically. It's probably like my favorite thematic element moment from the comic. The idea that this blue and black suit represents murder, death, and destruction. Which makes a lot of sense in the later stuff that happens, because he does don the blue costume a second time later. So, yeah. Actually, don't worry. It's $1. What's, in your opinion, the coolest set location from all of Invincible? I don't know. I don't know. Is it lame to say Earth? I feel like a lot of the coolest stuff that happens in Invincible is on Earth. Because, like, especially after issue 111, like, I like Earth. I like a lot of the stuff that happens on this planet. I feel like I'd rather spend time there. There are times in, like, the end of the comic that I'm like, wow, I kind of wish we were spending more time on Earth. I want to go back. So, anyway. So he goes back to the yellow and blue. And then he goes back to Eve. He talks about a costume change. He says it helped. It was a justified lecture about, you know, not killing people. I'm done with killing. It's too easy. It changes things. I'm just not convinced it's the answer anymore. Again, deciding that, you know, I'd rather not kill people. That's fine. It's a fine place for him to be right now. A lot of talking. It sounds stupid, but it does feel different in regards to his costume. I like the changes. Yeah. Oh, right. So they're talking. And they're just... She needs to tell him about her pregnancy. I really need to talk to you about, And then he's like, what is it, Eve? And then Nolan comes back to Earth. And he's like, hi, my son. The time is here. The time is now. Completely missed my first reading. The time for war is upon us. They don't even talk about it. He just shows up and then leaves. And then we cut ahead to the most disgusting part of the comic. I don't know why it's drawn like this. Like, look at the difference. Like, even just in this. Like, this is beautiful. Like, look at this Chad jawline, right? Like, this sharp. He's got, like, you could cut something on that right there. And then you jump ahead. It's like, what is going on here? What's happening? Someone explained to me, it was Sam, I think, that they said, like, it's the artist changing between Ryan and whoever else it was. But I don't know. I'm gonna complain about it one way or the other. Like, I've never heard about the issue before, because it looks gross. Recap issue not drawn by Ryan. Yeah, I know. That's it. Thank you, Sam. Yes, Ryan was the artist who I really like. But I just don't like how this looks. I think it looks gross. Anyway, so they go to this restaurant. We didn't have to do this. I know there's more on your mind. Nolan and Alan went off to find Tech Jacket, so we've got time. You keep acting like you want to tell me something. What is it? And she doesn't want to tell him that she's pregnant, I guess. Which is weird. Oh, right. And she's like, was it weird seeing your dad again? And he's like, why? Because he tried to kill me once? Yeah, we all remember. I remember, at least. Very fun. He goes through... This is interesting, actually, because, like, this is the only time in the comic that he actually goes through the mixed diametric feelings he has about his father. Like, because you can even just tell visually. Right here, he's fighting his dad. This is like his most prominent memory, most likely. But then he has his most recent memory. You know, it's very difficult to reconcile for Mark the differences that his father has made in his own personality, and it's very reflective to have those conversations now. The issue that he gets his yellow suit back as he starts to think about, like, okay, if the blue suit symbolizes murdering people and violence and taking the easy way, the yellow suit will symbolize something more than that. And of course, he was wearing the yellow suit in both of these instances when he was with his dad, which isn't actually the point. The point that I'm trying to make is that Omni-Man has a hard time. He has a hard time reconciling Omni-Man in his mind in regards to, like, he was a different person, but then he's changed, and he's having a hard time feeling like he can do that too. That's why he goes back to the yellow costume. But anyway, I'm yapping just like he's yapping. How many words do you think are spoken in this comic? I should count at some point. I won't, but I should count. But yeah, he's talking about just that's what this conversation is about. He's talking about the differences between the last time he saw him and the most prominent time he saw him. Anyway, and then the waiter's like, hey, can I refresh your beverage? And they're like, maybe we should go someplace else. So they do. They go on top of a water tower, and they talk about... What do they talk about? You should know that it's... Okay, so now that we're out of there and I can speak freely, you should know that I know next to nothing about the Viltrumites. Right. Can you just tell me everything, even if I know... You think I know some of it already. Everything I know about the Viltrumites? This should take 2 minutes. That's funny. Okay, so then they go and talk about everything they know. Because your videos aren't long enough. Add a word count segment. Good point. A good example of me not knowing anything about the Viltrumites. There was this guy on Thraxa. I heard someone call him General Krieg. He doesn't punch him in the comics, in case you were wondering. He punches him in the show. What's your favorite comic panel in the entire series? Like one comic panel? Dude, I don't know. It's a lot. I can think about it. It's gonna be at the end. It's gonna be like the last 10 issues. So it's a super spoiler, so I'm not gonna go into it. It's probably like the last panel, or like in the last page when Mark is talking to Eve. Yeah, and he talks about his dad. If you know, you know. That's probably my favorite, because I like the conclusion. The conclusion of the Invincible comics is really, really good, especially considering, as Sam had pointed out last time, like they were rushed, and so like to get a rushed comic that did that good, like it ended that nicely, I really like that. So anyway, Mark is like, maybe General Krieg is the leader. I thought he was the leader for sure at first. I was wrong. But yeah, his spine was broken on Thraxa. These are my people. Yeah, he basically recaps the last time he saw the Viltrumites and all that went into there. And then he talks about Anissa. Yeah, that was weird. She was sent to check in on progress, and then she punches him. Yeah, no more disease, no more war, but it was all bull. She even helped me save a bunch of people as a forced display of the good Viltrumites could do. I didn't buy it. And then Conquest. Yeah, Conquest. There's not even any dialogue. This is a pretty good panel. Like, this is a good poster. I like this as a poster. Well, actually, like, I like the concept of it for a poster. I think it's actually drawn a little, like, lazily. How do I put this? Because, like, he's facing the camera. He's facing, like, you know what I mean? Like, the perspective. I bumped you, sorry. But, like, the perspective. Like, they're both, like, facing when they should be facing each other. Whatever. Sorry, I'm not saying anything because there's nothing said in this panel. This one panel where nothing is said. Anyway, my dad tells me their numbers are low. So he says, now is the time to strike. I'm late again. Well, you're here, and that's what matters. Do you trust him? As in, do you trust your dad? And so much more yapping. Yep. All my life he's been Omni-Man, the defender of democracy, and then these bad parts came in, so I don't know. He's done nothing but reveal the weakness of his people since he began working with them. But what do I know? We're supposed to leave tomorrow. I don't know how long I'll be gone. But this is something I have to do for the sake of the whole planet. Eve says, I'll try to hold down the fort while you're gone. Are you scared? Yes. But not for what might happen to me or even the outcome of the war, but mostly, not mostly, at least. Viltrumite blood courses through these veins. I'm worried about what this war will bring out of me. What it could make me become. Dun dun dun, and that's the last page. Yay, that's Invincible Returns. Like, literally my least favorite comic. Literally my least favorite comic. I'm so mad that this comic exists. I'm mad that this comic exists at all. Because, like, 70. 71. Invincible returns. Just fuck you. Whatever. So, now we have issue number 71 to go through. We all having a good time. We all hanging out. I'm thinking about different music to put on in the background. What do you guys think? You guys have any suggestions? What I should put on? We did a lot of Bellatra. We did a little bit of Night Rain in the beginning. I mean, so I could put on my go-to soundtrack. Do you guys want to hear a secret? I read the Invincible comics when I was playing the Elden Ring DLC when I was fighting the final boss. So the soundtrack of the final boss is like, to me, it's like the Invincible theme. Like I can't hear that theme without thinking of Invincible because that's like how I read it. So maybe I'll put on that one. Let's see. This might be a little too like dramatic for the beginning, but we'll see. Elden Ring boss music. Well, you're in luck. Okay. I'm going to pause it, though. I'm going to take a little BRB because I wanted to stretch my legs a little bit. You all should as well. Everybody, make sure you're not sitting down. We'll be back in like 1 minute. Yep, not a long BRB, I promise. Like 1 minute, and we'll be back. All right. Boop. Hello, we are back. We all doing good? We all chilling? All right. I really do appreciate everybody who's here. It's fun doing these streams. It's fun talking to everybody about theories and things that we'll see in Season 4. Let's go back here. Cool. Sweet. I'm doing good. Thanks for asking. All right. So, the OST for today is The Promised Consort, which is the soundtrack that I think of when I think of Invincible. So, might be a little quiet at the beginning, but I was so bummed I missed the last stream. Aw, well, thank you. I'm glad you could make it now, Frankie. All right. I'm getting a little dyslexic, so I may have to speed through these last few issues. Because when I get tired, I mix up my words a little. So, let's make sure the music isn't too loud. A little loud. Okay. Low-key chillin'. That's what's up. I didn't even know you streamed these. Yeah. Streaming's a new development for me, actually. I posted... It's kind of all prep for the Invincible video drop, because I'm going to be dropping the Invincible video March 18th. And I figured I want to do live streaming, like, generally, So it'd be cool to like bridge into that. So, you know, we're hanging out. Okay, now let's get into the dramatic issue number 71, shall we? So we start off with the Flaxen attack, which is funny because like where the hell these guys been? Flaxens show up, and Invincible's phone rings. Yeah, ring ring. Sorry, I'm back. Hello. So, stupid phone, and then Eve calls him, trying to... she says if it's anything less than an alien invasion, you need to drop it and get over to the mall client, which is funny, because it is an alien invasion. Bulletproof's like, is he talking on the phone? And, yeah. Mark is like, can you send Oliver? So he's starting to think of Oliver as a person who can run this business with him. Or be a part of this business. Just more and more fighting. They're talking more about the rapid aging that the Thraxans go through and why they aren't rapid aging at this time. Huge robot with 4 arms. Little goofy little arms in the front. And then they destroy these tanks and they realize, oh, that's what's keeping them from aging. So they destroy them again. And yeah, there they go. They're retreating. These guys are a joke. Why did they even bother? And then Rudy's like, no, don't you realize the Flaxens are actually super dangerous? Follow me. Are you sure about this? No, look at this army. We have to take them out now. And then Brit's like, hey, maybe we should fucking stop. And Robot's like, no, I don't want to. And he runs in. And that's the end of Robot. For a while, at least. Love the vids. Oh, thank you. Really appreciate it. JT. Yeah, thank you very much for stopping in. Yeah, hope you enjoy the stream for now. We're going to read through the Invincible comics. I'm kind of going through them a little fast at this point. We like read issue number 65, and I realized very quick that they talk a lot in this comic. So we're just kind of paraphrasing now. Yeah, so Monster Girl and Robot now gone. Just into the Thraxan dimension. Wonder what will happen of them. Hope nothing bad. Anyway. So now he's on the phone with Eve. Eve says that she sent Oliver to deal with it, and he does. Look at those muscles. Dude's ripped. Who's this fucking Lizard League guy? Anyway. So Brit is trying to find them, and this scientist guy says there's nothing they can trace, so they're just gone. And then they're talking about Mark leaving, because he's going to fight in the Viltrumite War. They go and try to find Tech Jacket, as they said they were going to do. Yeah, I read them this season. Gonna be really good. Yeah, it is. This block of comics is really good. It's a lot of action, so I think we're gonna be seeing a lot of really cool stuff happen for the comics here. So yeah, they go and try to find Tech Jacket. Turns out he's in space with his dad, because there are Tech Jacket comics that I won't be reading. So you know, if you want to hear more, you can. And they're like, hey, we could be under attack. And it turns out, nope, we're here to say hi. He says, are they friends of yours? And he goes, no, but they look friendly enough. Yeah, they do. I mean, Alan, this big, goofy, lovable, he's friendly enough. It's funny. So, Oliver insists that if he's going to fight the Viltrumites in a war, he's coming too. They go back and forth about it, but basically, you know, it just boils down to like, yeah. And he's like, hey, maybe don't tell Mom about Nolan being back. And she's like, don't tell me about what? And he's like, haha, Lamau, hi, I'm back. So, yeah, Nolan and Debbie reunite. Somebody asked me last stream, like, do I think this will be different? And, like, I don't know what difference it'll make, you know? Like, I think this is a really solid way to have them reconnect. So, I don't know. I knew that day would return to the Viltrum Empire, blah, blah, blah. All right. Yeah, he just tells him basically everything he told Mark when the two of them had their fight, or reconnection. But yeah, I understand and I'm sorry. She says, like, I can't believe you. Yeah. So you're a superhero? Only in the loosest sense of the term. I help out when there's a big threat, but I miss most of the day-to-day stuff. I've got school and I spend most of my time working out space-based threats. Okay, space-based is one of those terms that you write, but you don't speak aloud. Nobody who read this comic said that line, because, like, space-based. Nobody, like, that, it doesn't roll off the tongue. It doesn't sound good. No one says it. Anyway. So, he says, I'd like to talk to your brother, because he's trying to tell him, like, hey, maybe you shouldn't come to the Viltrumite war And Oliver's like, no, I really want to. And he's like, ah, well, I've changed my mind. You should come. And Oliver's like, okay. So they do. Now Mark goes back to say goodbye to Eve, finally. Yeah. And they just cuddle. I guess they do a little bit more than cuddle. But she still doesn't tell him that she's pregnant. That never happens, actually, before he leaves. But they try to talk about, like, hey, if I die. And she's like, nope, don't say that. I don't want to talk about it. And he's like, yeah, but if I do. And she's like, nope, don't say it. And they cuddle. And it's actually really sad. Very, very sad. It's actually a lot more emotional to me than their breakup. Sorry, not their breakup. Mark's breakup with Eve. No, fucking Mark's breakup with Amber in season 2. When that happened, the show made it very emotional. But this is way more emotional to me, in my opinion. So, we'll see how they handle it in the show. Oh yeah, back in the stupid fucking Star Trek ripoff show. I mean, ship. Yeah, he said, to be honest, I kind of figured we would just be flying there ourselves. And he said, I requested this because it's a really long trip. And so they go. Oh yeah. He said, I've been preoccupied. And he said, I saw that. She's very pretty. It's like the most dad conversation. My dad, at least. I don't know about y'all. But yeah, this like, yes, I saw you had a girlfriend. So that's why you've been busy the whole time. Anyway. So the ship takes off. And then the bootleg Star Trek crew, including this guy. He's fucking Jordy. Sorry. Yeah. What was that? Was that a blur? Did we just pass a planet? Yeah. Oliver's never been to space. So this is a new experience for him. And yeah. Yeah, they come under attack. Red alert. Nolan's reading a book. Alan is eating the same thing he always eats. And then Data ripoff here is like, brace for impact in 3, 2, and then the whole ship blows up. Who are you fighting? Now they're fighting, I don't know, let's find out. It's coming up next page. What just happened? Are we moving faster? What's going on? In the event of irreparable damage to the ship, the bridge automatically detaches and returns to base. Like, that show, Star Trek. My dad is back there. Point me to the nearest airlock. And then they go out. They go out into the airlock because the fucking Star Trek ripoff people are leaving. And then, oh no, he's back. And he has a different arm this time. But it's him. There's Alan in the background. Don't see Nolan in the background, but... And then he says, no, not him. How? And that's the end of issue number 71. A really good issue. And then issue number 72. So who we fighting? Fighting Conquest. Conquest be back. Is that Krieg? Wait a second. Hold on. Just one sec, we gotta go back. Is that Krieg? Where's his eyepiece? When did Krieg lose his eyepiece? Or is this not General Krieg? Because he has it later. That's so weird. Inconsistency. Anyway. So Conquest is like, haha, good to see you again. I see you brought friends. And then he says, yeah, to be clear, my orders are just to kill all of you. And then he talks a lot. Think talks a lot. Mistake spotted. I know, right? And then, oh, that's right. See, Oliver does remember fighting this guy, so this is a weird move where he's like, I'm gonna go fuck up Conquest. Like, he couldn't do that last time. And then Tech Jacket's like, I thought there would be a briefing. What do we do? And then Nolan is like, oh no, it's Conquest. Little does Nolan know, because Mark didn't actually talk to him. It's his brother Craig. That's funny. Little does Nolan know, because Mark didn't actually fucking talk to him, as we found out that he killed Conquest one time before, at least. So, like, maybe Nolan wouldn't be so worried if he knew. But, yeah, Oliver getting pimp slapped by him. And Mark obviously very worried about it. This is a very action-heavy issue. It's basically just a big fight the whole way through. Did I black out? How did that happen? Oh, no. And then Tech Jacket is, seriously, whatever help anybody can muster. He's, yeah, fucking foolish Geldarian. I know nothing about Tech Jacket, so, I mean, he looked human to me, but whatever. And then Conquest, Nolan the Traitor. Seeing these two come face to face looks really cool. I can't wait to see Jeffrey Dean Morgan talk to J.K. Simmons. That sounds awesome. Your son is so powerful, almost stronger than you. You must be proud. And then he headbutts him. Dad! Son, be careful. I fought him before. Yeah. And he's just gonna, how are you alive? I saw you. I killed you. Tell me how you survived. He says, I guess you're just not as strong as you thought, boy. Now let's wrap this up. Oh, shit. He busts open Tech Jacket's face. It's annoying. Oliver trying to fight. Oh, Lucan. That's his name. I almost lost it for a second. But yeah. If you're just joining us, because we jumped in viewership a little bit, this is the Viltrumite War. This is the first page of it. So you came at a good time. We're reviewing it ahead of Season 4. So Alan saves Tech Jacket a little bit. The Tech Jacket itself is made by aliens called the Geldarians, which I may have spelled incorrectly. That's okay. Nobody reads. They just listen. That's fine. So yeah. His helmet can repair himself, apparently. Mark... This doesn't make any sense. I saw your dead body. Oh, this is interesting. So I need to read this out because this part... I had to recheck this part the other day. Conquest says, yes, I still am. I woke up encased in steel deep underneath your planet's surface. Someone was stupid enough to think that could contain me. Mark never actually talks to Cecil about this. I think that's something the show will rectify, but I was curious about this part. I was thinking about it. Like, Conquest was saved by Cecil. Conquest should have been dead, but he wasn't because Cecil saved him. And when Mark returns to Earth, he never is like, yo, Cecil, what the fuck? Why did you do this? So, everybody keep your eyes out for that in Season 4 and 5. Because that's different. Somebody was stupid enough that they think they could contain me. Wow, words. I don't know what this is. Hurry, I can't see while you're doing this? It's Tech Jacket, I guess? Like this, the thought bubbles are coming from this. Oh, I see. That's him. Looks weird to me. Cecil mentions it. Yo, Cecil, that's not very nice of you. Yeah, right? When does Cecil mention it? Holy, if you want to find where Cecil mentions it, and I'll pull it up. But I checked all the conversations, and as far as I could tell, Cecil didn't mention it, neither did Mark. Like I said, you'd think Mark would be like, yo, what the fuck? But once he finds out Mark for real killed Conquest, I don't know. When does he find out? Because they don't talk about it. All right, we're going to get to the end of the war later, and I'll flip through some of the other issues after that, and we'll see if we can find a conversation. But anyway, so Lucan decks Oliver, and Nolan comes to his defense, which is really funny because Nolan thought he killed Lucan, but then he didn't. Mark thought he killed Conquest, but then he didn't. Everybody who's in this fight, everybody thought that Alan died like 4 times, but he didn't. Like everybody except for Krieg and Tech Jacket, everybody like had a near-death experience and like almost died like several times. So it's I guess that's just Viltrumite culture, and I think that's really funny. Anyway, yeah. See, Mark says Cecil kept you alive. That has to be it. I can't believe when I see him again and he does nothing. And then yeah, Conquest taunts him. Thanks, kid. I'm getting the hang of this. Yay, and he chokes out Lucan. It's all over now, ass face. What were you thinking? I know your numbers are sparse, but 3? You're ridiculously outnumbered. Oh, haha. Turns out they're not outnumbered. Yeah, the enslaved alien species. Oh, yeah. So then things start to get bad. Things get real. We need a new strategy. We need to break away, find cover. And then Oliver gets shot, which doesn't hurt, but he's out of air. He can't breathe. He's never been in space before. They do have a very small conversation about it on the ship earlier that I skipped. But yeah, Oliver can't breathe. He ran out of air. So Nolan tries to tell him like, go to the planet quick. He needs to get air. And Conquest is like the weakest strays away from the pack. I'm gonna go kill him. Yeah, as I recall, I was saving you for last, and then he goes after Oliver. So Mark has to chase after him. And he slams him into the planet. Oliver gets some air, which is good. Doesn't die. And then that knocked the wind out of you, didn't it? Or did you just exhale knowing that you were coming to this planet and could get a breath? And then he tries to tell him, like, very good job. But Oliver just does not... No, sorry, Mark just does not let go of his neck. This is, like, really awesome, intense stuff, actually. He just holds onto him the whole time. He just keeps going. And then Oliver runs away, loses track of the fight. Nolan and Alan still fighting. Nolan tries to break away so that he can go and help his sons. And then, yeah, Mark says, are you getting it now? Are you done screwing around? I'm not letting go. Mark just refuses to let go of Conquest's throat. He punches his ribs, like, through his body almost. Like, he... punch, not letting go. He's not letting go of his throat. It's gonna be so cool to see this animated in the show. But yeah, he's just not letting go. Right through his chest, you can see those ribs poking out. But yeah, not letting go. I love this fight so much. This fight is really cool. I underestimated this fight the first time I read it, but looking back on it ever since, this fight is awesome. He keeps going. How long until he just keeps going? Keeps punching, keeps trying, but like he just strangles him. But at the same time, I don't want Conquest to die. Yeah. I wish Jeffrey Dean Morgan could stay with us forever, but you know, that's not how it works. So then they find him and Conquest together dead. Look at that face, bro. I know. Super dead. I've never seen a more dead man in my life. He's still holding on to his intestines. I didn't realize that these are Mark's intestines that he's holding on to. Yeesh. Anyway, that was issue number 71. So now, 72. We can probably go through very fast. Oh, no, sorry. That was issue 72. So now we can go on to 73. Yep. This issue is interesting because I wonder how they're going to adapt it as far as like the timeline goes. I'm gonna have a sandwich later, I think. I guess it depends on what my roommate is making, but I was feeling like a nicely made sandwich. How are y'all doing? Y'all eating tonight? The sandwich place I want to go to is open until 9, so I should have time. But yeah. All right. So we open issue number 73 with Thetis. Like, what the hell? Where are they? We have no important. Like, where could they have gone? And this discount Star Trek guy is like, I don't know. It just left, and then yeah, it's a big deal. He gets comforted. Oh, sweet guy. But yeah, call for an assembly. What episode do you think Conquest rematch will be? Probably episode 5. No, episode 6. It'll be episode 6. Mark's recovery will be episode. I think it'll be episode 6, and episode 7 will be this recovery, and then episode 8 will be the beginning of issue number 74, but we'll have to find out. It's tricky to find out, tricky to pin together. If you go back and watch the VOD of last stream, we kind of like mapped out like what each episode was going to be, so there's some info there. I lost the doc, like I closed out of the Photoshop document that it was, so not sure. I can't recount just from memory like what it was going to be, but yeah. Okay, so everybody's looking for the survivors, right? No one knows where Nolan and Alan are. Sorry, no one knows where Nolan and Mark and Oliver are because they're recovering on the planet and Conquest fucking died trying to find them. And then Tech Jacket and Nolan are stuck on the side of the ship. He said, I saw this in a movie once. With Nolan there with him. Nolan buries Conquest. Because, you know, warrior culture and all that nonsense. And then they go back to Mark, who is recovering, I suppose you could say nicely. Nicely with their attention. Yeah, Nolan details that like it's going to take a while, but Mark's going to be fine because his heart wasn't hurt. And then they find Battle Beast. This is interesting, yeah. So, random page in the middle of issue number 73, which we already saw in the show. Obviously, this Viltrumite got ripped to bloody shreds. And then these aliens find a cold Battle Beast. He keeps muttering more. And then Thetis is communicated by these people as he reviews the Scourge virus, take 2. And then these guys tell Thetis that the attack is ready and then to commence the assault. So the coalition of planets starts to attack Viltrum, or one of the planets controlled by Viltrum. Yeah, this is a majority of the war, actually. In case you like hadn't actually read these comics, Mark is asleep for most of the war. Mark is recovering. Yeah, here's the the slug things. He says, I'm catching dinner. And he's like, I'm not going to eat that. Never, ever. And then here he is. He's chomping down. Yep, I mean, that's life. Very funny. I mean, just look, isn't it awesome? And he's trying to show him his mustache growth because Tech Jacket is a child. I don't actually know how old he is, but I know he's a little kid. Not a little, but you know, he's a kid. What the heck is that? And then Space Racer. He's here to attack the Viltrumites, and they're here for it. They just continue nursing Mark back to health, squeezing the liquid into his mouth. My mom, not real mom, right? They talk about the difference between Debbie and like his Thraxan mother, who he still remembers because he has perfect memory. Then Nolan talks about, so this is interesting. If you remember in season 3, like the most memed moment, Conquest talks about loneliness. The only time that a Viltrumite talks about loneliness is right here. I mean, I guess there are also other hints in later parts, but this is like the only real time when Nolan talks about how like you live very lonely and solitary existences as a Viltrumite because like the culture that they're breeding. So yeah. They just talk more about Debbie and like his time on Earth and how he fell into the role of being a human and he enjoyed it. The damage I've done, yeah, he talks about like the damage he's caused and like how he's going to come back from it and if it's too late. Thetis meets up with Alan. Oh my god, the yapping. He meets up with Alan and Tech Jacket. And they talk about just specifics of the war. Sorry, I was just going through it. I'll keep you two battle ready in a few hours. Cool. And then they go through it. And then Oliver talks about his experience on the planet. This is like the bonding episode for Oliver and Nolan because like they never actually got to spend much time together like talking and developing a relationship now that he's like older. But yeah. Yeah. This is actually a very good conversation that I'm not going to go through point by point, but they talk about how he like grew up on Earth and how Nolan grew up on Earth and all that stuff. And then they find more bugs to eat, and they do. At this point in the story, I believe Tech Jacket is like fresh out of high school. Yeah. I mean, he's what's it called? Like Danny Phantom age. Or fresh out of high school, I guess that's like Spider-Man age, whatever. Yeah, and then we basically montage everything. Oliver doing more eating, and then Nolan, yeah. I keep confusing these two. Alan attacking whatever the hell it is he's attacking, and then Oliver and Nolan laughing about it. Spider-Man is exactly what I was thinking, yeah. Thank you. Abort, they're trying to fight the Ragnars still. It's funny. Tech Jacket this time. His spine feels almost completely healed. Another month. Yeah, so he says another month. They've been on this planet nursing Mark back to health for a while. There's just more details of the war. Basically, the whole war is like a montage, to be honest. Because like he's talking about like... These are exactly the same panels. That's funny. So these two are just going over the specific details. And still no luck on the space sharks, though. And then Oliver punching Nolan, and then Nolan training Oliver, like he did for Mark a little bit. And then another of this third panel. These three are exactly the same visually. Just more and more people, more and more details about the war and like the logistics about it. Because in this panel specifically, they're talking about like Nolan and Invincible are gone, and they were the heavy hitters. So, and then Mark wakes up. Beautiful planet, actually. I mean, aside from the bugs and the spikes, but like you get this view. It's very pretty. And then Mark, who has grown a beard, he spoke. Good, won't be long now. And then we get the Coalition of Planets, where Grand Regent Thrag is talking to a spy in their ranks, and it's Glubshido here. Oh no, the big fat conjoined alien is actually a spy. I wonder what they promised him. I wonder like what the deal was with him. But anyway, that's issue number 73. Spent longer than I thought on that one. A lot of like minute details to go through. This is why videos take so long. It's because you go through like page by page and you're like, oh, there's a lot more to talk about there than I thought. I'll turn the cam off for a second. Just my nose is itchy. And I'm feeling bad every time I scratch it on camera. Okay. So, nearing the end of the war now. Issue number 74. We have Thrag on the cover. We start off with him addressing the people of his planet and all of the conjoined coalition of planets that existed. Where he basically is saying, like, I know the battle is tough. Oh my god, look at the... Why are you a shelf? Sorry. I'm trying to notice all the interesting people. Who are you? Bubblehead? Cat people? I mean, I know aliens are supposed to look different, but, like... Interesting designs. Who is this guy? Who is this man? I need to know. Tell me he's from, like, the Tech Jacket comics. Tell me he's from, like, the Astounding Wolfman somewhere. Looks really funny. Anyway. So he's giving them a status update on everything, and then at the end he's like, wait, what the heck? And then turns out the Viltrumites are here. They are attacking. And here's Krieg with the eyepiece again. The Viltrumites are attacking Themyscira. Nope, it's not the right name for it. I'll never remember the name for it. It's fine. The Coalition of Planets' home planet. So, Oliver talks about his time on Earth still. Mother took me to a restaurant once. Very cute, very cool. And when they come back, Mark is up and walking. It's like, oh my gosh, oh my goodness. He says, where's Conquest? And they were like, yeah, you fucking murdered him. Yeah, Max, you said it. Themyscira? Yeah, that's the one. The Viltrumites are so dope, I hope they're not evil. Oh, when they're not evil, yeah. The Viltrumites are so dope when they're not evil. They are. They're really cool. I mean, like, even just the last issue where we saw, like, Nolan and Alan bonding. Not Alan, fuck me. Nolan and Oliver bonding. And, like, the way that they did that together is really sweet. Very cool. So, yeah. They're on this planet now. It's fucking Kashyyyk. I don't know what planet this is. And Zach is trying to bang this blue chick where they don't have compatible parts with his last girlfriend. Everything's a sex joke in the Invincible comics. So now Mark wakes up. He said, I was so scared. How did I actually kill him? Damn, look at that six-pack. 8-pack? I don't know. It's hard to tell. Anyway. Mark is very disappointed because he killed somebody in his yellow suit, which he swears he wouldn't do because the yellow suit marks that he's not going to kill people. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, because he still certainly does. And Nolan tries to reassure him, like, this is war. This is what we have to do. His beard is huge, by the way. I didn't even notice. He's really grown in. Anyway. So now the war on Coalition of Planets home base. Thrag is monologuing to this... Darth Vader mask. No, sorry, wrong franchise. He's monologuing to this skull, where he says, "You will be avenged, my liege." Where he's talking about the betrayer. Thaddeus is the betrayer. Thaddeus is the betrayer. So, this fucking ripped old man, the traitor. It had to be, and he could have fucking snapped his neck off. He's like, "No, it wasn't me. It was the big fat one." So. He was going to go in and, like, probably... I don't know what he was going to do to him, but he was going to kill him. And Krieg steps in. And Thaddeus fucking decks him. Don't worry about him. You've got your own problems. Haha. And then Tech Jacket joins the fight with Alan. Grab Thaddeus while I hold him down. I got you, man. It's all good. Oh, and then Anissa tries to fight. He looks like Sinister Mark, yeah. A little bit. Oh, yeah, I see it. It's funny. Yeah. So, Anissa grabs him and is trying to fight him. And then this old man punches her, and he's like, oh, wait, crap, you're ripped. That's awesome. Foolish Uniopen, you defy us. It's over. Wait, look. Oh, shit. They're back. They're here to defend the planet. Yeah, so I think I'm led to believe that the white armor is the coalition forces, and these red guys are the Viltrumite forces. But that's actually really confusing to me, because Viltrumites are white. So hopefully on the show they rectify that. I mean, they won't in the sense that, like, these guys already exist, but, like, maybe they'll make the coalition forces, like, blue or something. Or maybe they'll make them, like, this, like, color scheme. I don't know. Something different, so that I can look at this guy and be like, oh, that's not a Viltrumite. That's the coalition forces. I don't know. She said pay attention when someone kills you. He said good advice, and he fucking kills her. No, he doesn't kill her, but he punches her. These guys were enslaved, tried to disable their weapons. Yeah, so. Keep up with me, keep your arms and fists in front of you. I know how to fly, what are we? Oh. He flies right through a ship. And then the skull, and he's like, oh no, not the skull. Traitor, you're a disgrace. Oh yeah. So, them blowing up the ship, as cool as it is actually a problem, because now the ship is going to fall onto the planet. We can't let the ship fall, help me, so now everybody is, like, trying to push the ship up into space. And they do. Which is great. Thrag retreats. He says, this is not what happens. This is impossible. I'll kill them. And he runs away. And so all the other forces are like, wait, where are the Viltrumites? And he fucking left. Mm-hmm. And they regroup. And they're back. Haha, oh hey. Where did they... And then they all regroup and run away. And then, without the Viltrumites, they're screwed. They're just giving up. So yeah, the forces are just always there. Phew, almost lost my cool there from Thetis. That's funny. Speaking of almost lost my cool, yeah, so this one half of the conjoined twin set is really mad. And he fucking shoots his brother. But turns out he's not dead. Just, you know, you can walk that off. Come on. Only a flesh wound, my friend. So, Thetis actually stops him because he's like, you need to tell me where the Viltrumites are going right now. And he tries to tell him, like, it doesn't matter. It's too late. There's no winning this war. You don't stand a chance. And then that's the end of issue number 74. So now, issue number 75. Which is this the end of the war? No, 76. Still has more. So yeah, we're almost done, guys. Almost caught up to what will be the end of the season 4. Theoretically, I think issue number 80 is going to be the end, but we'll have to see. So let's keep going. Oh my god, my nose is so itchy. One sec. I'm still here, just itching my nose. I don't know why it's so itchy. Okay. Okay. Need some water. Everybody remember to hydrate. Okay. Let's keep going. So, Thetis gets some decked out new gear. And he goes, the Viltrumite War is over, he said, with still 4 more pages in the Viltrumite War arc. So this is interesting. They say that the imprisoned forces have flipped over because they see the coalition as stronger, so they've switched sides. That's fun. So where have the Viltrumites gone? They can only go to one place. Their homeworld is essentially what he's saying here. It's very long-winded way of saying that. So we get everybody together. Battle Beast back to his former glory. Space Racer, Tech Jacket. And he says, are you ready to finish this? Oliver with... yeah, they give Oliver and Mark these little Coalition of Planet stickers on their shoulders, which is very funny to me. And then Alan, like, oh my god, he's like twice as big as Nolan. Look at these fucking shoulders, man. So big. Why is he so big? Anyway. So, he asks him how his costume fits. So, I don't think they gave him a patch. I think this whole costume was made by their people, which is cool. Taliskera. That's the name of it. I really enjoy living there. Okay. I don't know, Mark. I can never come back to Earth, so I wouldn't know why I wouldn't stay here. But yeah. So they talk about like what happens after the war, or what's going to happen for him after the war. Son, that's war. Facing conquest alone, that had to be done. I had no other option. Squaring off against dozens of Viltrumites. So yeah. They just have more conversations. It's a lot of interpersonal stuff before this build-up. And then he says it. Thetis comes in and says, it's time. Well, no turning back, right? No turning back now, right? He says, relax, he's kidding. And he says, no, I wasn't. So, they go out into space. There it is. The Viltrumite homeworld with a ring of people around it. So why didn't we go straight to the planet? There are many reasons the Viltrumites would choose Viltrum as a staging ground. The symbolism of returning home, etc., blah blah blah. It will be difficult to navigate our way down to the planet. But to do so in a spaceship would be impossible. So they approach quickly, and inside the ring, hidden, is Thula with her her knife hair. And she slices his back. Ouch. You dare to come here to Viltrum? Thetis, you are. And then he gets fucking clubbed by Battle Beast. Too much thinking. More fighting. More. That's exactly what I'm thinking. That takes care of Thula. Battle Beast never fails to impress. And then there it is. Everybody comes up from the planet. All 50 Viltrumites. I mean, kind of 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We're going to assume this is like 30. Because, I mean, Nolan and Mark, god damn it, still kind of count in that count, I think. Anyway, so Thrag approaches. He says, prepare for your deaths. And then, if only Space Racer could something. And then here he is. Sorry it took so long. Fitting the restraints around the Ragnars took more time than he thought. And then he just shoots a dude. So, yeah, the restraint that it takes, he probably had to calculate, you know, what's far in that direction that he wouldn't shoot after 1,000 miles. The Ragnars go in and just bite off their heads. By the throne of Argyle. Argyle? I can never pronounce that right. I can never pronounce anything right. That's fine. So, yeah. These toxin-laced projectiles are working wonders. That's good. Good to know that they actually used the toxin-laden projectiles that they found. And then Alan just punches his fucking head off. So they actually make note that like some of these guys are tougher than others, which makes sense. The people who would leave the planet probably are much stronger than those who would stay. Punches him in the dick, in the balls specifically. And then Thrag tries to attack Space Racer, which is a big deal because, you know, that dude's not going to stand a chance against him. And then Mark tries to fight Thrag. And Thetis is like, no, somebody stop him. He doesn't understand. And then he does nothing to him. He says, please, and just bitch slaps him. Hey, Dick, it's called a black hole called at once. It's Suckback. Damn, somebody take that one. Speaking of the number, I never knew if when Thrag said there's 37 of us meant only Thrag Royal Forces or all full-blooded. Yeah, I think about that too. But maybe they'll make it more clear in the show. We'll find out. So Thrag grabs Oliver. He says, I'm going to read this one. He says, you're a funny one, I gather. Always cracking jokes. Very good. I enjoy a good joke myself, too, sometimes. Stop me if you've heard this one. And he fucking rips his arm off. I shouldn't be laughing. It's not funny, but it's a little funny. So yeah, he rips Oliver's arm off. That's cool. Everyone's freaking the fuck out. They're like, oh my god. He says, such a nice boy. He says, you killed my brother. Yeah, holy crap. If you haven't read these comics, I remember that happening, and I was like, I freaked out the first time I saw it. I was like, oh my god. Did Oliver really just died? Yeah, so my favorite Thrag moment, TBH. It's a good one. It's a really good one. I think I have some later ones in the comic, but that's a really, really good one. So Mark is freaking out because he killed his brother, and Thrag is tanking it all. Although he did make him bleed. Well, that's something. You know you're in over your head. Even Conquest fears me. Yo, I love that joke. Me and my friends do it all the time. Yeah, it's a killer joke. You should repeat it to your friends and strangers. So Mark clarifies. I like the one where he just summons his army later. Yeah. Thrag has a lot of really good moments. I think Thrag is a really good character. So Mark clarifies that I killed Conquest and now I'm going to kill you. And everybody's like, whoa, what the hell? How did that happen? And Nolan's like, he speaks true. He fucking killed him. And Thetis has this idea. He calls Space Racer to him. Battle Beast is just doing his Battle Beast thing. And then he says, all of you to me now, including Invincible. He just grabs Invincible out of his fight. And he says, Space Racer, fire your gun directly at the center of the planet now. And then he says, stay close. We have to do this all at the same time. And then Alan gets dispatched by one of the Viltrumites. But Mark and Nolan are here with Thetis. And they go through this huge meteorite that goes right through the planet and destroys it. The entire planet blow up. Boom, boom, boom. The whole planet. Boom. It's a cool visual. But yeah. It blows up the whole fucking planet. Everyone's a little, scattered about it. As you can imagine. I hope they make the paranoia scene from when they realize the Viltrumites are at Earth easier to distinguish as a dream sequence. I was really bummed. I mean, that was the whole point, though, right? Holy, right? Like, you read that comic and you're like, oh my god, that's so... I can't believe they did that. That's really sad. My favorite Thrag moment was probably Bohemian Rhapsody. Yeah, that's a good one, too. So then Thetis says, hear me, Viltrumites, it is over. Your planet is gone. You have nowhere else to run. The universe is united against you. There is nothing left but surrender. And Thrag, obviously not taking this very well. He says a lot more stuff. It's actually not that much. I appreciate how these guys don't have a whole lot to talk about with each other. But he's freaking the fuck out. And he's like, if you just surrender, Will. And Thrag is like, surrender? You sicken me. There is nothing left but revenge. And he just rips his fucking head off. And slams his body into Nolan and his head into Alan. So that is the end of Thetis. At long last, Lord Argyle, you have been avenged. And everybody's freaking the fuck out because, yeah, he was, Thetis was probably like the strongest Viltrumite we'd seen on the good team. So this is bad. This is really, really bad. Mark is grieving over Oliver. It's really bad. Damn it, no. Get ready and then grieve while you can because I assure you, you are all next. But that's not all, folks. Issue 75 has the comic origins of Science Dog. Haha! You see, he grew in a test tube, and he was favored by aliens, and then they turned him into an inventor, a mathematician, and eventually a warrior. I don't care. I give even the smallest little shit about Science Dog. We're moving right along. BTW have had a headcanon that the Viltrumite tag their soldiers, which is how they have the ability to locate Nolan. Nolan acknowledges this on Thraxa, and how Anissa and Conquest locate Mark. He was tagged. Issue 67. We already did issue 67. You missed it. You missed all the 6-7 jokes. There were no 6-7 jokes. I don't have children in my chat. Well, I do, but not. It's fine. Corbin made a 6-7 joke. It was cute. You missed it. I guess you'll have to rewatch the entire VOD now. The Viltrumites being tagged, I mean, it's a good theory. I don't hate it. I think it's interesting. And it would make sense. I think I actually mentioned that in my Season 2 video. Like, do they have, like, a GPS glow on, like, where all the Viltrumites are? That's funny. Children here. But even I don't like 6-7 jokes. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. Nobody... It's not... Is it really a joke? Is it? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Okay. Issue 76. So... Thrag says, I'm starting with you, and flies through everybody, and punches the fuck out of Mark. But Mark isn't going down without a fight. He says, you killed my brother, because he did. And then Mark fucking punches him and doesn't do anything. He says, my planet. Oh, right. So Mark goes, I'm not going to let you, like he's going to go on this big speech, and Thrag instead goes, my planet, my history, my heritage, your heritage. And he's like going to pop his fucking eyes out. We plan to return to Viltrum triumphant. I have taken nothing from you that compares. So this is a big deal for Thrag. Thrag puts air tags in the Viltrumites' backpacks when he drops them off for war. Have a good day at war, honey. Hope you have a good conquest. Okay. So now Nolan intervenes. It's over, Thrag, give it up, and he says, and you of all people with Thetis. Obviously it's a big betrayal. They have some words to say about each other. It's a really big deal. And then Battle Beast jumps in. Says, finally, a worthy adversary. Finally, I will have my... And he just fucking chokes him and throws him. He says a nuisance at best. I thought he just killed him here. So when you talk about like how big of a deal Thrag is, I thought he just like choked and murdered Battle Beast in a moment, and that was the end of him. The Unopen is getting the shit kicked out of him. Battle Beast's body goes through them, which is, you know, a good thing. Tech Jacket's struggling to stay awake, so we're officially at the big gloom of the Invincible War. No, sorry, the Viltrumite War. And Anissa is going to beat the shit out of Alan, again, because she was actually the one who collected him the first time, if you can remember. Oh, and then Space Racer shoots the fuck out of somebody, which is a big deal. And then he grabs him. He grabs Alan. Because they had much longer to develop a relationship than him and Nolan did, because Nolan was, you know, helping Mark recover for 10 months of the war. There's a dude who tries to grab and he shoots him. We can't leave, we've fought too hard, and then Space Racer says we leave now or we're all dead, which is true. He uses his grappling hook to grab Tech Jacket, which is nice, and then he says, what about Nolan and Mark? And he says, we can't help them now. So they're out. And they're like, did anybody see where they went? And he says, where's Thrag? And it's now Thrag versus Mark and his dad. I'm not liking those odds, to be honest. So Mark says, how do you beat this guy? And he says, we can't. And Nolan clarifies that Thrag was trained from birth to be like the best among us. And Thrag goes, yep, yeah, that's correct. So in his dying moments of thought, Nolan actually clarifies that he always loved him. I thought that made him weaker, but it made him stronger. And we're definitely into like a... Oh, right. So this is Nolan's last effort. He's trying to tell him, like, I loved you. And then he kicks him out of here. He says, forget me, run, you have to escape. And he tries. He runs as fast as he fucking can, as hard as he fucking can. He can't make it. Dude, Thrag is a beast. It's crazy. Imagine baby Thrag bench pressing like 250. I know, right? That's funny. What do you think his protein regimen look like? Like, what do you think he eats every day? Anyway. So he says you'll be a bloody mass of entrails by the time your father catches up to us. But he does catch up to him. And Thrag stabs him through the chest. So, this is really bad. Really bad for everybody. But yeah. They hesitate. Thrag hesitates, and they're all like, why are you hesitating? And he's like, no, we need them. We need all the Viltrumites, which is a lie, but shh, for now. So yeah, Krieg actually, like, attacks him, and Thrag is like, haha, no. So, they leave them. They all return to their ship, they fly away, and they leave him in space. Luckily, the discount Star Trek people are here, and they actually do save their lives, so that's good. And they return them. Mark wakes up. Alan's there in a cast and stuff. He really took a beating. And then, with Thetis dead, they promoted Alan to the leader of the Coalition of Planets. I genuinely think he eats other Viltrumites. Can you cook other Viltrumites? Like, not to be weird about, like, cooking people, but, like, they're really dense, right? Like, how do you prepare Viltrumite? Anyway, 2 weeks later, you were pretty messed up, so yeah. Now, Alan is the boss of the Coalition of Planets. The city has been completely rebuilt, and he goes to see Oliver, who now has a new robot jaw and a new robot arm, and actually is alive, which is a really big deal. Nolan clarifies that the Viltrumite brain can survive without oxygen for an extended period of time, and I think this is the first drop we get where Nolan clarifies that as long as the heart isn't damaged, a Viltrumite can pretty much be indestructible. Insert obligatory Freddie Mercury joke. But yeah, so Tech Jacket's here. He actually has like a little bit of a beard now, which is cool. So he asks, like, what the Viltrumites are doing now, like, where they went after this, and Tech Jacket clarifies they are doing nothing, and Mark is very concerned about that. Because, you know, why aren't they attacking? So he says they've disappeared, they've vanished. Oh, we have a lot of yapping. But Alan clarifies that granted space is a big place, but we have no sense at all. We've been stationing our troops all over the planets in preparation for this. A delay this long, especially with them knowing about your father and brother? Yeah. So he's like, the Viltrumites have gone into hiding. They're not even a threat anymore. And then Mark realizes, oh god. And he's like, we destroyed their planet. They have no place else to go. Except Earth. Oh my god. Somebody said, yeah, like, human Tech Jacket literally can't do shit to Viltrumite tissue. Yeah. So, like, what do you think a regular-ass fire will do? Like, how long do you have to slow roast a Viltrumite thigh before you can eat it? BGW space is so crazy vague and invincible. It is. Space is very vague. Earth is very specific, which I really like, actually. It's a point that I talk about in my my upcoming Season 3 video, where I talk about Like Invincible always feels more worldly in the comics than in the show. They go more into like the idea of, not the idea, but they have more nationalities and like more representation in a way that feels different to me. Anyway, that is the last page of issue number 76. Let's try issue number 77. He probably eats the stuff raw. Just gonna, hey, I skipped lunch. Can I have a bite out of your thigh? Just thanks. Oh. Okay. So aside from the preparation of it, how much like nutrients do you think is in a Viltrumite? Like how long do you think you would digest a bite of a Viltrumite thigh? Like do you think it would sustain you and nourish you for like years? I don't know. It's getting a little weird. I think I wanna back out of this conversation. Anyway, let's keep going. So issue number 77, we've revealed that the Viltrumites are going to Earth, and we open with the Pentagon in destruction, in shambles. It is no longer a pentagon. At best, it is a triangle. It's a bad joke. So Brit's head ripped from his body. Donald super dead. Well, Viltrumites probably have stronger digestive tract acids. I mean, that's okay. That's messed up. You like keep a Viltrumite. You guys ever seen fuck, I can't remember what movie it was. It was like What I Do in the Shadows, where like the vampires keep a human around to like let them rebuild the blood, so they have like a constant source of food. Like if you kept a Viltrumite around and drained his stomach acid, you'd have like the most strongest stomach acids in the universe at your disposal at any time. Okay, that's weird. We're gonna change this topic. We're gonna go to Cecil. So Cecil, talking to Thrag, he says, "No, wait, please. I can help you. You need me. I can prepare the people of the planet." And he's like, "Haha, no, fuck you. We're not going to coexist. We're going to destroy everything." And he kills Cecil. And then he slices Adam Eve, Kid Thor in the background, getting fucked. Shapesmith, really messed up. A lot of different duplicates all messed up as well. Oh, but not all of them. LOL. There's one here. He rips Immortal's head from his body. Bulletproof gets his neck stabbed by Thula. Astounding Wolfman, the biggest casualty. Cecil biting the curb at 4K. Yeah. What We Do in the Shadows has a ghoul that fetches people for them. Well, I haven't seen it, okay? I saw like the first 20 minutes of it a while ago. Anyway, we've finished that. So, no, now they're on their way back. Nolan's trying to tell him, Mark, you need rest. And he's like, where else would they go? I mean, they have to be on Earth. And he's like, please calm down. We have days before we reach Earth. You need your strength. Again, another butt and boob shot, because that's all that certain women are good for in this comic. Not me talking. I hate that Kirkman does it to these girls. I wish she had more of a personality than this, but I digress. Alan misses his friends. That's really all that's here. She's like, hey, can we please bang? And Alan's like, I really don't feel like it because I miss my friend Tech Jacket, which is sweet. So Tech Jacket is here with them, and he tries to plead like, hey guys, I know I'm not as strong, but like I'm here if there's anything I can do. And they don't even respond to him because like someone said he's a human, like he's not gonna do shit to them. And then he says, he does that thing where it's like, nobody's listening to me, I can say whatever I want, and then he walks away. He's like, you guys suck, which they do. He says, I worry about Oliver. He's probably awake by now. Yeah, they talk about Oliver a little bit because they had to leave him on Telescara while they went back to Earth to fight the Viltrumites because he was still healing. And then we have this frame. Pity your son wasn't here to see this, where he rips Debbie's head from her body. And Paul, he killed Paul with a framed picture of Invincible, which I think is funny. I mean, it's tragic, sad, scary, but it's funny. Yeah. Actually, the lead-in to this isn't important. There is no lead-in, yeah. But yeah, they basically just stay awake the whole time on the way back to Earth because they need to. And then we hear this announcement. Sorry, Nolan talks to Tech Jacket about, like, your job will be to find and free any of Earth's heroes that may have been imprisoned because they are planning that, like, the Viltrumites have taken over. Like, there is no respite, take no prisoners kind of bullshit. If there's anybody who's left, Tech Jacket, you have to go get them. We're going to fight the Viltrumites. And we hear the announcement. We'll be arriving in Earth shortly. And then Mark dips. He's like, well, if we're there soon, I can get there sooner. And he goes. He is there. He goes. But the city's fine. The city is okay. Turns out the Viltrumites haven't destroyed everything, and he's very happy. Did you see anything? And he says, nothing. I don't see anything. And he goes, me neither. He goes, they're not here. They're not here. But then they turn their head around. He goes, Mark? He says, we very much are here. And now Thrag is in the atmosphere of Earth. This is bad. Actually, Max said, it all depends how common is intelligence and life and spread out the empires are. Yeah, you guys are having your own conversation. That's cool. About, other stuff. Anyway. So, we go to the next page. So Mark says, I swear, if you've done anything to this planet, I killed Conquest. I'll find a way to kill you. And he punches him and nothing happens. And he goes, I have done nothing to this planet. Not yet. And they talk. He says, I am not here to fight. I've come alone. Talk or I will kill you, basically. And he says, all right, fine, talk. And he says, wise choice. I am pleased. I have come to offer you a truce. There are exactly 37 of us left alive, some severely injured. So somebody said earlier, yeah, I think these are pure blooded Viltrumites. I think this is the number of, like, Viltrumites that were in the Empire that are left. I mean, as much as, like, any Viltrumite that's left is super loyal to Thrag, you know? I think that 37 is the number of, like, the amount of Viltrumites left. I do not think that's counting Mark and Nolan. Thrag wouldn't be so evil if they gave him a Game Boy. Well, he's on Earth, baby. He can go find one now. I'm sure they're around still. I have one, actually. Oh, I moved it from my desk. It's in my drawer now, but I have a Game Boy. It's a red one. So anyway, he says, I'm here to offer a truce. There are 37 of us left alive, and that is enough to tear this planet up. And it would be fair compensation for what you did to our homeworld. But I was not made Grand Regent just for revenge. My friend said Kirkman has some weird socially regressive shit. Yeah. Yeah, it does a little bit. I don't know if I... So you say, at the end of there, it feels like I'm reading the work of an incel-adjacent dude. I don't know if I'd go that far, but it does feel very, like, yeah, socially regressive, a little weird. Somebody in my comment section for video 1 said, like, he kind of does the white savior thing a little bit, which I don't know if I agree with, because, like, Eve went to Africa, but, like, there are starving people in Africa. Like, I think that makes sense for her. But, like, I guess there is something to be said about, like, there could be a white savior complex in that. Like, if you think about, like, oh, where can I go to do good? Oh, Africa. And, like, that's a very white savior-y kind of topic, or a white savior-y sentiment. I don't know if I would call it incel. I don't know if you could write a love story between Mark and Eve the way that you've written it if you were, like, incel-adjacent. But I know what you're saying. Like, I see the moments. Like, even I pointed out earlier. I'm going to go back a little bit. Watch your eyes, sorry. Yeah, just, like, this panel. It's like, did you have to? Could you give her a little bit more clothes? Like, I know she's trying to, like, get it on with him. But, I don't know, give her a robe or something. Make it a little bit more, like, not just, like, your purpose is to bang. I don't know. He seems to do that with a lot of women in the series. Let's move on. So, Thrag says, I was made to rule in order to ensure the survival. So it is over. I offer our surrender under one condition. You took our planet, so now I'm going to take yours. And obviously they're a little confused, but he says, before you overreact, I didn't do anything negative yet. This is what I propose. We're going to live among you on the people of Earth. You won't even know I'm here. You won't even know we're here. We will have no contact with you, and you will have no contact with us. And we will interbreed so that we can produce more offspring. This is the way to ensure the survival. Krieg turns into a cool Terminator. Your boots, your mustache, your motorcycle, give them to me. And he says this is the way things will be. If only Thrag did what he made all the other Viltrumites do, things might have gone differently. If only Thrag did what he made... Oh, like if he interbreeded with everybody? Yeah, I don't know. I think he's too far gone. I think he's too far gone to, like, have the transformation that Nolan did. But, I mean, Nolan did as well. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, you know, we thought that Nolan was too far gone at one point, but he's not. And the people in Africa legit took, like, a century ago? Looked like a century ago. Now gave... Yeah. Yeah. Max, you're entirely correct. Yeah, like, just even the visual portrayal of, like, Africa in issue number 22 is, like, it's very, like, you didn't actually do your research as far as, like, what poor areas of Africa look like anyway. Anyway. Pidgey says, "What I miss? Surely not anything important, right?" How do we tell him, guys? How do we tell him? No, good to have you back. If you had to leave for a little bit, Pidgey. Yeah, we're on issue 77 now, which is the end of the Viltrumite War. So if you actually are just joining us, you've kind of missed all of it. So, Thrag says, "This is how it must be in order to survive. I will have your answer now. Please do not make me destroy what could be our last hope for survival." And he even says, "Please." This is a big deal. This is like the moment between Mark and Thrag as far as the Viltrumite War goes. This is probably like the most impactful moment of the Viltrumite culture, actually, in my opinion. I mean, I know it's not like a hot take. Like, it's kind of obvious what happens in the future because of this event, but, you know, whatever. So he says, "What you're proposing, you'd become stronger and we wouldn't even know." He says, "Not today or tomorrow, but yes, why put off today what you know you will lose when you can do something about it later?" But yeah, Mark basically says no. He's like, "No, we can't do this. It can't be possible." And Nolan tries to talk some sense into him. He's like, hey, maybe let's think about this for a little bit. And Mark claims, he goes, no, my answer is," and we see this image, this like last thought of like, holy shit, they could wreck the entire planet and there's nothing we can do. He says, "My answer is yes." And that's the last page of issue number 77. What I originally thought was going to be the very last panel of issue number 70 of season 4. I think it'd be awesome to see Thrag redeem himself, but I don't think that's what the series wanted to tell us about Thrag. He comes close, and it's actually funny you say, like, I wish he went for that redemption arc, because, like, if you remember, God, I can't remember the exact issue, but it's, like, right before the final confrontation, like, the final in the entire comic series, he has that moment with his daughter, when she's really sad because, like, her brother died, and he, like, has this angry moment where he, like, consoles her, but he's mad about it, because he's like, fuck, I'm becoming weak because of this. But, like, it was, like, the inklings, you know? It was, like, the beginning parts of, like, maybe he could have changed, too. With more time, with more, like, interpersonal stuff, if he didn't have a billion children, he probably could have changed, just like Nolan did, you know? But there's only so much that they could do for him, you know, especially as far gone as he was, especially like as poised to kill and ruin Mark as he was. Yeah. You know, the fake credit, I think when Mark says "my answer is yes" might be the scene before the first credits. So, Speed Boom. If you weren't here last, what's it called? Last stream, we actually went over what I thought would happen with that, because we were trying to pin down, like, what... Alright, this is a little scuffed, sorry. This is a screenshot from my last stream that my lovely wife was able to grab for me, so thank you so much, honey. Yeah, you said you were. Okay, great. So yeah, last time we were here, we talked about this diorama, and, like, I do not think that this will be the end of the show. Like, it can't be, because the end of the show... The end of every season was a big interpersonal moment for Mark, not a plot development. The end of season 1 was finish high school, I guess. That's an interpersonal moment between him and, like, the GDA, or Earth broadly. The end of season 2 was him realizing that he has to control himself, which was an interpersonal moment. Like, that's why the end of season 2 wasn't him killing Angstrom, it was him talking to Debbie. The end of season 3 was not him killing Conquest. It didn't end there. The end of season 3 was him talking to Oliver and realizing that I will kill if it protects my family. That's why I don't think this will be the very end of season 4. If you go back to the other screenshot, I think this panel will actually be, like, the beginning of episode 8. Maybe. And then you'll have some other stuff that I'm about to go over being the rest of episode 8. Somebody else posed the idea that, like, you could do the planet blowing up in the first half, and then they go to Earth, and then you have, like, still, like, 15 minutes left of the episode that you could do some other stuff, some wrap-up stuff with. I know, but remember sometimes they have start credits, and then there's, like, 10-15 minutes left in the real credits? So you're right, but they only do that... LOL numbered. Did I number them wrong? Yeah, whatever. Mid-credit scene, yeah. So you're right, Speed Boom. They do that, but they usually only do that in the middle, not at the end. So we'll have to see. Maybe, I don't know. You know, it might be this way. Maybe I'll be surprised, and like this will be like the cut to black. This is the end of the season. No idea. I think that there's still a lot of really good stuff in the upcoming 2 issues that I want to talk about. That like leave it so that we don't have to end it right there. So now let's go over them. Let's go over issue number 78. My nose is still so itchy. Ah, sorry guys. 1 second. You know what I think would be fun to get is like a BRB message that like ping pongs around the screen like the old DVD screensavers. Like it would like go here and then just like boop boop boop, and it just says like BRB 2 seconds. Like I don't need like a full BRB screen about it. Like I have one of those and I need one of those too. But just like a little one for moments like this where I just need to turn my camera off for a second. I hope they extend the Viltrumite War, because not gonna lie, when I read it, I didn't think it was that big, especially compared to Conquest Fight. But when you say it out loud, this was cray-cray. Yeah, it is a big war. Because like to clarify, this is my folder of Invincible stuff. These are all the issues, right? He leaves for the Invincible War in issue number 71, and it only ends in issue number 78. This whole section is the war. It's just like non-stop fighting, just there. You know, so it's a lot. It's a big war. Not to say that it's not like significant. And like when you think about the Viltrumite culture as like an entity throughout the Invincible comics, it's like the most significant thing to happen. You know, because the end of it. This my answer is yes. We have decided we're going to be on your planet. Is like the thing that changed the Viltrumites. So it's like the biggest thing in relation to the entire comic run for Viltrumite culture. You're misinterpreting me. I'm not saying it's the final thing of season 4. Oh, okay. Then in that case, yeah, I agree with you. I think it'll definitely be in episode 8. I don't think it'll be like the final cut to black thing, but I guess if you're not saying that too, then we're both in agreement. And okay, so about that, because I think what you're referring to is like they do it a few times. In season 1, I don't remember if they did it, but in season 2, for the Alan episode. Was it the Alan episode? Oh man, I gotta re-up my season 2 knowledge. But there was that one episode where like they had the credits in the middle, and then they had the last part of the episode be a completely different story. Oh, it was Alan, yeah. Alan got fucked up in the beginning of the episode, and then they had the credits, yeah, in the middle, right in the smack middle. And then you had the rest of the stuff that episode was other things for the Invincible world. Season 3 did it for episode 4, where they had the Invincible killing Immortal in the future journey, and then they rolled credits in the middle, and then they had Nolan and Alan's breakout, and that was the rest of episode 4. The reason I don't think that'll happen here is because when they do that, it's indicative of things that are not invincible. Thematically and historically, when they had the credits roll in the middle of the episode, everything that was after it did not involve Mark specifically. And so if you went the route of like Mark says yes, and then you rolled credits, and then you still had 15 minutes of other stuff, you would have stuff that doesn't involve Mark if you were following the same formula. They literally do it every single episode of the show, but it's just one scene when Alan episode was the whole half of it. That's what I think will happen. My answer is yes. Maybe. Okay. I could see it. At this point, I'm so confused about like what could be in season 4 that I don't like. I'm not the authority, you know. Like it could be this way. It could be the way that you're saying. I'm very open to seeing which of each it will be. And yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it will be exactly that way, and it'll just be really easy and cool to see it that way. You know, I'm not opposed to it. I mean, if it ends up that way. You know what we're gonna do now, chat, for music? Because I'm a little tired of now that the war is over, we're gonna switch from the Promised Consort. We're gonna put on the Celeste OST. I've only ever seen that game played, not played it myself. but the soundtrack of the Celeste OST is baller. Maybe a little too high energy. There we go. I'll lower it. Okay. All right. So, Celeste is peak. Celeste is awesome. The story of Celeste is actually really good.
Your music doesn't come through.
Oh, that's okay. My wife just came in and said that my music doesn't come through, which is really funny. I've just been listening to the music myself. That's fine. I don't care. I've been enjoying my music. I need to get better at, like, background music. That's okay. We're learning every day, chat. You can definitely hear that, though, right? At least a little bit. Anyway. So, let's start. Issue number 78. We continue right where we left off. Thrag says, "You have chosen wisely," and Mark is like, "What have I done?" And he says, "You've saved the lives of everything on this planet. You will not hear from me again. I leave you." And then he runs, he flies off. And then Tech Jacket's like, "Hey, what's the word?" He says, "The war is over." A great platformer and helped me a ton when I had existential dread. Yeah, Celeste is awesome. It's a really great game. I should play it. I'll play through it. I've never played it myself. I like platformers. They're cool. Anyway. So, he says the war is over, and they just leave Tech Jacket. Everybody's being so rude to Tech Jacket for no reason. It's kind of sad. But then, we have this scene where Debbie tries to get rid of Paul's stuff. They have broken up off screen, and it's just a conversation on the phone. And then she says, who's Paul? And it's Nolan, and he's home. He goes, "Hello, well, hi." Tech Jacket is portrayed so much more pathetic than in his own comic. Yeah. And I'll never know the difference because I never read the Tech Jacket comics, and I won't. Anyway, so we clarify the Viltrumite War has been 10 months, which is, just enough time to have a pregnancy if you were Eve. What was the point of Paul? Paul helped Debbie get over Nolan, which is a good thing. I actually think it'll be different for Season 4. I think that, this scene won't happen. I think it'll be different. But you'll have to wait till my Season 3 video to hear about that. He was in, 5 scenes. Hey, let her be happy. Let her try to move on. Wow, we're talking about Celeste now? And I love it, actually, because Celeste is a really good game. So funny that they freaking broke up off screen. Show probably would not do that. Yeah. Okay, so little sneak peek of Season 3. I think that, or the Season 3 video. I think that, they're going to keep Paul and Debbie together, and she's going to have to break up with him. She's going to have to choose between him and Nolan. And, it's going to be a much more dramatic choice than it is now. But then she immediately got back with Nolan. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can't have it all. I mean, you got to consider, right? Debbie in the show is a significantly different character than Debbie in the comics. Because in the comics, she's a woman. Which means, by Kirkman logic, what's she good for, chat? Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't say it. But you know what I mean, right? We are seeing the drastic disparity in, the characterization and personality of women in the comics versus in the show. So, yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. So, Mark and Nolan reunite with Debbie. She's really happy he's alive. He's been gone for 10 months. And she's like, "Where's Oliver?" And Nolan has to give her the news that Oliver is on Themyscira. Themyscira, whatever. Genuine question. Why do you have such an aversion to all Invincible supplementary material? It's not, I don't have an aversion to it in the sense that, I will never read it. I've skimmed through all of the Brit comics, all of the Guarding the Globe comics, all of the Invincible Universe comics. I just don't think I'll love them in the same way that I love Invincible. And I don't exactly know why. I think it's just that, Invincible told one story, one really long, good story. And I liked that story. I really liked seeing the ups and downs and journeys that Mark went on. And as somebody who skimmed through the other supplementary material, there was only one moment in any of the other comics that I thought had the same level of surprise that these comics did. You remember just a few issues ago when Thrag ripped off Oliver's arm and it was holy shit, oh my god, that was actually a really big deal. I never felt any of those moments in any of the other comics. Admittedly, I didn't love the characters in the same way, but those dramatic moments never really like happened for me, you know? I just never felt like they were there. Paul must be thinking he never committed Paul must think he just committed unaliving himself by dating Debbie in hindsight when he sees Nolan. Yeah, if he sees Nolan return to the planet, he's like, oh my goodness. I mean, you know, you don't be a dick. You know, people break up all the time for things that aren't like somebody doing something bad. I want to see Paul interacting with Nolan. It would be hilarious. I agree. I think that would be really fucking funny. Oh, that might have been part 2 of what you were saying before. But yeah, I think that would be fucking hilarious. Like, Paul trying to, like... Okay, especially because of his characterization in Season 3. Like, the dinner scene. When Paul was, like, trying to, impress the kids. And then, like, the scene is over and he's like, why did I even tell them about that? They have powers. Who the fuck cares? And, like, I could just imagine him doing something like that with Nolan. Where he's like, oh, yeah, you know, I'm pretty impressive myself. I have, you know, like, 4 rental properties that I manage. And Nolan's like, huh, cool. So, Debbie, can we talk privately? And it's like, you know, I think that'd be really funny. Guarding the globe and Invincible Universe are ironically the worst parts, probably despite being the most connected. And Wolfman, which is the least connected, is easily the best for me. Okay. I might give the Wolfman comics to read. If I was going to read one supplementary comic, it would probably be Wolfman. Or Brit. I think I would read Brit, like, a little more seriously, because I like Brit a lot. He's a cool character. Anyway, back to the comics. So, Nolan informs Debbie that Oliver was injured, and he's going to be off-world for a little while longer, and Debbie informs Mark that Eve is not doing so well, and he should go check on her. So, he goes. This part's really funny. So, Nolan says, you took another mate, like he didn't, which was funny. More like companion, and seriously, you're upset about this? And Nolan tries to pull the I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed at her for wanting companionship while he was in God knows how many bugs, even as she says. Anyway, he's my ex-boyfriend now with Mark gone. I just wasn't there for him and he couldn't. And then Cecil shows up. He's like, hey, sorry to barge in like this, but we detected atmospheric, and then he fucking shoots Nolan. And he's like, oh, hey, sorry, you know, reflex. And then he clarifies, so the war is over. So the Viltrumite War has finally ended. And then Mark goes to see Eve. He says, Eve, you here? And she's going through the Invincible Ink stuff. And he says, it's over. The war is over. I'm back. Everything can go back to normal. And she says, don't come any closer. And he goes, what? Why? Brit's graphic novel trilogy is fantastic? He has a graphic novel trilogy? Or do you mean, is that just another word for the comics? His later main comic run isn't good at first, but drastically improves. I liked the reveal that, like, the main bad guy. I thought that was a cool reveal for him. Like, I saw that and I was like, oh, okay, that's interesting. I legit can only think Paul would have his life flash before his eyes and be horrifically dismembered at any moment, and Nolan is just gonna ignore him. Yeah, Nolan's not even gonna pay him any mind. He's gonna be like, okay, so anyway, can we talk about important things? By the way, Paul throws me for a loop every time I hear his voice. Sounds like Troy Baker, but it's not Troy Baker. Nope. It is the guy who played Travis Manawa in Fear the Walking Dead. If you saw The Walking Dead, the spinoff, Fear the Walking Dead, one of the main characters is Paul. And I just watched that show with my wife. It was really fun. I mean, it was good for 3 seasons. I might actually do a video on it because it falls apart in season 4 and it's hilarious. Do you ever plan on making a video for Invincible Season 3? You know, funny you say that. As a matter of fact, I actually have the video open right here. So, I had this funny idea that anytime somebody would mention, hey, what are you going to do for Invincible Season 3? I would just edit for a minute of it. But we're kind of deep in the comics. But I'm a man of my word, so I'm going to edit for a minute now. And y'all can watch for 1 minute. This is the behind-the-scenes process.
Season 1 was released on March 25th, 2001, to critical acclaim, with endless memes and praise about the voice acting and performance of some of the top actors in Hollywood. Season 1 was...
Y'all ever edited before? This process is annoying. But, you know. I'm glad somebody finally asked the question, because I had this up the whole time, and I was like...
Season 1 was
it'd be funny if nobody
about one of the most prominent characters.
nobody even mentioned it.
Released on July 21st, 2023.
I'm only going to be editing for a minute, and then it'll be another minute the next time somebody asks. So if I want to see a bunch of editing, can I just keep asking? Yeah. Well, you know, it's one ask per person. I was actually thinking about doing an editing stream in the sense of like
With the new
like a work with me kind of stream. I think that'd be kind of fun. Also, we have dope ass music to edit to, so we're rocking.
comments from my wonderful subscribers asking for this video, and I thought it would be a good time to talk about what makes Season 3 so special.
I'm only editing the intro so that y'all can't be spoiled on anything I have. I've edited one video, but not of high quality or anything. Hey, one video is more than most people will ever edit in their entire lives. Also, that's 1 minute. We're going back to the comics now. Okay, so Eve is freaking out because Mark returns, and she says, stop, don't come any closer. What, why? So we go to the next page, and oh my goodness, she has put on weight. It's the worst thing that could ever happen to somebody, and it's kind of a problem. This is another one of those examples of, like, Kirkman, like, objectifying women. Feels bad, man. So... You said one supplementary material moment made you feel some shock and investment. I thought I said it was the reveal in the Brick comics that the main bad guy was who he was. Like the identity of the main bad guy in the Brick comics, I thought was really good. I thought that was fun. Look, there's a lot of good characters and stuff, but also the author's barely disguised fetish, and I just don't mean Robert Kirkman. Yeah, I mean I don't know enough about Ryan. Maybe he did. I don't know. I'd be really interested in seeing your editing process because I don't have any experience. Okay, maybe I'll do an edit with me stream next week or something, or a work with me stream. I wanted to do something like chill and casual like that, where people can just like stop in over like an 8-hour day. You know, like you don't have to stay the whole time, but if I'm gonna edit for 8 hours and I'm gonna be live while I do it, and if anybody has anything they want to like peek in and see, or if they want to ask me a question or something, I thought that might be fun. I've not read the Brick comics, and I appreciate you dancing around this reveal. Yeah, I mean, they're cool comics. I like the art style of the Brick comics. I think they're actually pretty good. Like, they're pretty... This one's, like, issue 1, so it's a little rough around the edges, but it gets better. And yeah, here's Donald. Donald is, like, one half of the Brick comics. Oh my god, you guys don't know this, because I haven't made the video yet. Ryan Otley is the main artist from 130 to 144? No, I thought Ryan was, like, the good artist. I thought Ryan was, like, the guy... Hold on, who illustrated this one? We're gonna go back. Penciler? Yeah, Penciler was Ryan. Isn't the penciler... Okay, I'm a little shoddy on, like, who does what in the comic-making world, but, like, who... The penciler is the artist, right? Like, he's the illustrator? So I thought Ryan was the one that we liked. Can you put a screenshot of this message at the end of the Season 3 video? Sure, Holly, just for you. Or, I keep calling you Holly, because you put it in my head. 130 of 144? Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I misread your message then. Because, yeah, he, I like Ryan. I thought Ryan's work was really, really good, for the most part. Like, I like this style of art. Like, the subtlety, you know? It's like, you got the nice shadowing, and, like, I think this is really great art style. And, like, if you look at the comics in... like 132, 144. I hate that art style. Everything after, because I remember the shift. Hold on. Maybe I can find some of the pages real quick. I'll be as fast as I possibly can to make this point. Reboot was... Okay, yeah. So... Just hang on. 1 second. 1 second, everybody. Fuck. Okay, 1 second. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go, right? So, this is issue 126. Yeah? 126. Look at this art style. Looks really good, right? I love this art style. It looks really, really good. Even sleek. You know, it's not quite as perfect, in my opinion, as like this. But I think this looks awesome. Then, the very next page, right? Like, look at the very next page. You have this. This is gross. Where did all this come? Where did all the detail go? Why is it like this? It threw me for a loop, guys. Like, you flip the page to the next issue, and it looks so different. I don't like it. It looks really bad. I'm trying my hardest not to spoil, like, what happens in that issue. Don't worry about any of the context, but just, like just the art, right? Like, the shading and, like, the detailed lines and stuff. Like, look at his face here. These details around his eye. And then you go here. Where did all the detail go? I don't like it. I hate it. It ruined the last few issues for me. And it kills me. It kills me that that was the way. Yeah, so I really wish that it wasn't that way, but that's the way it is. I mean, I can check those issues. Hold on. So the penciler on that issue that I didn't like was Cory Walker. And then the penciler on the one I did like was Ryan. Yeah, so Ryan Otley only got better with time. But when Cory pencils, when Cory does the illustrating, I hate it. I think it's disgusting. If the art is bad, it's Walker. Yeah. Well, we know that now. But it just, I'm glad I could illustrate that to you guys, because that threw me for a fucking loop. Like, I went back, I flipped the page to issue 127, and I was like, wait a minute, and I flipped back to 126, because I was like, there's no way it looks this bad. What the hell happened between one to the other? So, yeah. All right, I missed some comments. I like the art during the late Dinosaurus and that reboot arc. Yeah, the reboot arc, like I said, like Ryan found his stride. It looks fucking awesome in that part. That's the highlight. It looks incredible. The Alan Nolan mini arc and Robot Monster mini arc also have weird art style. They do. I noticed that as well. They look a little different. They're not like as bad as the ones I just showed you, I think, in my opinion, but they are different. And the final issue is also split between Ryan and this other guy. Yeah, the other guy, as we found out, is Cory Walker. Yeah, Cory Walker has an art style that I do not like. And yeah, it is split a little bit. Like, there are parts, but yeah. The other guy is Cory Walker. Yeah, co-creator. Yeah. The end of all things brought Ryan back, except the final issue. Yeah. Although the art toward the end kind of grew on me. The reboot arc, not robot. Oh, the robot arc, not reboot. Oh, okay. By robot arc, do you mean like issues 111? Do you mean like when he, did his thing? that we if you know, you know. Anyway, I like that arc. That's actually my favorite arc. I think issue 111 is like my favorite issue from cover to cover, if I had to pick one. It's like the most memorable to me, at least. All right. Let's move along. We have a little bit more to get to. So we're still in issue 78. Eve is now fat. She's not even fat. She's just like, she put on a little weight, and it's meant to be this huge like, yo, look at her. Like, I don't know. She looks fine to me. Whatever. Anyway, she says, I love you, Eve. I've been waiting almost a year for this. And she's so happy to see him, and he's finally back. Cecil, now at the Pentagon, he sighs before entering. And he goes, all right, pack it up, people. We're not going to need any of this. The war's over. And D.A. Sinclair puts away his invincible Reanimen. What are we going to call them? I'm accepting suggestions for what we call the reanimated Invincibles. Also, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They only have 9. I guess that makes sense. The other, like, 8 of them went to the Angstrom dimension. So Tech Tacket returns. We get a little bit of that. Zach, holy crap, man. Good to see you. And then, oh, right. These aren't his folks. These are his neighbors. And then your dad's up in the space station. And he's like, Dad? And he's like, oh my god, you grew a beard. And they both grew beards. It's very cool. Reanimites. Oh, I like that. The Reanimites. That's really cool. Reanimarks. Reanimarks. That's really good. Okay, so now they lay in bed. I've been keeping the business going. Bulletproof has been helping out. My powers are back too. Seems at least they've stopped acting up. So, yeah. The, oh no, my powers don't work when I'm fighting Universa means absolutely nothing. Meant absolutely nothing. Cool. And you're still living here at home. She said she had enough money saved, but with him gone, he didn't see the point. She said, I've got more than enough money saved to buy some land. Just, keep that in mind when I talk about Season 3, because I have some words to say about their rationale on why they can't move out together. Anyway. I'm sorry I did this to you, Eve. 10 months. It was a long time. How did you manage? And then I thought you were dead. I thought I'd never see you again. And then she's like, you were in a coma? Yeah, so. And then Debbie and Nolan talk some more. And listen to this, like, chauvinistic. She's talking, like, truth is, after seeing you again, things with Paul just felt wrong. I don't know, man. It feels definitely a little chauvinistic that like he enters the picture, like he just had to walk into the room, and she's like, "Nah, I can't do it with anyone else anymore." I don't know, man. But yeah, at the end she says no. She says, "I'll never forgive you." Cut to next issue when she forgives him. But yeah, he basically just says like, "No, I promise I'm not going to do any bad things." And she's like, "No, I don't have to understand, blah blah blah. I wish everything could just go back to before." And he's like, "Things will never go back to that because LOL." People said things. BTW, can Rihanna Marks fly? Is flying an ability that is possible for a Viltrumite corpse to do? Max, you're asking the real questions. I don't know. I imagine you need some kind of brain capacity to fly. Yeah, because if you didn't, dead marks would just be zero gravity, right? Like they would just, you'd kill one and they would just like fly away, right? So I think you need your brain to fly. I think that's the verdict we're going on here. Speaking of him, the show needs to conclude Bulletproof's arc way better than when we get to Robots Regime. Yeah, I could do a little bit more for him. I'm excited to see Bulletproof's parents. That was a messed up arc. That was a messed up like beginning to an issue. So I can't wait to see it, and I have no doubt that it'll be about as funny as it was in the comics. For anybody who doesn't know, something tragic happens to Bulletproof's family in the very beginning of an issue, like a random issue, and then it cuts to Philip Schaefer, who's our Kirkman stand-in, and he's like, "Yeah, we do some shocking things to shock the audience sometimes," and I have no doubt that we're gonna do something like that for the show. Oh, someone also asked, so this is definitely not Pidgey's alt account asking. Oh, look, somebody else asked if when the season 3 video is coming out. Oh, well, the season 3 video is right here, buddy. So, here, let me edit a little bit of it.
You have seen them, right? Now,
Yep. Somebody already asked if where the season 3 video is, and it's right here, bud. There you go.
You have seen them, right? Now, the Invincible series was based on a comic run which started January 22, 2003, and
It's just a minute, guys. We'll just edit for a minute. 30 more seconds-ish. I don't think they can because it's not a muscle thing. Yeah, I don't think it's a muscle thing either. I think it's a brain thing. Okay, but the I Will Never Lie to You Again is a top 5 moment from the comic for me, despite the circumstances getting there, which the show will undoubtedly do way better. Oh, you mean like this moment? This is a really big moment. You know how Nolan had the very final like concluding cut to black moment of season 2 when he said, "I miss my wife." Maybe this will be that. Although I think there is a much better like before the very end cut to black moment, which we'll talk about. We'll get there soon. Okay, I edited for like 20 seconds. We're gonna finish these comics. We're getting there, guys. They remote control them like spiders. Yeah. What was up with Bulletproof arc? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I liked it. It made a lot of sense for who he was as a person as I understand it. But the Bulletproof's parent thing I actually really love, but I think where his character goes from there after he turns needs some work. Yeah, especially in season 3, you know, he officially like walked out on Cecil. So like there could be some extra work there. Man, thanks for asking that. I was really interested. Pidgey, you're funny. The thing with Bulletproof's parents is very critical to his turn, but where his character goes after his turn needs work. Yeah. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see what they do. All right, so let's continue. So, Rick and William now are talking, and Eve is there. And she's trying to, basically, she's skirting around it because it's trying to be a reveal for the comics, but she's skirting around, how do I tell Mark that I was pregnant? And now we get Mark flying throughout the sky. I killed Conquest, we destroyed Viltrum, we ended the Viltrum Empire, but now they're here. The war is over, but we didn't win. Dramatic. Big moment. Now we go back to Taliskera. Never going to pronounce it right. Great Alan, I apologize for my intrusion, but this tablet was delivered to you and marked as urgent. Yeah, just throw it in the spam bin. I mean, anything marked as urgent these days isn't actually urgent. Anyway, so now he goes and finds this secret Scourge virus with a note that explains from Thaddeus that it could kill every Viltrumite that exists. And now Nolan knows about it. Cool, cool. 79. Alright, somebody said, gosh, it's so weird seeing Rick as not a super buff guy. I know, I mentioned that too. He's smaller. Hold on, let me find issue 48. I'm just gonna make this point real quick. It's in the beginning here, right? Yeah, look, this is Rick. He's like tiny. Rick compared to like even William, he's a small dude. So I totally know what you're saying. I totally see what you're saying about like Rick is not super buff in the comics, and that's really off-putting. I talk about it in my season 3 video, but yeah, it's like I said. The thing that, yeah, we said that. They push off the air and make their own leverage according to Nolan, so I think it's a telekinesis thing, but they can only telekinetize with air, I guess. Totally real world. Word BTW. I don't think it's a telekinesis. Maybe I have no fucking idea, man. It's science fiction nonsense. I have no idea. But I don't think that the Reanimarks can fly. I think that's a brain thing. Like, you would have to think about that. Because, like, okay, think about it. Like, moving your legs isn't actually a brain thing. We have reflexes in our nerves that we can do that automatically. But, like, not swimming. I don't know. Like, controlling the brain like a spider to, like, walk feels way different than, like, doing a complicated action like flying. I started reading Invincible after season 1 came out, and I don't know whether I should have expected this or not, but I was completely surprised just by how much the story connected with, just like the show. Yeah, it's incredible, actually. I remember myself reading the beginning of the Invincible comics and being, like, completely surprised and taken aback by how different the first 13 issues were to the show. Because, like, I thought issue 13 would be, like, the fight, that's the end, and, like, everything was different, dude. Everything was different. We won the battle but lost the war type beat. Yeah. At one point they showed Rick and I thought it was William. Yeah. I know. They're string beans together. They're both funny guys. Tactile telekinesis. You can control the density around your body precisely. Fascinating. Okay. Let's read this last issue because I'm pretty sure, as I had been kind of alluding to, this will be the last issue that is adapted for season 4. Like, I keep talking about, like, what's, like, the final moment that happens. I think it'll be in this issue, and we'll have to find out. So Mark, you're back, and it's art. Yep. So that comic with Rick was the start of Compendium 3, and I remember it because it took me forever to get through. Yeah. Okay, so wait, what is he talking about? Okay, so Mark, you're back. Okay, so he says, Nolan might come to see him, but that's not really why I'm here. I know you're creative and you like to tweet things, and I appreciate that, and I don't want to offend you. It's just not working for me. Like, what isn't working for him? It looks fine. Is this the same costume? I don't know. I don't know what he's like breaking up with art, and I don't know why. I don't know what he's saying. The actor Darkwing for Rick worked out. Oh, that's his name, not Darkwing. Sorry. For Rick worked out to prepare for his animation job in the show. Man, that's dedication. Hey, a lot of voice acting is, like more physical than people think. So, yeah, all right. Fingerless gloves and knee pads are back. They sure as hell are. Oh, you're right. Oh, that's different. Shit, you're right. That's, oh my god, almost Tobinator? Tobinator, yo, you're so right. That was the difference. Hold on. Can I go back to, where was it? Issues, not 68, it was 78. This is issue 78 now. Oh my god, you're totally right. I didn't even realize his gloves, dude. That is crazy. It's awesome. Good note. So yeah, he's not back to the fingerless gloves and the knee pads. So, whoa, are you going out or something? Now he comes back. He was just seeing if his costume still worked, which is stupid and silly because she makes her costume by manipulating air particles around her. Like, of course it would fit. Just because you're, like, bigger now. I hate it so much. Hurt, my fingers are getting too sweaty. That's funny. Yeah. In case you missed it, I talked about how much I hated, like, this aggrandizing that they made her bigger. Like, who cares? Like, you can manipulate matter. Like, your weight is the least important thing about you. Whatever. Anyway, so he talks about the fingerless glove updates, and then we do a montage of Mark destroying Furnace again, fighting Kursk, Doc Seismic again, which is super strange because Doc Seismic doesn't look like this at this point in the comics. He should look like a Legion of the Under-Earth because that's who he was fighting last in issue number 48. Okay, I will give like $1 to anybody who knows this guy's name. No, I won't. His name is The Face. No, fuck, that's a different guy. His name is Insomniac. Can she literally change her weight at will? I don't think so, because she can't manipulate organic matter. Organic matter, sentient matter, however the fuck I hate that part of the story, but whatever. But yeah, like, I cannot stand... Clockwork Orange Man, good, yeah. I can't stand this whole, like, oh my god, I'm bigger now. That means I'm worth less. Like, are you kidding me? You can manipulate matter. What's wrong with you? Why would you even think that? Why would you even do this? I was seeing if my costume still fit. You make your costume like this. Like, it shapes to you. What is going on? I don't know. Anyway. The theory about the gloves and no kneecap costume is that it was originally going to be permanent, and they switched it because they didn't like it. Because the OG comes back so quickly. I don't know. I think they might have been trying it out because of, you know, the Viltrumite War. Like, it makes sense that if the Coalition of Planets wanted to make him a costume, it would look like this. And then he got back to Earth, and I don't know, maybe the artists decided, like, no, I like him with the fingerless gloves. I do too, because I think there's something like, what's the word, thematic to say about the idea that, like, he can cover his hands in enough blood that you can see the yellow but not the skin. I think there could be something there. I don't know. Anyway, so he does this montage. He fights Insomniac, the Giant, and Elephant. Good stuff. Then Eve and Debbie sit and have more coffee and stuff. And Mark is like, what's even happening here? And it turns out spending 10 months away from somebody you love makes the people who love you grow closer to each other. What's been really interesting is going back to see when some of these issues of interest originally released and remembering what was going on at the time. Yeah, I think about that too. I thought about that as well because like the Invincible run ran from like 2003 to like 2018. So it was a really long time. Maybe not 2003. I don't quite remember, but it was a really, really long time to like span a whole lot of things. Like they had a black president only for the last few issues of Invincible. Like it's kind of crazy that way. Or the United States had a black president. No, Art did the gloves and kneecap look first. It's what he got back to if we switch from the blue costume. Yeah. Oh hey, I got the ears right. Hell yeah. Okay, that's a bit more morbid than I considered when writing. I don't know exactly what that's responding to, but yeah. What's the last thing you said? Yeah, that's okay. Okay, let's keep going. So yeah, they have a long yapping conversation about how like Eve and Debbie are friends now because you know you were gone for 10 months, Mark. Fucking get over it. Now this is like the closest to like the incel-y thing that I understand from Kirkman. Like, all right, Kirkman, relax. All right, like women can be friends. It's not a sin. Anyway, so Nolan goes to Cecil to the Pentagon, and everyone's obviously like freaking the fuck out to see him. And Nolan realizes I really can't be here. Also, Clark Kent is here. LOL. So now, Stronghold Penitentiary, we go back to this poor dude. And then he, you know, he's like, hey, please let me out. Come on. I'm not even a threat. And he's like, all right, fine, keep me in here, whatever. And he's like, oh, I think I just figured out what makes me turn into Dinosaurus. In case you didn't know, it's apathy. Which is fun. And then he turns in. Rah! Anyway. So then they go to Kate and Immortal's house. Yeah, look, like she's transforming her clothes in front of your eyes. What do you mean can I still fit in my costume? Who the fuck are you? Anyway. I just hate being in this costume. I look horrible. I feel horrible. I feel so bad for Eve. Like, I feel bad for, like, women representation in this comic. Jeez. Anyway. So, they're having a play date or a dinner over, you know? So, yeah. It turns out Kate and Immortal had some kids. Super cute. Aren't they just adorable? What a couple of cuties. And then Eve is obviously having a problem because, you know, she was going to have a kid, or maybe still did have a kid. It's still unclear. Where is the kid that she was pregnant with? So they sit down and have dinner where they yap. I don't remember exactly what they talk about. I spent most of the... Yeah, they talk about the war and just going over it a little bit. Eve, is your dad still a total weirdo? Remember when he thought we were lesbians? LOL. In the end, just felt sorry for John Wilkins. Oh, right. Right. In case anybody was unaware, Immortal was Abraham Lincoln. So he talks for a little bit about John Wilkes Booth, the guy who killed Abraham Lincoln. There just wasn't anything I could do for him. Just couldn't let it interfere with blowing my cover. It's actually very funny. I think that's very amusing. And then they have bath time. I cannot tell you how much easier it would be to raise children, even twins, if you could duplicate yourself. I'm just saying. You and Mark are awesome together. They're talking about, like, you know, oh, you're so good. Are you gonna have kids? Kate says, I've got Immortal wrapped around my finger. This really is like the incel issue. I'm sorry, everybody. I don't know. Something about this just feels like almost out of character. It's funny because you think he just posed as Lincoln at first, but no, Lincoln didn't exist. It was just Immortal. I know. It's very funny. They even named their kid Abe. They named this kid Abe. I love it. So she says, here, hold Abe while I wash up Mary. So they have Abe and Mary as their kids. They're just chatting it up out there, aren't they? Those guys of ours. And then she looks at this baby, and she's obviously freaking the hell out because, you know, did she have an abortion? We still don't know at this point in the comics. Yeah, and she says, Eve, are you okay? And she says, no, I'm not. Here, I can't. And then she leaves. Okay, the fact that she's holding both of her kids here instead of, like, having one duplicate hold one of her kids and then having her hold another one of her kids. Like, use your powers more creatively. Come on. Does Immortal still have Secret Service detail? Not that he needs it. No, he relinquished it. Well, I mean, I think you relinquish the Secret Service detail when you die. So I think having the fact that Abraham Lincoln is dead stops him from needing Secret Service. What are they going to watch, a corpse? Holy shit. I just thought about, like, it's like a Jesus reference where, like, you open the casket and the body's not there because Immortal is immortal. And it's like, oh my God, on the third day, Abraham Lincoln rose. Sorry, it's not funny. All right, let's finish this up. We're almost done. I don't think it was around back then. I don't know. That's a really good historical question. What year did the Secret Service start? Good question. Okay, so Eve is taking a minute outside. And then Mark comes and joins her. She says, I'm not okay. I just needed some air. And then he asks what's wrong. Did Kate say something? And then she finally divulges, I had an abortion. She didn't even tell him that she was pregnant. Now she's telling him she had an abortion. Very sad. Very tragic. I'm sure she didn't want to. I mean, she actually talks about it a little bit more here. I'm sorry. I was, and then you left me alone, and I was just not ready to do it alone. Makes sense to me, for the most part. Secret Service needs Immortal detail. Yeah. Is that the reason that Abe Lincoln's body hasn't decomposed yet, since he's still kicking around? Yeah, that's the reason. So she made a decision. I didn't know, Eve. So, as I mentioned before, I mentioned, like, there's a better moment to have, like, as the final end of the season moment. I think it's this. I think this is the moment that, like, roll credits, cut to black. This is the end of the season. This will be it. Yeah, and then we have one more page where he says, I love you. And then she says, give him a week tops. I love Eve, but she just can't keep a man happy. Very funny, I suppose. I mean, it's terrible, but very funny. I feel like the show has been keeping up a track record of being a little less crass or soft on hard topics, so I'm optimistic they'll handle this stuff well. We talked about this a little bit last stream. Like, do I think that they will have Eve have an abortion? Did I say funny? I don't know. I mean, it's funny in the sense that it's bad. I don't like women putting each other down, I guess. Like, I don't know, this feels out of place for, like, what's happening. Maybe they needed that emotional relief, you know? But, like, it feels like this conversation needs to just be, like, somber and sad. Fun fact, Immortal's tattoos in the flashback date him to roughly 1st to 9th century CE. That's pretty dope. Okay, so somebody said, and I want to talk about this as our last topic before we wrap up the stream, like, do I think that they will do this? Do I think that they will have the abortion part in the show? On the older end, it would barely fit Immortal's description of thousands of years by Nolan in the show. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, so will the show have Eve have an abortion? I think absolutely. I understand it's like you want to kind of soften some topics, especially because like when these topics came out, we were in a culture that wasn't so sensitive about things like this. But I think Eve having an abortion is a really important moment in her character, and one that I think the show is actually building towards even now. For instance, Eve has a lot more autonomy in season 3. I talk about it a lot. It's in the video, guys. Trust me, it's getting there. Eve has a lot of autonomy in the show that she doesn't have in the comics, and I think part of the reason I don't remember what I said. Sorry. And I think part of the reason that they have her go through her journey of like losing her powers, even if albeit just briefly, is because they need to have her realize that so much of her worth comes from being a hero. So much of her worth is tied to like her identity of being Adam Eve, not just Eve Wilkins. And there's something interpersonal to be said there in regards to like having a child and then later having an abortion that ties into that theme of identity and like control over yourself and control over your own powers and destiny, that I think it's too important to leave out of the show. I understand it's a sensitive topic, and I understand that the show has been kind of being a little softer on those sensitive topics, which I think generally is a good thing, as long as you can kind of hold true to like what the comics meant. But I digress. I think that they cannot leave this moment out. Frankly, I didn't live back then. I thought abortion was a big topic since the 1970s. Abortion has been a big topic since like forever, but yeah, it hit a peak during that time because that was I think that was slightly after not the abolitionist, oh my god, I'm such a bad feminist. What's the name of it? The women in voters, the women who fought to be voters. I'm forgetting the name of them, but yeah, abortion's always been a really big topic because obviously women representation and being able to do what you need with your body, and it's your choice and not whatever. So Eve making this decision for herself is like an important step for her. It's an important topic for her. Considering that Eve's abortion is relatively important to the story, I think it'll happen. Yeah, I think so too. I think it's very important to the story. I also think they will go along with the story of Mark's essay. That's a good question. Like, will Anissa still rape Mark? And I think she will. I think I think it might be a little less graphic in the show, but I think it will happen because having that for Marky at the very end of this show, very end of the comic, will be important. The show isn't going to soften anything that doesn't have a purpose. Yeah. I am so worried about that Anissa comic towards the end because they do cover the fan base. Yeah, I just talked about that. I disagree about the show being softer, just has more tact. Yeah, exactly. You know, and that's, you know, how media should be. You know, we don't need to or no, we don't need to, you know, it should have tact. Topics like these should be very delicately discussed. And I think that they will do a good job with this. They may cut away from the actual essay scene. Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be way less graphic, I think. But I think it'll definitely still happen. Because it's important. Especially for, like, Mark's general animosity towards Anissa, like, as the issues continue. I think that's a nice detail to have. It's a good detail to have. Yeah, the fact that it happens is important, but you don't need to see the details. Well put, Acorn. Not forever, actually. 1960s is really when it started, apparently. I mean, there were always women throughout history who said that women should have more autonomy and like independence from themselves. Like always, forever in history. There's never been a moment when women didn't think that. So, you know, they've always been out there. But I can't believe I'm blanking on the name of the women who marched for like voter rights. Suffragettes. That's what I'm thinking. Oh my god, I can't believe I blanked on that name. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like anyway, we don't need to talk about that right now. But then if they don't adapt it, they'll miss out on like some huge character development. Yes. So I think it'll all, like, you guys, let me refresh our memories real quick. Season 1 jumped all over the fucking place. Season 2 was much more streamlined. Season 3 is like a straight fucking line throughout the comics. Season 3 starts with, where is it? Issue 48. And then the next episode, sorry, the same episode is issue 49. Then the next episode is issue 50. Then that same episode is issue 51. Then the next episode after that is issue 52. Then the next episode after that is issue number 53. Sorry, actually, the next episode after that is issue number 54. Then it's 53. And then in the middle there is 55. Then 56 is kind of skipped. 57 is kind of skipped. Then you have 58, which has a lot of details taken. Then you have 59, which was the entirety of episode 6. Then you have 60, which was the entirety of episode 7, along with 61. Then you have 62, which was the entirety of episode 8, all the way until 65, which was the funeral, which was the conclusion of episode 8. So when we're talking about Invincible, they have moved to a format that goes in a straight-ass line. 65, 62, 60, 59, 58, 55, 53, 52, 51. It goes straight through. I do not think that trend will change. So I think that like everything coming up in season 4 will be everything we just read. Everything up until this moment. I think that, you know, the beginning us off in issue 68 will be our episode 1. Oh my god, let me bring up the chart again. Where did it go? Yeah. So for season 4, episode 1 will be Dinosaurus and Universa, which was 68 and 69. Nice. Then it'll be the Sequids, maybe. And then the Sequids and then Nolan and Alan will be part 2, episode 2. You know, 66 and 67. So yeah, it's just, we're going through a straight line now. We're not jumping around anymore. So when we say, like, I hope that they include this and that, I don't think they're in a position to disinclude anything anymore. I think now we've entered the point where, like, everything will be as it was in the comics, except stuff that obviously doesn't need to be or shouldn't be. I can't believe that there are still people saying Mark was lucky. If Mark was a girl and Anissa was a boy? Oh, for the SA stuff? No. I mean, guys get SA'd too. It's not, like, I'm not trying to cry about it or anything. Like, it's horrible, but, like, it happens, you know? I don't know. Anybody who's saying that scene, just, like, smile and go, like, haha, yeah, and then walk away. Like, you don't engage with those people. They're not really, I don't know. It's a whole can of worms, but, you know, like, don't pay people like that any mind. Obviously, all kinds of people can go through trauma like that. All kinds of people can go through terrible stuff like that. Anybody who says otherwise is, like, being not empathetic or not realistic when it comes to, like, what can happen to people, you know? Season 1 needed to move things around, though. I think it made the structure a lot better. The further we go into the comics, though, the more it found its footing, so the show can be more in line. I was thinking about this the other day, actually. Let's read your other comment first. Yeah, we're at the point where I can be fairly confident what each season will cover. Yeah. Season 5 will be 80 to 100. Yep. And then season 6 will be 1 to 116. Probably, yeah. And then season 7 will be, like, the end. Yeah. You were definitely here last time, Speed Boom. We were talking about this last time. Yeah. Because, yeah, that... And then it'll probably end at season 6. But I don't know. I was always thinking that, like... I don't know. Anyway. But yeah, I was thinking about this season 1, right? Because season 1... did move things around a lot. For clarification, just as a quick example, in case anybody doesn't know, issue 36 was when D.A. Sinclair was doing the Reanimen. So the fact that that was in season 1 is like, wow, I can't believe you're there. I can't believe you're in that moment. It was also spread out a whole lot, because here they are also in issue number 20. Again, for clarification, issue number 12 was Chicago. This is Mark fighting his dad. So, theoretically, season 1 ends at issue number 13, right? The very last page of this comic is finish high school, I guess. But, yeah, the season 1 jumped around so much. And I was actually thinking about, like, if they could see the future and they could see how great Invincible was, would they still do that? Because, like, I think having season 1 be exactly the way it is, where you start the season off with Nolan and then you end it with Nolan fighting Mark, I think season 1 is, like, perfect. Which is weird to say, but, like, despite how jumpy it was, despite how all over the place it went, I think season 1 was exactly where it needed to be. I think the stuff that it covered and the way that it covered it and the themes that it got around to discussing by covering certain things that were in the future was really just awesome. Like, I cannot be happier with season 1, even if Titan didn't come in until issue number 18 and 19, the Rihanna Men weren't introduced until issue number 36, and the Flaxons didn't attack until issue 14. Yeah. So, I don't know if you would be able to change season 1 so that it runs, like, directly through issues 1 to 13. I don't think that would happen. I don't think it can happen. There's a great video by a YouTuber called Just Lancing Corbin that does a good job going over all the season 1 differences. Oh, I'll take a look at that one, actually. Or extend it to season 7 and 8. Maybe. Oh, season 7 with Tara and Marky, perhaps. That would be, like, new content. I feel like that would be better as, like, a special. Like how they did the Adam Eve special. I think, like, at the very end of everything, like an El Camino to Breaking Bad, you could do, like, a Marky and Tara for Invincible. Like, as just, like, a movie or, you know, like a short season in that way. The show is basically Kirkman going back and fixing his comics. Yeah, and we talked about that a little bit, too. It's like, yeah, anything he wanted to fix in the past, he can now. He has the opportunity. It's his reboot arc, yeah. Hopefully with a less depressing ending. Season 1 hit all the marks. No, that's actually season 3. Every mark was hit at least once in that show. That's a bad joke. I'm sorry. You know, you're right. Every target that they needed to hit for season 1 was hit. Invincible double epilogue special? Hey, I'd be down for it. I always thought that, like, the world that the Invincible comics were building to after, that last issue, I thought the world was in a really cool place, and I always thought, like, I would be interested in seeing more of it. Invincible El Camino, exactly. I cried at the end of Invincible. Do you mean Invincible season 1, or do you mean the comic? I remember I thought the ending of Invincible, the comics, was really fucking satisfying, so much that I dragged my wife in to read it with me. Like, I finished it, and I was like, she's got to see this. So she hadn't read all of the comics, but I made her sit down and read them with me because I was like, you gotta. So I gave her, like, the context. Oh, I bumped you. Sorry. It was really good. It was really, really good. I thought, and somebody mentioned that, like, the last few issues were rushed, but I thought that even if they were rushed, the ending of Invincible comics are really fucking great. Yeah, there you go, Speed Boom. You're talking about it. Speed Boom. Were rushed about 50 issues, so extending it gives them time to do the way they wanted it. Oh. That's a good point. They could extend the show where they could make all the arcs, like, do what they needed to do. Oh, that's a good point. I didn't think about it in that way. Because I was just thinking about it like the comics and the show, but, like, you have more comic ideas that you can now tell with the show. Oh, that's really cool. I hope they do that. I hope that there's more stuff to be told about stuff that goes on there. That would be really cool. I think you're right that it would need to be separated from the show, because the end itself should end on the final panel of the comic. Yeah, 100%. Unless, like Speed Boom said, maybe there were more that the comics wanted to do that they couldn't do, so now they can do it with the show. I don't know. I think I would have mixed feelings if the show didn't actually end when the comics ended. And then it's like, haha, surprise, there's actually more content, and you've never seen it. I think I would be, you know, excited for, like, wow, it's new stuff. But also, like, it ended really good, though. You know, do you have to it's one of those things that, like, if it was good, why make it better? Why try to make it better? The comic made me cry with "You've changed me, change them." Yeah, that was. If you know, you know. That's a really good conversation. I remember I felt for Mark when he was like, "Don't put that on me. Don't put it on me." Like it hurt. That was a good claps. That was good. That was good. That's true, Speed Boom. Yeah. Okay, so I'm feeling pumped up. This is a great conversation. Thank you guys. Because of that, we're actually going to read issue 80. Because while I'm feeling very strong feelings that I'm sorry I did this to you in regards to I had an abortion, will be the final part of season 4. I'm not entirely convinced that this issue won't be in there too. Not at the very end, but you changed me, changed them, and Invincible talking to Baby Tara about that conversation. Yeah. It's really, really good. It's all really good. The final pages of Invincible. So yeah, as I said, we've officially done our required reading. Now we're going to do a little bit of extra credit. I want to go over issue 80 because even though, like I said, I'm very confident that this is going to be like the last moment of season 4, like cut to black, I'm not entirely unconvinced that this issue will also be in episode 8. So let's go see what we got. Let's see what's in issue 80. So, Adam, Eve, and Mark return to the house. They said they were talking. They make a joke about like, haha, you know, we weren't talking, we were whatever. And then Nolan very confidently is like, yes, we're getting back together. And Debbie says we're still sorting it out. Yeah, and this is fun. So Debbie clarifies that Nolan can't stay here. Damn, making me feel like I'm in a lecture. Yeah, I mean, I like to educate. I like to help people see some stuff that they haven't seen before. It's cool. We're all here to have fun. Hey, this is required reading for me too. I thought about doing this on my own because like I need to be more aware of the events that are going to be coming for season 4. I have no idea. So I'm just glad you could all be here with me instead of me reading alone quietly in my room. Okay, so Debbie says he can't stay here, and they clarify they're both going back to Telescara, which is a big deal. Debbie is leaving Earth, so it's cool. It's cool. And then they just leave, like the next page. And then they actually, Mark and Eve decide that they're going to stay in their old house. So, yeah. They move in. Mark stays at his childhood home with Eve now. They move in together. And then we can move your stuff over when we wake up. Won't take a minute. Yeah, they're going to move Eve into their home. He tries to talk more about last night. She doesn't want to. And then they talk to William. And finally, you come to visit, unannounced, and exactly at dinner time. Still good to see you, Mark. Haha. Aw, look, it's Rick. Aw, a little fucking string bean. Yeah. Yeah, look at how skinny this kid is. We were talking about it earlier. 80 to 100 is probably my favorite part of the comic. I can always call it the Dinosaurus arc. Dinosaurus is a really, really good part of the comic. I definitely like post issue 108 because I love the issue 111 is my favorite issue, like from start to finish. But yeah, 80 to 100 is a strong contender. I have a feeling that season 5 of Invincible is going to contend for best season with season 1. But we'll have to see. Telescara, thanks Max. Yeah, I have no idea how to pronounce this word. I don't care. Anyway, so we get the clarification that Rick is gay. Sorry, William's gay. Well, they're both gay. I meant Lance, but sure. That's funny. Yeah, so they talk a little bit about how he's gay, apparently. That's the whole conversation. That's this whole conversation, lol. Oh, and this is an interesting part. I thought this part is really interesting. Comic Rick looks more like William than Comic William looks like Show William. Yeah, that's funny. I mean, I see the hair. William's got hair, actually. I can pull it up. No, it's gonna take too much work. I don't care. William is gay? I know, right? So, next page. We have this guy. Kind of looks like Sinestro. Not gonna lie. But Invincible catches him. He says, who exactly are you supposed to be? And he's like, oh shit, invincible? I never expected you. All right, you can take me in, just don't hurt me or anything. So yeah, they talk a lot where he clarifies, like, yeah, I made these boots, I made this gun, I just needed money because I needed to, like, help my kid or something. And yeah, he's like, I wanted to buy her a ring, so I needed to buy jewelry for her. And Invincible's like, you bought this stuff so you could sell a ring? I'm not even gonna, like, turn you in, just return them. Smartest comic villain, I know. He's like, just turn them in and you can have, you know, I'll return them for you even. Just go and leave. I was clearly never cut out for this line of work. Yeah, it's a very long conversation where he basically says, like, I'm not a criminal. I just wanted to steal this for my family. And Mark was like, all right, look, just do the right thing. And he does. And good. That's the whole thing. He just comes back. Hey guys, sorry, someone robbed you. I returned to them. Here you go. And then he goes to the comic store. So this issue is basically about, like, him getting his life back in order, which is, excuse me, graunchless. Are you graunchless, chat? Anyway, this whole issue is basically about Mark, like, returning to his normal life after the Viltrumite War, which was, like, the biggest thing that ever happened to him. He filled his order of Science Dog comics, and then he returns. They get a knock at the door. Oh yeah, it's during the day, but it's super dark. Art comes to visit, where he's like, oh, I just wanted to see Nolan, and they're like, oh, he left, and Art is like, oh, okay, and this poor fucking guy. Look at this sad man. Why do they gotta do art like this? Why do they have to do art like he came to visit Nolan, and Nolan already left? Why do they? I think about this all the time. I'm thinking, like, why do they have to do Nolan art like this? Why can't? That's so sad. Even I was an innocent pedestrian. If I saw, like, Batman on the street, I'd think I'd fold with zero pressure. Yeah, I know. I'd like be offering Batman stuff. Like, you see Batman running through the night, and you're like, Batman, do you want my wallet? Here you go. I don't know what a Gronch is, so damn, I guess so. Yeah, we're Graunchless, chat. How the Gronch stole Christmas. 10 years Gronch free. Hell yeah, everybody celebrate, get your chips, your Gronch chips. I thought that too. Yeah. Art gets shafted so bad in the comics for no reason. He's a nice person. Like, he's fine. I mean, he had more characterization in the show because a lot of people did, but, like, why do you gotta do him like this? Anyway. So, this is fun. So, they're moving into their parents' room now so they can have a bigger bed. And he's like, burn those. And she's like, don't you think it's ever weird? And he's like, not after my parents slept in there. Which, to be fair, they were banging all the time. But he said, this isn't going to be weird for you. And she's like, oh, look, easy. I cleaned them down to an atomic level. What an interesting use for her powers. Like, I'm being so generous. I'm not generous. I'm being so serious. Why can't they have her, like... I feel like this casual, good use of her powers doesn't happen. And it should. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, butt shot. Because they're all butt shots. Anyway. We've seen the show. We know they do it on the couch. It's fine. Yeah, right? Oh my god, that scene... Thank you for reminding me. That scene's awesome. I love it. Invincible Inc. at your service. Right. There's a big red guy tearing the whole city apart. She actually doesn't clarify which city, which is funny. Run for your lives. Dinosaurus has returned. Eve casts... Oh my god, I can't pronounce that word. It's too big for me. Too many syllables. Oh, that big red guy. Right. He fights Mark. He goes, you've come to try to play hero again. And he says, in mere minutes, the city will be nothing less than a memory. And he's like, I've heard your spiel. I'm gonna do it. And he's like, no, you can't do anything to stop this. It's already too late. And he goes, I know you're insane. Did you say a bomb? And then he runs off and he's like, haha, was this the bomb you were talking about? I remember this scene a lot, actually. He's like, is this the bomb you were talking about? And he's like, redundant. How many of these do you have? Enough. It takes at least 50 to level a city. I devised these bombs myself. They'll vaporize everything. Sorry. To clarify, this is Vegas. I don't know why she said the city. Like, this is the New York. This is the Mandalay Bay. This is Vegas. Las Vegas. Beautiful Las Vegas. Anyway, so he's like, haha, how much time do we have until they go off? What's happening? Well, my plan was to evacuate myself as well, but there's still so much good I can do, but, you know, I'm pretty sure this is going to kill me. Boom! He blows up Las Vegas. All of Las Vegas. Like, and when I say blow up Las Vegas, glass. He blows up Las Vegas. The entire city's gone. So, what did we learn? I am pretty confident that this fight will be in episode 8. At least that's what my prediction said. I'm not, like, okay, I'm not positive, but I think there's a good chance that this fight will be in season 4. Someone else, hang on, some people said something. Is it ever clarified where Mark himself lives? He always clarifies with his, he always lives with his parents. He lived with his parents up until, so I say this in this video, actually. He never stops living with his parents. He lives with his parents. Like, he travels, he goes to war, but then Nolan and Debbie leave, and he lives in his house. He never stops living in the house that he grew up in, which I think is really funny. At least while he's on Earth. No spoilers. No, I mean the state. Oh, sorry. Fine, take a fun fact for old time's sake anyway. The state... No. The state! I don't know. I don't think they clarify, actually. Because they're close enough to New York to do something about it. They're close enough to Chicago to have a fight about it. And they're close enough that the city is Las Vegas. So, it could be anywhere. I have no idea. Yeah, they live in Cityville. Does anyone point out how Ragnar like Dinosaurus looks? I can't remember whether this gets brought up. No? I mean, no one in this chat, and I don't think in the comics. I've never made that connection, and neither did the comics themselves, so. Dinosaurus, the Reverse Hulk, yeah. I was reading a Thor comic, and my friend pointed a butt shot out, and I wasn't really even surprised, because it's so normalized in the industry. I know, it happens all the time. Honestly, Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Heroes, like, not the... It's really not, like, a huge sleeper hit when it comes to, like, women objectification, but there are a lot of butt shots in that show. Like, camera at butt level behind a woman, and they'll just do the scene with the woman right there. So, they do a lot of... It's very normalized in the industry to, like, have a butt, like, in the frame. Like, this is the shot. I don't know why it's so normalized. I mean, I do know why, but I don't like that it's so normalized. You'd think Chicago, but no, that's just the fight. Yeah. I mean, he hits Mark far away enough. You know, like, I mean, how far did he hit Mark? Conquest hits him all across the planet. So, I don't doubt that, like, they could have started in fucking Japan. And Nolan hit him, and he flies all the way to Chicago. You know, it's possible. It gets brought up. Alan notes it. I will do a run-through another time to try to find it. But how would Alan note it? How would Alan know what state Mark lives in? He's not even from Earth. Maybe you're right. I don't know. I'll look through it another time. BTW, I was trying to think on the actual math of the two-sided panels they do here. It's never quite double the input, I think. I thought Kirkman said it's Baltimore. I have no idea. Tony Stark's Money TV. Alright, that's a cool name. EMH is such a good show. Yeah. Earth's Mightiest Heroes is a really great show. I love it so much. My wife hadn't seen it, so we were watching it for the first time with her. I've seen it, but she hadn't. So she loves Captain America and Bucky. So I was like, hey, they're in that show. And Captain America has really good personality on that show. So usually Black Widow, yeah, it's very usually Black Widow that they do the butt shot. Oh, and what's her name? Mockingbird. They do that to Mockingbird a few times, although a little less because she has no pants. When he sees Dinosaurus, he says he got scared because he thought he was a Ragnar. What? Really? No, he doesn't. Mark doesn't even talk in this fight. Oh, you mean the Viltrumites later. Oh, that makes sense. No, I could see that. Ragnar could at least scratch Thrag. Why you gotta do Dinosaurus dirty like that, man? I mean, you're right, but like, why you gotta do him like that? I meant on the appearance of Dinosaurus and Ragnar. I see what you say now. Yeah. So, anyway, not Viltrumites, Alan. That makes sense. Actually, I have those comics. What So I have no idea what issue those are. I have all the comics here. I just don't know which issue it is. so I can't really check. Okay, it'll be before this one. One sec. I'll see if I can find it. Okay, definitely not this one. But this is that panel that my boy. Why you gotta do my boy like that? Yeah, he can't. He just scratches his clothes. Ragnar's can at least scratch Thrag. Yeah, yeah, it's tough. I've been seeing those butt scenes since I was a kid watching the MCU, and it's kind of scary how little I never even thought about it. Yeah, it's extraordinarily ingrained in movie, comic, like pretty much all culture, dude. It's like just so normalized that like, yep, here's a butt, and they're women's butts because, you know, God forbid we put a man's butt. Equality escapes us. Dinosaurs and Alan eat meat in '89? You are a real one. Okay. Let's see. I'm not gonna actually go through this. I'm just gonna see where I can't find. Well, they fight here. Okay. I've actually been restraining myself. I have no interest in hurting you. Does he say it? Where? Oh, here it is. Yeah, okay. My appearance. That was loud, sorry. My appearance. This was no picnic for me either, man. You look too much like a Ragnar. Yeah, there you go. Somebody had it. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Good call out, Max. Yeah, he says he looks like a Ragnar here. It's super funny looking at Dinosaurus like full body. Cause he's all slumped over and he's got like metal like pants. Why does he have metal pants? But it doesn't, like, you'd think it would want to cover like some vital organs or something, you know, but it just stops here. It's just pants. Anyway. Yeah, don't play the spot the butt drinking game. You'll die of alcohol poisoning. People will hate Alan when we get to this point. I cannot wait. I really like Alan in those issues, actually. Like, not on an interpersonal level, but, like, I like the point he gets to. I like why he gets there, and I like what he tries to do, like, from a story perspective. You know what I mean? Like, when a character grows into someone you hate, and like you hate them, but like you know why, and you can see why, and you like I like Alan's story so much. Even the very last scene of him, like in the comics, I love him as a character. Exactly. Yeah. I love him. I love the journey that he has to go on throughout the entire show, comic, and even up until the very end. Like when he talks to Mark, like at the very, very end, I think that's really awesome. I like it. I like his journey. Anyway. Alan becomes a buzzkill when he becomes the ruler of the coalition. A little, yeah. Only because, like, he got to be a rebel before then. He got to, like, no, trust me, coalition, this is a good thing. But now that he's in charge of it, like, he has nobody to fight against, so he's gonna tell him no. So, like, he, you know, it's like the rebel without a cause kind of trope, where it's like, well, I had somebody to fight against who were good people, but, like, I wanted to be the guy who breaks the rules. Now I can't be that, because I'm the guy who makes the rules. I love Alan's Rocky arms. I like them, too. I think they're really cool. Are they many tiny arm abs? That'd be really funny. Like his physiology is like, well, we would put abs on the core, so why don't we put them on the arm instead? Do you think Seth Rogen has that range? Yeah, Seth Rogen has done serious stuff. I mean, even in what's that movie? Not the movie, the show. The Studio. He's in the Studio, and like, the Studio is very funny. But like, aside from the funny moments, like he has serious moments in that show. I think he has the range. He could do it. No big deal. Yeah, he just likes being comedic, but like not that he can't do it. I'm not sure about the very end where he apparently went through the whole war with Mark just to divorce the United Nations. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I liked the message that it was sending, where he's like, because Mark was like, you know, we could have just talked about this. I think that's like a great place to end their relationship. Seth Rogen has range. Have you seen Sausage Party? Get out of here with that shit. I have seen Sausage Party, and I never want to think about it again. Okay. Anyway. So, I wanted to talk about issue number 80 real quick, because we read through it. This is the issue with Dinosaurus. I think thematically, issue number 80 is important, if only in the sense that, like, what's it called? Dinosaurus will be in episode 1, right? So it makes sense that they would bring him back for episode 8 in some capacity, right? Especially if you're going to do this whole issue of, like, Mark getting back to normal, right? Like, he's stopping regular crime. He's picking up his comic order. He's moving into his new home. If you're going to have this whole, like, well, it's just another normal day for Invincible, what's more normal for Invincible than stopping a fucking world-destroying threat? You know? That shit happens every 10 issues. So, I would not be surprised in the slightest if lumped in with all of the dramatic stuff we saw for issue 79 about, like, Eve and Debbie are friends. Nolan can't stay on Earth. Let's go and do... Like, what I think will happen is that they'll have the Dinosaurus attack. They'll basically do a lot of this issue first. Or I guess they can't do all of it first, because they have to do, like, Debbie and Nolan getting back together. Which will be here. Or is it not? I don't remember. They'll probably do this issue first. They'll do, like, the Debbie and Nolan getting back together, moving into the new home, catching up with Rick, stopping this petty crime, picking up comics. Maybe they'll omit that. I don't know. And then Dinosaurs. And then Las Vegas will blow up. And then Nolan will leave. Or I guess they did that already in issue 80. Yeah, like, I think this montage will be omitted so that they can instead do this. Because, like, these are, if you think about them side by side, right? These are remarkably close issues. Because, like, he gets his costume back. He stops a bunch of crime. Nolan realizes he can't stay on Earth. What happens in this issue? He's in his costume. He stops a bunch of crime. Nolan realizes he can't stay on Earth. So they're kind of like the same issues in the sense. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of 79 gets dropped. So instead, they can do a lot of this stuff. And then they'll end with Dinosaurs blowing up Las Vegas. One big last action scene. One last big bring it full circle for Dinosaurus as a character. Since he was going to be in episode 1, he will be in episode 1. And then everything else from 79 will get dropped. And we'll go to Eve and Mark visiting Immortal and Kate. And then they'll have this nice dinner where Eve will reflect on, oh my god, what happened to my kid? And then I had an abortion. And then I'm sorry I did this to you will most likely be the very last note, and then close out the episode. Issue 80 also beefed up with 79 elements. I don't know what you mean. Sorry. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it is beefed in, but it's beefed up for sure. But, you know, like from a... Like if you had... Think about it this way, right? You are responsible for cutting all of this content into 40 minutes. I think a lot of 79 has to go. Because, like, you get a lot of the same thematic, like, ideas from 80. This looks creepy. Why does this look creepy? I remember seeing... Hang on. Do not mention that film? No. I will mention Sausage Party as relevant as it is to the conversation. I remember being like 6 and seeing the trailer for Sausage Party on TV and turning to my parents and going, that cartoon looks good, we should see it. That's fun. As a fan of Disney cartoons, The Owl House, I'm excited to see the villain of that series actor be Dinosaurus. Really? Okay. Hell yeah. I'm excited to see who it will be myself. I think it'll be cool. I know Vegas and Big Boom's in popularity, but this is ridiculous. That's funny. That panel them crying, yeah. I didn't consider the fact that if they don't do issue 80, Dinosaurus is just kind of dropped from the season. Exactly! Acorn, I'm so happy that you see that. Last stream we were doing this, some people were like, what? How? What are you talking about? Who's going to be doing Dinosaurus? But yeah, like, if you don't, Dinosaurus will just come up for one episode, and then what? He's gone. And, like, you want to have this issue to play off of for Season 5. Because issue 81, which we will not read all of, but I'm just going to skim through a little bit. Sorry, hold on. It opens with, it opens with, like, news reports on the glassification of Vegas. I'm not aware they announced the Dinosaurus actor already. No, I don't keep up with the news as much as I should. I like to see it when it happens instead. Oh yeah, Powerplex comes back. It's not important. Where is it? It's not this issue, but there's another part. Is it 82? Okay, hang on. I can probably find it from the... Hold on. Stand by. This one. This is the one I'm thinking of. Okay. This, like, for Season 5, we're talking way in the future now, right? Look at this. They build solar panels on the glass that Dinosaurus created. You see that tiny little text? You see that? It's very tiny. Mark is thinking it to himself. You know what he's thinking? Dinosaurus was right. This is where they're going to begin season 5. Because, like, this is what season 5 is about. But that's not important. The thing that I'm thinking is that, like, if you have Las Vegas blow up at the end of season 4, somehow, you know, fitting it within the narrative of what that is, you can begin season 5 dealing with that. In the same way that season 2 began with the dealing with the destruction of Chicago. You know? You have a little bit more to play off there. So, what panel is this? To be fair, Nolan and Alan disappeared at the halfway point of season 3. Yes, but they didn't intro into the show. Like, how do I put this? Normally, the way the formula usually works, which season 3 threw a little bit of a wrench into, but the way the formula usually works is that they'll introduce a villain in the first episode, and then you'll get to know them. And then you'll either get to know them throughout the season, or they'll just disappear and then reappear. But you get to know them in episode 1, and then you fight them in episode 8. That happened with Nolan as Omni-Man. That happened with Angstrom Levy for season 2. That happened in season 3 with Angstrom Levy again? Kind of. More so, it was the conclusion of Anissa from season 2. But generally speaking, that is the formula. So it makes a lot of sense that you would have Dinosaurus appear in episode 1, and then in episode 8, he would come back and blow up Las Vegas. And I'm not saying it will be like the last note of the season, but if you're going to have, like, I think you'll have, like we were saying before, he'll say yes to Thrag. Yeah, so this was my original thought. And I think it'll be a little more than this. I don't think this is enough, but yeah. I don't know. I don't know, man. I at this point, we've thought in circles about, like, what the content of season 4 could be, and I don't know. Cecil, I Need You, Cecil, episode 8. Where's that from? That's from... I know where that's from. That's from the Conquest fight. No. 63? This is stuff we've already seen, don't worry about it. Wait, does he actually say that in the show? Cecil, I Need You, Cecil? That sounds so familiar. Sorry, I missed a lot of chats. The character model sheets leaked a while ago. I mean, leaks are cool sometimes, but I'd rather just wait. It's no big deal. They kind of made a thing to jump in and out of stories off Earth, at least without Invincible. Yeah. Yeah, those happened, like, as a treat. But for season 4, it'll be different, because he leaves Earth. This art style is a highlight for me? I know. The art style between... Yeah. I actually think this art style is a little, like, too shady for me. I don't know how exactly to explain it. Like, the saturation looks a little bright here for me. But yeah. I think the Viltrumite War has, like, the best art of the entire comic. And then that even does continue a little bit to here, which is cool. I don't think they're trying to have a formula. It just kind of happened this way. Yeah, I mean, there's general storytelling principles that go into everything, you know? Like, it is absolutely impossible to find a show that has no storytelling principles whatsoever, because, like, that's what makes story, is, like, understanding those principles and running with them. The Cecil Reaniman Darkwing reveal, episode 1. Season 3 is more... Oh, wait, I see. Season 3 is more Cecil-coded with that setup. Yeah, I saw your messages in order. I just read Cecil, I Need You, Cecil, because it was in all caps. To me, the perfect big battle to end season 4 is the verbal battle of Thrag's deal, but that's just me. See, like, you're right, but... And we talked about this last time, too. If you do that, what is the combat that happens in episode 8? You know? Like, yes, the content that happens... in issue number 78. Whoops. Hold on. Not 78. 77. The content that happens in issue number 77 about Thrag telling him, like, hey, we are here. We're going to live on Earth now. that is going to be episode 8. That is the finale of the Viltrumite War. That is the final beat for season 4. I mean, thematically. Sorry, plot-wise, I mean. But what action do you have? Like, even if you just look here, right? Like, you skim through, even if you go through this whole page, I mean, like, you have this action, but it's all imaginary. It's all in his head. So you have this combat of him killing everybody he knows, and then they just talk. And yeah, it's a really dramatic conversation, but, like, where is the punching? what fight scene are you going to have for episode 8 if this is the final confrontation, you know what I mean? So that's originally why I thought the Dinosaurus would be in episode 8, but I don't know if concluding the Viltrumite War in episode 7 is actually going to happen. I just don't know if that's a thing. I don't know. Not this, but the ones a little farther ahead after Vegas is blown up. He says Dinosaurus was right. Yeah, in issue number 83. We just saw it. I'm saying I don't think there needs to be a lot of combat, because the seasons don't just end with fights. They end with fights that beat Mark down. Yes, you're correct, but it would be a little weird to have an episode 8, like a season finale, that didn't have a fight scene at all. I don't know. Dinosaurus will be a low point for the show-only viewers until season 5 if they don't do issue 80. That's a good point. Yeah, everybody's going to be like, who the fuck's this Dinosaurus guy? Why does everybody like him if he doesn't show up to destroy Las Vegas? Like, in hindsight, viewing sure may low, but I think I'm behind Lance for this idea. Oh, thanks, Acorn. Glad to have you in the corner. You know you don't get it. It's punching with your throat, tongue, and mouth. That means something different to me, friend. Imagine being that plane heading for Vegas and you just get blown up. Or this plane leaving and you see this huge fucking explosion behind you. You're like, ladies and gentlemen, there is no returning to LAX. Sorry about that. I shouldn't be laughing. It's horrible. But it's fiction horror, so that's fine. It's a great observation, Pidgey. Alright. I think I'm going to call it here, guys. I think it ends with through. I think it ends with... I think you're going to say Thrag. I think that's what you meant to say. I think the problem is that there are 2 very valid endings to the season, and we just won't know what they do until they do it. Yes. I mean, I had this... I'll close on this, and then we really should get going. I've said it before. Each season... Like, when I say ending, I don't mean, like, the content of the last episode. I mean, like... Fuck, I will pull it up, because why not? Shit. Season 3. Right? Season 3, episode 8. When I say ending, I don't mean, like, the conquest fight, right? That is the ending of season 4. Season 3. But the ending, like, the last word before the credits is...
So if anyone else ever puts my family or anyone I love at risk, I won't hesitate to kill them.
Credits, right? So, like, that's when I say, like, the ending, I mean, like, the moment before the credits. For season 2, where was it? For season 2, it was the same thing. I mean, it was either the moment before the credits or the moment before, like, the end of the show. This also counts as credits. So, like, yeah.
I miss my wife.
So you have to ask yourself, why were these moments picked? I know the answer. It's because they were emotional moments for our characters. They are not about the fighting. They are not about the plot. They are not about this interaction in the prison. They're simply about, like, this is the biggest shift and change for the characters to have happen to them at this leg of the journey, right? And so because they're following that principle, or they have to follow that principle because, like, that's how you do it, there is, like, you can't cut to black on this moment, right? You can't blow up Las Vegas and, like, oh no, it's all gone. Credits. It won't work. It will be bad. It will be ugly. You also can't... Where is it? You also can't do that for this. And I'll tell you why. Because, like, you can't do my answer is yes, cut to black. Because this is a plot development, not a character development. I mean, it's a character development in the sense that, like, Mark had to make this decision, but, like, this decision doesn't affect Mark. It affects the plot. It affects the story. So, if you wanted to have a moment before the final cut to credits, the biggest emotionally impacting moment that happens at this leg of the journey is, I'm so sorry I did this to you. A shift in the status quo. Exactly, Acorn. That is this moment for Mark. Following, I had an abortion. Like, right? I had an abortion. Oh my God, I can't believe it. I couldn't do it alone. I made a decision. Eve, I'm so sorry I did this to you. Cut to black. That was really loud, sorry. Cut to black. That's it. That's the end. That is the end of season 4. I think. That's my perception. How's he gonna edit if he doesn't have it? Wait, what? Oh, yeah. Do you just have the episode downloaded, bro? Bro, I have all the episodes downloaded. I have all the comics downloaded. What do you think we're viewing this on? This is we're not viewing it on a website. These are mine. I mean, they're mine in the sense that I have them downloaded. What does the character curve end? Where does the character curve end? When they die, I guess. Like, you know, I don't know. If the big battle is just Thrag's deal, I will say I told you so. No hard feelings. No, that's fine. You can totally say I told you so. You can absolutely, like, I want to see that comment. I want to see that comment that's like, I fucking told you, Lance. That's all good. You can do that. I will be on stream and I will acknowledge you, Speed Boom. I will be like, you know, some crazy person in the chat said a while ago that that would be it. I can't be talking. I pirated the show. Drink up me heart easy ho. For legal reasons, Lance also has valid Amazon Prime description. I do, actually. I promise I do. It's a write-off. It's a tax write-off because, like, how am I going to do my job if I can't watch the show? Yeah. So, that's going to be the end. That's going to be the end for here. I'm really glad we could do this. Like I said, I needed to do it for myself to go through the content that's going to be in Season 4. So, I'm really glad that we can all be here together and do it together. It was really fun reading through all of the comics, even if the beginning was a little rough because I didn't realize how much dialogue I was committing to reading word by word. This isn't a, I know how it'll end. This is a, I think it'll end like this. Yeah, exactly. All right. Yep, that's it. Oh, I turned off the music so we could listen to the clips. But, yeah. Yeah, I will, for those of you who are interested, because I had mentioned it, yeah, I'm down to do like a work with me kind of stream, you know? Like I'll work, I'll have you guys up, we'll have some chill music. Maybe anybody can do their homework or their answering their emails or folding the laundry. That's an important one. I have a basket of laundry that I haven't folded. Where did it go? Where the hell did I put it? I thought it was on my bed. Whatever. So yeah, maybe next time we'll do a like work with me stream. It'll just be very chill. But have I seen the Invincible Versus trailer yet? No, but I heard the game is out, so we may actually just jump into playing it. I was thinking about doing a stream Saturday, like a Saturday morning stream. So, we'll, well, I was thinking about doing a Saturday morning stream. It was going to be a Saturday afternoon stream, but I have other plans that day now. But, yeah, maybe a Saturday morning stream, I'm thinking. Will you analyze the Invincible Versus story mode? Good question. Let's play it first. Let's play it and see if there is anything cool. 1 more minute of editing, please. Just for you, Pidgey. Before we end, one final question. When's Season 3 video coming out? You know, that's funny you say that. I have it right here. So, for you, buddy, it's coming out right now.
And ended February 14th, 2018. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone.
I'm like only the slightest bit insecure about the shirt that I'm wearing in this video because it's a V-neck. I've never shown that much skin, but you know. April 30th it comes out. Oh, it's not out yet. I kept seeing clips pop up on YouTube. Hold on. Invincible Versus. Oh shit, you're right. It's April 30th. Why are there clips on YouTube then? Why are there like Cecil and Nolan interaction compilation on YouTube then? What's going on? How do people have access to it already? Is that what's happening? Whatever. I'm not in the club. I don't have access to it yet. Then you know what we're gonna do on Saturday? Then we're gonna play Dispatch because that was the they're kicking up the marketing. Okay, that makes sense. We're gonna do Dispatch because I was told that's an Invincible like, or at least that's what people were saying when it came out. So I think that'll be fun. I think we'll do that instead. beta ran like a little bit ago. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Can I play the beta? I'm not good at fighting games, but I will try. Man, I love watching people do things I don't understand at all. Hey, it's all good. Will you always release the analysis right as the next season comes out? Yes, I think so. I think that's the plan. Although, somebody had mentioned, it might have even been Newspeed, that I could do like an analysis in real time as the season is coming on. Like the day after it comes out, like we could do a stream where it's like, hey, let's talk about it, and I'll download it and we can talk about it like scene by scene and just like rough go through it. Maybe I could do that for this year since I am streaming. But I don't think because here's the thing, and like here's the truth. The videos have a lot of buzz around them when the season comes out, so I want to make sure that anybody who has the buzz and wants to see Invincible content gets it like in addition to the show, you know? So if you really want to see more of like my interest in season 4, I'll be doing live streams about it. If you want, a deep dive analysis video, it'll be there eventually. Let's finish season 3 first. How about that, right? Okay, dinner is done. That was not me, but I approve. Yep. I'll just give you credit for everything, Speedboom. You'll be my guy. You'll be my scapegoat. They made a whole new character for the Invincible versus game. I heard that. Yeah, I heard that they have like original characters, and I'm actually very interested. You know what I'm also interested in that I might do some research on is like how much Robert Kirkman was involved in Invincible versus. No one tell me. It's not important right now, but at some point I will mention it. Or at some point I will research it. Apparently there's nudity in Dispatch, but I will find a way to toggle it off. But it's just kind of a crappy censor bar. Well, as long as it doesn't get me kicked off YouTube, that's enough for me. Well, that's enough. That's enough, heroes. We're gonna call it a night. I'm gonna go back here. I'll leave you guys with a little bit of nice music for the stream is over. In case anybody's wondering, the song you're about to hear is maybe I'll add it to my BRB screen. Hold on. Y'all can still hear me. All right, hold on. That's it. Ah, shit. It affects both of them? Wow, I'm so bad at this. Okay, well, anybody who wants to know, this song is from Elden Ring Night Rain. It's the Great Hollow OST. It's the like background music, so it's cool. All right, guys. Well, enjoy the music for a little bit. I'm gonna go eat dinner. Everybody, go hydrate. Tell your mother you love her. Go do something. See y'all. Have a good one. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping in. Really enjoyed it. Hope everybody has a really good time. And thank you. Who was it? Somebody gave me $1, which was a really big deal. Oh my god, I gotta remember the name. Was it Pidgey? I don't remember. Hold on. Yeah, it was Pidgey. Pidgey gave me $1. Thanks for that, Pidgey. Awesome stream. Great job, everybody. Good work. Take care, everyone. Have a good night.